From CBS News election headquarters in New York, here again is Walter Cronkite.
From 12 states now where the polls have closed in this presidential election this year, we have returns from many of them, and not in a single state is Jimmy Carter leading. Ronald Reagan is leading in all of them. The tabulated vote so far, with some 2% of the vote counted, Reagan has a 53 to 42% lead over Carter, with John Anderson at 4%. One state we have been able to say is definitely in the Reagan column here at CBS News, and that is the state of Indiana. There, Reagan won with a 57 to 38% margin, as you could see, for Indiana's 13 electoral votes. Anderson got 5% of the votes in Indiana. Indiana had an important Senate race tonight as well, and there, a long-time leader of the liberal Democrats in the United States Senate was ousted after 2 terms. Dan Quayle, the Republican candidate, defeated Birch Bayh 54 to 46% to keep Indiana's record clear of never having sent a senator back to the United States Senate for a 3rd term. In Indiana also, in the gubernatorial race, CBS News has an estimate there. The Republican candidate, Robert Orr, has defeated John Hillenbrand for that seat, which had been held by the Republicans for some time. In Kentucky, in the senatorial race there, CBS News estimate is, as expected, that Wendell Ford won handily over Mary Louise Faust, his Republican challenger. For more now on Southern results, here's Bob Sheeper.
Walter, about the only state where we have enough votes to really count them is in Kentucky, and the news in Kentucky, Walter, is not the vote that Ronald Reagan is piling up there. We might take a look at the board here. He does have a lead. The news is in the way Mr. Reagan is doing in this state, the areas of this state. In 1976, we were talking a moment ago, President Carter split the suburban vote in Kentucky with Gerald Ford. He won about 63% of the vote in the rural area of western Kentucky. Well, now we have some more information from western Kentucky. It appears that not only is Mr. Carter building up the kind of lead he had in 1976 in that area, it appears that he may do no better than split the rural vote in southern Kentucky. Well, if this holds throughout the South, if Jimmy Carter cannot win the votes in the outlying areas of the South, places like western Kentucky, the eastern Carolinas, East Texas, the Delta area of Mississippi, if Jimmy Carter can't win in those areas, then where does he make it up? The fact is, if he doesn't win in those areas, he's not going to sweep the South. He's going to lose a lot of votes that he won in 1976. A couple of Senate races in the South, Walter. Not really enough votes to make any difference, but in that race down in Florida, Paula Hawkins has a slight lead over Bill Gunter with just a few votes being counted. And in Alabama, kissing Jim Folsom's son, Jim Folsom, 31 years old, has just a slight lead over the former prisoner of war, the Republican Jerry Denton.
Let's look to the Midwest and Dan Rather.
Walter, in the Midwest, Indiana's the only state which, by our CBS News estimate, Ronald Reagan has actually won. But the Jimmy Carter forces have to be hearing faintly the first whispers of the axe, and here's why. In a place like Indiana, it wasn't a question of whether Jimmy Carter was going to lose, but it was a question about how much would Ronald Reagan win. We said earlier in the broadcast to watch those areas around Gary and Hammond in northern Indiana, where Jimmy Carter did well last time. He didn't carry Indiana last time, but it tipped us that he might do well, which he did in 1976 in some of the big Midwestern industrial states. Tonight, Jimmy Carter is not showing well in the areas in northern Indiana where blacks, Catholics, and Union votes are centered. And that probably indicates that he isn't going to do very well in the big city areas elsewhere in the Midwest. And if he doesn't do well in places like Detroit and Chicago and Cleveland, there is no way that he can carry the Midwest.
Eastern results continue to come in. Some of those polls just closing in the East. Harry Reasoner, have you got anything for us yet?
Well, we really don't have any material results yet. The polls have closed only in Vermont, and they have a very slow method of counting there, so there are no results. In New Hampshire, less than 1% of the vote is in, and Reagan is leading by 71% to 16%, if we can look at that board. And then the rest of the states, most of the polls will close at 8 o'clock. I did have one little item, Walter. You mentioned earlier that there, in one precinct in Chicago, there were 25 votes cast before the polls opened. The federal government filed suit today against New York for some votes that may not be counted at all. They mailed out 225,000 absentee ballots, and those that went out overseas won't be back in time to be counted. The federal government contends they have to be counted if they come in before November 14th. So I suppose you could have a situation in which if the New York went by 10 or 15,000 votes one way or the other, we'd change the whole election on November 12th. We'll see.
Well, it's possible. I mean, it's possible. It doesn't seem probable the way things are going tonight, but New York with this big block of votes could do it.
Well, they filed the same suit 4 years ago and won it, and had to count those votes after 10 days after election.
We've just been able to call the second state on the basis of our selected precincts here at CBS News, Virginia. The state of Virginia is going for Ronald Reagan, according to CBS News estimate. That is where it went in 1976, and it will go back there again this time. With the national vote in, you can see it there on the board behind me. 2% of the vote in, and Reagan has a 53 to 42% lead. We'll have more CBS News election night coverage in a moment. Here at our CBS News election headquarters, a moment ago, we were able to say that Virginia is in Ronald Reagan's column tonight. That column is now, according to our CBS News estimates, just 2 states long, Indiana and Virginia. They show on our map as blue states where Reagan has won. According to our CBS News estimate, when Carter wins any states, they will appear in red on that map. The electoral vote, to recap then, at this point, a recapitulation of what has happened so far, gives Reagan 25 electoral votes. That's still a long way from the 270 needed, of course, to be elected, but the first votes are in his column. President Carter has won none so far. We've talked about the Senate races tonight a little bit earlier on. Already we were able to say that Birch Bayh has lost a Senate seat for the Democrats in Indiana to Dan Quayle. The Democrats have held on to a seat in Kentucky with Wendell Ford's victory there. Republican hopes were very high at one point of making major inroads into the Democratic majority in the Senate, and they may be even higher tonight, depending on whether or not Ronald Reagan wins a victory so large that he can carry some of the Senate candidates along with him. They need 9 seats net. That is, they will have to win 9 seats from the Democrats while losing none of their own tonight, and 2 of their seats are in some jeopardy. So they've got a long way to go, but they have high hopes. They also had high hopes in the House, although only the most unrealistic optimist actually thought that they could take the 59 seats that would have taken the House of Representatives to win a majority. The last-minute surveys by press services indicated, however, they might get 20 to 25 seats. They themselves were saying something above 17 seats, but being very cautious about that. That is the Michigan Republican Representative Vanderjagt, who is the head of the Republican campaign committee for the House, and he got stung in 1978 when he predicted a big victory, and they didn't win any net seats there. But this time he's being somewhat cautious, say 17 or more. Republicans have concentrated on knocking off the Democratic House leadership. And as the campaign ended, all of the targeted incumbents were in some trouble. Jim Wright, the majority leader in the House down in Texas, was having a little trouble, although it was thought he'd pull it out. John Brandemus, the majority whip, he's from Indiana, and it would look like he was in a very, very tough race there and could very well lose it. Al Ullman of Oregon, chairman of the powerful Ways and Means Committee, also was having a pretty tough race. So the House races are going to be interesting for us to watch later on tonight. Unfortunately, those returns are counted a little bit later, and we won't have anything on them until quite late in the evening. Well, why is Reagan apparently doing so well, according to these early returns tonight? We do caution that they are early returns. Our exit polls indicate Reagan's substantial lead in all sections of the country, and now these early returns we've gotten in indicate a Reagan lead. We don't know yet. There are a lot of votes to be counted, but it is an early lead night for Ronald Reagan. Why? Gentlemen, maybe gentleman and lady,
Walter,
maybe you can help me with that.
Walter, one reason is that for the past month, Jimmy Carter has been saying to Democrats, come home. If you turn out, if Democrats will but turn out in very large numbers, Jimmy Carter and Walter Mondale can win it. But the problem tonight, based on the returns we have thus far, is that Democrats, those that are coming out, many of them are not voting for Carter. That Reagan has cut into what were previously Democratic votes among Catholics and among Union members. Too early to say what the trend is among blacks, but that's one reason that Reagan is doing so very well thus far.
Walter, it also appears that Reagan really scored more heavily in the debate than we really thought at the time. He was able to persuade the people that he was not a dangerous, as Jimmy Carter was trying to label him, dangerous person who was going to get us into war. People just weren't persuaded by it, and it was very effective. You know, the Carter campaign noted what they called a bump in the polls immediately about 3 or 4 days after the debate, and it never really went back to Carter after that.
I think our CBS News New York Times poll showed 8% difference with Reagan winning that debate.
Walter, this would be the first election I can remember when inflation is probably more important than unemployment. This country has always voted to put people back to work. This year, even the people who are unemployed are apparently worried about prices and voting that way. We haven't seen the results from the East yet, but everything in our exit poll indicates that's so. That blue-collar people are voting for Reagan, Catholics are voting for Reagan, various ethnic groups are voting far more for Reagan than they ever have voted for a Republican. It's a vote your pocketbook year in a funny new way that Democrats are losing out on.
And also people, I think the exit polls show people 35 to 40 years old, people with 2 children, kind of your average American family, the guy that has to pay bills. He too apparently is being hit hard by inflation. But over and over through the South, from what we've seen so far, Walter, it's in those suburbs, those Sun Belt suburbs, where the president was able to break even in 1976. He's just not doing it this time, and he's not the only really rural vote we've been able to gauge as yet. That one in western Kentucky, where he won 2-1 there, he may do no better than break even there. So it just seems that the people who where Mr. Carter's real strength was in the South in '76, he's just not doing very well among those voters this time.
Don't you think 18% mortgage rates have stuck in a lot of people's minds? I never saw that in my lifetime, and I think it's hit them.
Sure.
Also, those high unemployment rates in the Midwest, which has the highest unemployment rate in the nation, in states such as Michigan, Indiana, and Ohio, plant closings and unemployment rates well above the national average, I think are one reason that so many of those blue-collar votes that went last time for Jimmy Carter simply this time are not going forward.
You know, there's something else. It might just be something about Ronald Reagan's personality.
Absolutely.
And I'm going to ask Bill Moyers about that in just 1 second after I report that we've now got 3% of the nation's vote counted. And Reagan is holding on to his lead, 52 to 43% over Jimmy Carter. Bill Moyers, what about Reagan and the personality? In just 1 second, Bill, we've got a very, very important call here. CBS News estimate is that Reagan has won Florida. That's a major breakthrough for Reagan in the South. He's taken 17 electoral votes in Florida. It indicates that, and with a very sizable percentage of the vote, it would appear, it could be a big win for him in Florida. And as Bob Schieffer's indicated earlier, that could indicate trouble throughout the South for Jimmy Carter. Well, Moyers, what about Reagan as a personality?
Well, Walter, if Reagan keeps on rolling up those returns that we've seen tonight, he will have once again, with his personality, dumbfounded the pros of the Democratic Party. A year ago, I ran into a couple of those fellows who helped Jimmy Carter get elected in 1976 and were going to be running his campaign this year. And they were saying how they most wanted to run against either John Connally or Ronald Reagan. Connally, they said, could be taken with a tough attack on his image as a wheeler-dealing turncoat. And Reagan, they said, was ripe to be caricatured as an old actor looking for a new role. A right-winger, they said, who would be shown to be outside the mainstream of American politics. Well, that's precisely what the Democratic pros said in California in 1966 when Ronald Reagan wound up winning by 1 million votes in what had been a Democratic state. And what they did, Walter, was to underestimate the impact of Reagan's personality. It is his best propaganda. He may have said some mean things over the years, but as our colleague in print, Gary Wills, once put it, Reagan doesn't seem to mean the meanness of his views. In the debate last week, which Leslie Stahl referred to, Reagan scored point after point after point standing there on that stage under a withering assault from Jimmy Carter on Reagan's record. And there he kept coming back with that little homily, "There you go again, Mr. President, there you go again." He's doing well, I think, in this election for a lot of reasons, but if you look at the results among women, Jimmy Carter went all out, Walter, to try to show women that Ronald Reagan would take their sons and now their daughters to war. And a lot of women believed him until that debate. The polls today show about half of the women voting for Reagan. I think it goes back to that debate where he didn't come out on that stage with horns. The interesting thing, finally, Walter, is that Barry Goldwater was no more conservative in 1964 than Ronald Reagan is today, and yet Barry Goldwater was buried under a Lyndon Johnson avalanche. Why? Because he appeared to be what he said he was. Ironically, Ronald Reagan doesn't seem to be as tough, as extreme, even as conservative as he sounds in his rhetoric. 1964, Ronald Reagan got a big national boost with a speech for Barry Goldwater. Today, Barry Goldwater's in trouble because he's 71 years of age. And if he wins re-election in Arizona, Walter, it'll be because a 69-year-old colleague, equally conservative, will take him in on his coattails.
Might also be pointed out, Bill, that Reagan is getting, according to our CBS News poll, a larger section of the Union vote than any Republican has for a very long time, 5% better than Jerry Ford did in 1976. He's getting about 44% of the Union vote, and that's quite a big margin for a Republican. Also, apparently that Anderson's candidacy is doing something to the Reagan numbers too, giving a sizable figure to Reagan perhaps. In Ohio, CBS News can estimate now that John Glenn, the former astronaut, has won his Senate race there against James Betts, his Republican challenger. That was anticipated. He has shown a long lead in all of the polls. Despite that fact, he ran very hard, campaigned hard, and now he's been assured a victory. Jerry Bowen is at Reagan headquarters in Los Angeles with the Reagan campaign's polling expert, Richard Worthland. Jerry?
Well, Walter, as you can imagine, the Reagan camp is very happy at this hour, but the one man who says he is not surprised by the preliminary results is Richard Worthland, the chief strategist and pollster for the Reagan campaign. Dick, you're predicting a big victory. Why?
It surely looks like we're going to have a margin substantially above those that the public polls were reflecting some 2 or 3 days ago. We did tracking surveys, Jerry, right on through last evening, and we saw this vote building for us very substantially over the last 4 or 5 days.
Has there been any one development, perhaps the debate, that steered the voters in the governor's direction in this past 4 to 5 days?
Jerry, the debate was successful in conditioning the environment politically for the takeoff that we experienced in what we've called peak week. We needed to establish Reagan's positive credentials. We needed to have the public see Ronald Reagan close to Jimmy Carter, and then we felt we could go very much into an attack mode, comparing the kind of leadership that Carter has given us over the last 4 years with what we hope to offer over the next 4.
As you're aware, Dick, the exit polling by the 3 major networks runs the gamut from a 13% lead for Governor Reagan all the way up to 20%, I believe. What is your projection, not on the exit polls, but the final tally? What number do you feel comfortable with at this point?
We think that the margin is going to be substantial. I don't believe it's going to be 20%, however.
Well, a few days ago, you said that you thought that you might have 320 electoral votes in that range. Well, what's your feeling at this point? How many electoral votes? 400?
I don't want to make an estimate on the electoral votes, but clearly it's going to be substantially above the 270 that we need to win.
Richard Worthland, thank you very much. Walter?
Thank you, Jerry. Mr. Worthland? Back here at our CBS News election headquarters, where we're counting the votes tonight and showing an early Reagan trend, a very substantial one. 3% of the national vote has been tabulated now, and Ronald Reagan has a 52 to 43% lead over Jimmy Carter, with John Anderson at a 4% figure. The 4% figure for Anderson is a disappointment to him, certainly so far. He may hope to get some more when fuller returns are in. Of course, 3% isn't very much. But he had been anticipating, hoping for at least 5%, which would qualify him for federal matching funds, enough to begin to help him bail out of a rather sizable campaign debt that we've heard. The last figure, as I have no idea whether it's authentic or not, is around $7 million. He'd get a fair portion of that, at least half of it, back from the federal government if he gets 5% of the vote. Any more than he gets some more money. This is Walter Cronkite at CBS News Election Headquarters.
This portion of election night is sponsored by General Motors, people building transportation to serve people. By the Bell System, keeping your communication system the best in the world. And by Citicorp Traveler's Checks. Travel the world with us. Now from CBS News Election Headquarters in New York, here again is Walter Cronkite.
Ronald Reagan, the former movie actor, former governor of California, at 69 years old, has taken a strong lead tonight toward becoming the 40th president of the United States. In popular returns, only 3% of the vote is in so far, but it shows Reagan with a 51 to 44% lead over Jimmy Carter, the incumbent, with John Anderson getting some 4% of that vote. And just now, CBS News has been able to estimate that the very important and middle western industrial state of Ohio has fallen to Reagan. Those 25 electoral votes will be added to his count now, which is mounting sizably. No states have been won yet, according to our estimate by Jimmy Carter. Reagan states show in blue. He has won Indiana, Virginia, the important state of Florida, indicating Jimmy Carter's in trouble in his own native South, and now the middle western state of Ohio. That gives Reagan a total of 67 of the electoral votes he needs toward the 270 that he must have to be declared the next president of the United States. Jimmy Carter has compiled so far no electoral votes. Now let's get more on the Ohio result from Dan Rather. Dan?
Walter, Jimmy Carter carried Ohio in 1976 by just about 11,000 votes out of 4 million votes cast. Ronald Reagan went into the race this year believing that Ohio was his best chance to steal away a big electoral vote state that Jimmy Carter got the last time. That's the way it has worked out. Reagan's whole strategy in Ohio went under the title ECBC, ethnic, Catholic, blue-collar votes. The returns indicate not only has Reagan won large in Ohio, but he has won in those traditionally Democratic stronghold areas some votes that Democrats traditionally get. Akron, Toledo, Cleveland, and all of those areas, Reagan clearly cut in with the ECBC vote. Also, in the southern part of Ohio, below the so-called accent line, the last time Jimmy Carter got a good number of votes that traditionally went to Republicans because of Carter's southern roots and his fundamentalist religious roots. This time he didn't get those below the accent line in Ohio, and Jimmy Carter, according to our CBS News estimate, has been beaten very badly in Ohio. Too early to say that Jimmy Carter's hopes are dead, but this is a very important nail in his coffin. The states to watch now, in my judgment, are Illinois and Texas, because it's very hard to make any arithmetic where Jimmy Carter could now win the election unless he carries Illinois and Texas, and indeed he might not be able to win the election even if he carries those two. Walter, also just in, Congressman John Bradamus of Indiana, the House Majority Whip, according to our CBS News estimate, has been defeated by the Republican John Hyler in Indiana. Now, Bradamus was thought to be in some difficulty in Indiana because of what was expected to be and what turned out to be the overwhelming victory of Ronald Reagan. But Bradamus, like Birch Bayh, the veteran Democratic senator in Indiana, hoped, believed that he could hold on. As it turns out, he could not. Walter?
There's a very interesting story from the United Press here that has just crossed our desk, and there's a report from Washington quoting sources at the White House saying that Patrick Cadell, the White House pollster, informed President Carter and the First Family last night that he could not win the election today on the basis of their polling results, and that this report says, this United Press report says, that we have no further confirmation for, that President Carter cried on the plane on the way back to Plains from Washington. He cast his vote there this morning, and we know that he was somewhat emotional and choked up as he greeted his hometown supporters there at the place where his campaign started, that old railroad depot there in the center of the little town of Plains. Apparently, Bob Strauss, the Democratic National Chairman, according to this United Press report, again, for which we have no confirmation, told party workers, the top officials of the party, also last night that it was all over, that there was no hope for the president's election today. This all according to the United Press. As I say, I have no personal confirmation of it at this point.
Walter, I believe that Leslie Stahl had that information just a few minutes ago on her own, and I also heard it. It was said that Cadell, once he checked Ohio, keeping in mind that our CBS News estimate just recently told us that Ronald Reagan has carried the state of Ohio, that Cadell told the president that after Cadell had run one last check in Ohio and had convinced himself that the president had no chance of carrying that state.
What time was that?
Last night.
Last night?
That was last night, yes.
Oh, right. Well, that's the same report then, huh? In the South Carolina Senate race, incidentally, there is a result, I believe, according to our CBS News estimate. Bob Sheeper, do you want to give it to us and tell us about President Carter's troubles down there?
Well, this is one place where an incumbent senator did not have to worry about being swept away in a Republican tide, Walter. We see Senator Ernest Hollings winning his race for re-election down there by 74% of the vote. Of course, that is not unexpected. He has had just nobody in the state apparently got mad at him during the 6 years he spent in the Senate, and I gave him the prize for having the best quote of the entire campaign season. When told that the New York Times had accused him of being a hawk, Walter, he said, "Why, where I come from, that might be counted as a campaign contribution, a corporate contribution," so that's going to really help. We might check on that Florida race, because that really is bad news for the president, Walter. 17 electoral votes, but the way Mr. Carter is losing Florida tonight, he has never lost a statewide race in Florida, and yet, according to our figures, he's going to lose Florida by a big total. He is running only even in the northern part of the state. That would be the rural part of the state, part of the state where he won big the last time out. But we're seeing here, as we're seeing in western Kentucky and some of the other outlying areas of the South, the traditional Democrats are not staying with Jimmy Carter this time. They're only breaking even. We might take a look at Virginia. Virginia, of course, was a gimme this time, but this was a state that Ronald Reagan won by, or that Gerald Ford won by only 49% last time. This time, we show that the Republicans are going to do much better than that, even in this Republican stronghold. And according to just the preliminary data we have, Walter, Mr. Ford is losing, or Mr. Carter is losing in all of the areas where he's doing worse in all of the areas than he did before. Here's the graph that we were looking for. 1980, you can see Carter in Virginia, he got 42% of the vote. In 1976, he got 48%. So that seems to be the story.
CBS News coverage of the presidential election and all the state races will continue in a moment. Back at our CBS News election headquarters, where we see about 4% of the national vote tabulated so far. It's now gone over the 3 million figure, with Ronald Reagan's margin dropping just a little bit. He's now got 41% of the vote there to 51% he's got to 44% for Jimmy Carter. It was a little higher than that, down to 3% margin. But 4% with 3 million of the votes counted, we expect around 83 to 85 million votes tonight. That's not a great deal. But already we have been able to say at our CBS News estimate desk here, on the basis of our selected precincts, that Ronald Reagan has won 4 states, 2 of them very indicative and very important states. He's won Indiana, Virginia, Florida, and Ohio. Florida cutting into the South for him, Ohio cutting into the deep and important Midwestern industrial states, and the total now is 67 electoral votes for Ronald Reagan and none for Jimmy Carter. Bruce Morton at our trend desk has been looking into what the Anderson difference is in this vote so far. Bruce?
Well, Walter, what we've been doing is pawing through all the statistics here, trying to see some of the elements in this early Reagan lead, and John Anderson is clearly one factor. Overall, the Anderson voters we polled said that if he were out of the race, they'd have split about evenly between Carter and Reagan. But in some groups, that split is uneven. For instance, Reagan is running just about the way Gerald Ford did 4 years ago amongst Jewish voters. But Jimmy Carter is running much worse than he did 4 years ago. Anderson does relatively well with Jewish voters, and that's the difference. Again, with voters who identify themselves as independents, Reagan runs just about as well as Ford did. But Carter runs a lot worse than he did last time. Anderson does pretty well with independents, and again, he could make the difference. Now, there's some groups where Reagan is doing better than Ford did. He does better with blue-collar workers, better with Catholics, and better with white Protestants, including white Protestants in the South. And then there's some other areas where Carter campaign attacks seem to have failed. Reagan leads among older voters, so apparently they weren't afraid that he would batter the Social Security system somehow. And on war and peace, our exit poll didn't deal with that directly, but we did find that most voters throughout the country thought the United States ought to act more toughly with the Russians. And not surprisingly, they were for Reagan. Walter?
Bill Plant standing by outside Ronald Reagan's home out in Pacific Palisades, California. Bill? I'm sorry, Bill Plant, we're not getting your audio. We'll try to come back to you a little later when we can get that small technical glitch fixed, which I assume will be any second now. CBS News election night coverage will continue in a moment. We can assume that Ronald Reagan, out at his home in Pacific Palisades, California, a part of the Los Angeles complex, is very happy as these early returns come in. The results that we've been able to call so far indicate that he is walking away with this election, at least up to this time. Bill Plant, we tried to reach a moment ago. Let's try once more and see if we can hear him this time. Bill?
Well, Walter, as I was telling you, Ronald and Nancy Reagan are getting ready to leave their home here in Pacific Palisades to go to dinner, which is an election night tradition for them. But the people that they'll be sitting around the dinner table with are old friends like Justin Dart, the attorney William French Smith, Holmes Tuttle. These are the people who urged Ronald Reagan to enter politics after they watched him speak on behalf of Barry Goldwater in the 1964 presidential election. So we can imagine that tonight will give them all considerable satisfaction. Walter, the size of Reagan's apparent victory does not, we're told, come as a surprise to his pollster, Richard Worthlen. In conversations yesterday with reporters, Worthlen insisted that he would get at least 320 electoral votes. That seemed a little high to some of us who'd been watching it, but in light of today's events, it apparently, or at least may not be that high at all.
Bill, the people he's having dinner with tonight are indeed those who urged him to get into politics, and some of us who covered that campaign back in 1964 remember Ronald Reagan being the warm-up speaker for Barry Goldwater rallies in California. And I've often wondered if one particular rally at Knott's Berry Farm down south of Los Angeles wasn't the one where he first got the spark. He stood there, and it was one of the first warm-up rallies he did for Goldwater. And it just seemed that as he came off the stage and introduced what he said was the next president of the United States, turned out as one prediction he was a little bit wrong on, but they can give that to the campaign oratory. He came down into the crowd and into the group where we in the press were standing, and it just seemed to me that a man stepped off that platform having made up his mind, this is pretty heady stuff, I might get into that.
You know, Walter, we've heard Ronald Reagan mention that rally at Knott's Berry Farm. Apparently, though, it was that speech that he gave on television which was so well received by the Goldwater Republicans and members of the party, which really did the trick and convinced his friends to work on him and gave him the idea that he ought to run for office. And, of course, he did.
Right. We'll keep coming back to you frequently this evening, Bill. Carry on.
Thank you, Walter.
We have been able to say here at CBS News so far this evening that Ronald Reagan has taken 4 states definitely, including very important ones of Florida and Ohio, as well as Virginia and Indiana, giving him a 67-0 lead in the Electoral College count, which is, of course, the way we elect our presidents. Each state's majority is taken, and on the basis of all of those votes, each state casts its electoral votes, assigned on the basis of how many congressmen and senators it has. So far tonight, that's 67 toward the 270 needed for Ronald Reagan. A word about the basis on which we give our estimates of winners and how we call states in one column or the other. We make those estimates strictly on the basis of sample precincts of actual voters casting votes in those precincts. That is, after the votes are counted in those precincts. So-called exit polling, in which voters are interviewed when they leave the polling place, which we report on too, of course, is a useful tool on Election Day to help analyze voter attitudes and so forth. But exit polling is, after all, simply a poll of what voters said they did, not a measure of what they actually did do. So we don't base our estimates on such polling at all. So when you hear the CBS News has made an estimate of an election, given a certain race in a certain state to a candidate, one candidate or the other, you know that that base is based on actual votes and taken from selected precincts, which are carefully weighed on the basis of their previous performance in previous presidential elections, not on the basis of election polls. We wanted to get that little point straight with you if we could. At this point now, at 8:20 in the evening, Eastern Time, more than half of the states have closed either all or part of their polling places. And most of them, some 24 of them, have closed all of their polling places, as well as the District of Columbia, and we expect the actual returns to be pouring in now very shortly. 5% of the vote is now counted, national vote, and the percentages have not changed. Reagan still has 51%, Carter 44%, and John Anderson 4%. Harry Reasoner, how do the races look now in the East?
Well, we're going to be getting a flood of reports from the East now. All the polls are closed in every state except New York, Rhode Island, and part of Maine. But so far, we said one of the things we've said before the election is the one sure state for Carter was West Virginia, and about 2% of the vote has been counted in West Virginia. And looking at that board, it's about 10,000 for Carter and 8,000 for Reagan. But the CBS News estimate calls West Virginia still close. So even West Virginia might be in trouble, along with apparently no trouble in the other thing that was regarded as sure Carter country, the District of Columbia. The thing about the East, considering what we've been hearing from the South and from the Midwest, is that it would have to be a very unusual area to do much for Jimmy Carter. In the East, only once since 1960, and that was the McGovern year, has the Democratic candidate gotten less than 108 electoral votes, and typically they've gotten over 130. If you consider those early calls in the South and the Midwest, Carter would have to have at least 125 or 130 in the East to make up for losses in the rest of the country, and that just is not in the cards, Walter.
What about your Senate races? Have you got any indications at all how those are going?
We have not really seen much in the so-called grudge match in New Hampshire between John Durkin and Warren Rudman. They've got 3% of the vote in. In Rudman, the Republican is leading by about 4 percentage points, but I don't think that's significant yet. In New Hampshire, that's a gubernatorial race there, where another rematch between Hugh Gallen and Meldon Thompson. Thompson is holding a narrow lead, but again, it's less than 3% of the vote. In Pennsylvania, where there's the so-called match of the losers, Pete Flaherty and Arlen Specter, both who have tried several times for statewide office and have never won. One of them has to win tonight, and again, with a very small amount of vote in, Specter is ahead, but that could be Philadelphia vote or it could be anything. The East is, I don't know why we're backwards tonight, but we are.
I suppose they're catch-up, and when you do it, as you said, it'll be with a flood. Well, it's been 2 years now since Philip Crane, the Republican representative, congressman from Illinois, declared that he was going to run for the Republican presidential nomination. He ran very hard and very long, but he didn't get anywhere with that campaign. But in those 2 years, it's been a very long process, which we're calling a finish to tonight. With 5% of the national vote counted now, the percentages are staying just the same. 51% for Reagan, 44% for Carter, 4% for Anderson. Not terribly different from what the last polls of the last few days before this election day indicated the returns might be across the country. This is Walter Cronkite, CBS News Election Headquarters.
From CBS News Election Headquarters in New York, here again is Walter Cronkite.
The nation went to the polling places today in this 49th presidential election of our history, and with 6% of the vote counted now, Ronald Reagan, who is challenging as the Republican candidate, is holding on to a 51% lead over the incumbent Democrat Jimmy Carter, who has 44%. John Anderson, the independent candidate, has 4% of the vote so far. The states that Ronald Reagan has won, according to our CBS News estimate, the very important ones of Florida and Ohio, as well as Indiana and Virginia, for a total of 67 electoral votes toward the 270 he needs. But indications are across the rest of the states, and more than half of the states' polls have now closed, are that Reagan is running well ahead in nearly all of them, and it is beginning to look like a Reagan sweep tonight, although, of course, a lot of votes, 94% of them, are yet to be counted. There is an Associated Press story from the White House tonight that indicates that President Carter is ready to concede the election to Ronald Reagan. It says that he was prepared to concede. He called to Jody Powell, his news secretary, and apparently, according to the AP story, Mr. Powell talked him out of conceding yet. Powell was overheard to say, according to this AP story, "Mr. President, you'd better wait a few minutes more." The telephone call just came from upstairs in the living quarters of the White House, downstairs to Jody Powell's office, I presume, on the ground floor of the White House. The election returns throughout have been favoring the Republicans. We also have reported that one of the leading Democratic senators in Indiana, targeted by conservative groups for defeat this year, Birch Bayh in Indiana, has lost his race to the Republican Dan Quayle. Well, the voting groups where this vote has come from is piling up for Reagan. Where has it been in the East that you can tell so far, Harry?
We've been sorting through our poll, Walter, and the figures tell the story of what's happening so far. Among Democrats, 75% voted for Carter in 1976, 65% this year. Among Jews, 66% in 1976, 52% this year. Among liberals, or people who call themselves liberals, 70% in 1976, 59% this year. Among independents, 49% down to 38% this year. He's down in union groups, 59% in 1976, 49% this year. So he's down in every area where he got his big support in 1976. And, you know, it seems to me, looking back on the campaign, every time you heard Ronald Reagan speak, at one time or another in the talk, he would say, "How many of you think you are better off now than you were 4 years ago?" And, of course, speaking to Republican groups, hardly anybody thought they were. Well, the poll indicates that 3-1 among Eastern voters, they think they're worse off than they were a year ago. They're voting resentment. They're voting antagonism this year, obviously.
Dan, the Middle West, you think the same thing applies?
Pretty much the same thing, Walter. It's obvious that, as Bruce Morton has mentioned earlier, and Harry touched upon earlier, that one of the big stories tonight, when you ask why is Ronald Reagan doing so well, for example, in Ohio, which according to our CBS News estimate, Ronald Reagan has won, Reagan has done better among men. He did not do better among women. The polls were wrong, and frankly, I, as a reporter, was wrong, because I felt that Ronald Reagan, the difference for Jimmy Carter might very well be that women would go to Carter. But in the Midwest, at least, Carter is doing about as well among women as he did in 1976. On a man-woman basis, it breaks down that where Carter is losing it in the Midwest is among men. Now, in other ways to break it down, Carter's down 20% among blue-collar workers in the Midwest. He's down 17% among union voters.
Dan,
Yes,
let
Walter.
me interrupt you. Another major and big state has gone to Ronald Reagan, according to our CBS News estimate. That state is Pennsylvania. Now, Pennsylvania and Ohio, having gone for Reagan, those are two of the major ones in the Middle West that Jimmy Carter had to depend upon winning at least one of to win. It would seem that Carter is in serious, serious trouble now with Pennsylvania and Ohio, both counted in his column. The margin at right now, with 2% of the vote counted, shows only 48 to 46. But our CBS News estimate is that when all the votes are counted, Reagan will be the winner in Pennsylvania. Adding its big block of votes now, it's one of the big 10 states on to the previous total that Reagan had on his electoral votes, gives him 101 electoral votes to none for Jimmy Carter. 5 states, CBS News is able to say now, are in the Reagan column definitely. That's Indiana, Virginia, and 3 big ones in the top 10 states, Florida, Ohio, and Pennsylvania. Those are the top 10 states in their electoral count, of course, the ones that count toward that 270 electoral votes. So Reagan's lead widens, and we now have 7% of the national vote in, but the percentages do not change nationally. It's still 51% for Reagan, 44% for Carter, and 4% for John Anderson. Strangely, John Anderson holding at just 4% as we've climbed from 2%, 1% of the vote. He got 4% in the first 1% we had, and through 7%, it's still 4%. That's not enough for him to get those federal matching funds he wanted so desperately. And today, when John Anderson left the polling place with his wife, Kiki Anderson, at that time, they were asked what they would do if they didn't get the matching funds, which might leave them as much as $7 million in debt. A lot of money for a country lawyer from Illinois, although he spent a long time in Congress. He amassed no funds from that, we are led to believe. She said, we're both going to go to work. And now another state in Reagan's column, although this one's scarcely a surprise, Kansas, deep in Republican territory there in the heartland of America, has again gone Republican and given its votes to Ronald Reagan. And another big one for Reagan, another big one. New Jersey has gone for Ronald Reagan. That was considered to be a toss-up state, but leaning toward Reagan. It is thought that it probably would go Reagan, but the Carter forces were hoping for a last-minute miracle there. They got none. New Jersey goes for Reagan, too, and now Reagan's states would look like this on a map. Ohio, Florida, Pennsylvania, and New Jersey, all for Reagan, along with Indiana and Virginia, for a total of 118 electoral votes, none for Jimmy Carter. It looks like quite a sweep, doesn't it, gentlemen?
It does indeed.
Looks like a big one.
Before the election, Dan and I agreed that it was Pennsylvania, Ohio, and Illinois. Well, he's won 2 out of those 3.
Well, it seems to me that that's exactly where we are now. We're all aware that a lot of people around the country now are guessing that Ronald Reagan is the winner. So you say, well, why doesn't CBS News just throw up its hands and say Ronald Reagan's the winner? Illinois and Texas are 2 big reasons. That we simply do not have, nobody has enough information yet to determine how Illinois and Texas are going to go. But certainly in the Midwest, if it continues as it's going now, it does not look good for Jimmy Carter in any of the 3 big states, Michigan, Illinois, or Ohio, keeping in mind that according to our CBS News estimate, Ronald Reagan already has won Ohio.
I wonder, in Pennsylvania, I wonder how much is due to Mayor Bill Green in Philadelphia and what happened, his long and deep support for Ted Kennedy. I wonder how hard he worked.
I got a return from one of your states over there. While you were talking, I was reading. Connecticut, which was thought to be something of an indicator this year, has gone for Ronald Reagan. Connecticut also for Reagan, and Oklahoma, a state that Jimmy Carter lost in 1976, again goes for the Republican Reagan this year, and that boosts the Reagan electoral total to 134 votes to none for Carter, 270 needed. But all of these indicator states are dropping into Reagan's lap. According to our CBS News estimate of our selected precincts, scientifically selected precincts, and it certainly looks like it's coming up to be a Reagan electoral landslide, if not a popular one. On the popular vote, with 7% in, it's still 51% for Reagan, 44% for Carter. CBS News coverage, the presidential election, and all the state races will continue in a moment. Believe me, I can't tell them. Here at our CBS News election headquarters, our CBS News estimate is now that Jimmy Carter has won his first state tonight, and that is his home state of Georgia. CBS News estimate can say that he will get the 12 electoral votes in Georgia, which puts him into the electoral column for the first time tonight. However, CBS News estimate also is that Reagan will win in New Hampshire. So that balances out, and at the moment that gives Reagan 138 electoral votes to 12 for Jimmy Carter, the incumbent. And in a Senate race in Kansas, Bob Dole, who ran as a vice presidential running mate with Jerry Ford in 1976, was running now to go back to the United States Senate. He has won his race in Kansas. Also, in the District of Columbia, as expected, CBS News can estimate that Jimmy Carter has won the District of Columbia. In Connecticut, a Senate race has just been estimated by CBS News, and that will go to the Democrat, Christopher Dodd. Christopher Dodd, who is the son of a longtime the late Democratic senator from Connecticut, Tom Dodd. Christopher Dodd has defeated James Buckley, who was one time the senator from New York. He was trying to be the first man ever elected in modern times and under the modern popular election system to the United States Senate from 2 states. Well, James Buckley failed at that, and the more modern and liberal Dodd has won over the conservative Jim Buckley in Connecticut, although Connecticut has gone for Ronald Reagan in the presidential race, according to our CBS News estimate. A split vote in Connecticut, in the first state we've seen a split vote tonight. Jed Duval is following tonight's results at the White House. Jed?
Walter, they saw this coming, of course. Bob Strauss, the campaign chairman, whom you know, called his staff into his office apparently late this afternoon around 4 o'clock and told them to act with class tonight, use some decorum, and go out with style, apparently alerting people, softening them up to the idea that there might be this kind of an evening. They saw it coming last week, and as you know, the sampling that was taken on a regular basis showed up Wednesday and Thursday and Friday of last week that things were softening for Mr. Carter. It showed up on the campaign trail. We saw crowds that told us the same thing, roughly, that the Cadell polls were telling the White House people at about the same time. They sensed it coming back a little bit over the weekend, but then they lost it again. I asked one man in here, one of the research officials here, Walter, why this? And he said it was the hostages. The election turned out to be a referendum on the hostages. I said, wasn't it the debate? He said, no, Reagan won the debate, but he didn't win it that big. Walter?
Thank you. CBS News election night coverage will continue in a moment. Back at our CBS News election headquarters, where all the indicators are for a big sweep by Ronald Reagan toward being the 40th president of the United States. The numbers don't add up yet from all of the states. Of course, all the polls haven't closed yet, even across the country, but those are the indicators. And the national vote, not quite 10%. The vote has been counted so far, and Ronald Reagan has 51% of the vote to 43 for Jimmy Carter. John Anderson, who was at 4% through most of the count this evening, has now climbed to that magic number of 5 he needs to get matching federal funds. And here is a very important vote count by CBS News. We estimate that Texas will go to Ronald Reagan, another one of the big ones to Ronald Reagan. It's beginning to look like a Reagan sweep of this country on this election day. He's now taken all of the major states which we have been able to estimate so far: Ohio, Texas, Florida, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, all of those in the top 10 states as to electoral count, and now Texas falls his way. It is very big for him. There are states show in red, the Reagan states in blue on our map. We have not put Texas in that map yet because we just called it, but Texas now will go blue for Ronald Reagan. As you see, Carter has won only 2 states. The District of Columbia, hardly a state, but would like to be one. The District of Columbia has 3 electoral votes, and Carter's home state of Georgia. Reagan now has 164 electoral votes to 15 for Jimmy Carter. It's impossible on the number of votes cast and counted so far to say that Ronald Reagan has won the presidency, but it is certainly possible also, and all of the indications are that that is the way it is going tonight. Bill Moyers, I think it's not too early to talk about what a Reagan presidency might be like.
Well, Walter, I was reared to beware the man who draws the moral before the tale is told, but what the heck? What can we expect from a Reagan administration other than Billy Carter's scalp? Well, I think you'll see a lot of businessmen being summoned to Washington to run things, as Reagan in fact called businessmen to Sacramento when he was governor. The Equal Rights Amendment won't get any boost from the White House, and Shirley Hufstedler won't get boosted to the Supreme Court. Indeed, William Rehnquist will soon have, if there are vacancies, some company from other strict constructionists on the Supreme Court. It'll be Donnie and Marie Osmond after dinner entertainment at the White House instead of Charlie Daniels and Waylon Jennings. Ralph Nader will have to give back his pass to the Environmental Protection Agency, and the energy companies will consolidate their monopoly over the Energy Department. Reagan wants to cut personal income tax rates. How much will depend on Congress, but the government will probably take some of that money back you get with its protectionist policies to support the auto industry in the Midwest, which is going for Reagan. If Reagan gets his way as president, all of those categorical grants that Congress has been giving for this program and that program would get replaced by block grants that go directly from Congress to state and local government. The moral majority will arrive in town waving the 10 Commandments instead of the Bill of Rights. Watch some of them to show up on the FCC and in the Department of Education if the Department of Education isn't declared a contaminated area. There'll be more benefits for veterans and bigger subsidies for the Maritime Union, which has endorsed Reagan. And the Pentagon will get all those arms it wants, probably the biggest arms buildup since the missile age began. The B-1 bomber, more ICBMs, more missile silos, more of what the experts call bullets to stop bullets. There won't be any panning after the SALT treaty, and the Russians won't get any RSVPs for a while. There'll probably be a tilt back in southern Africa toward the white regime in South Africa, and the military governments of South America will have a friend in Washington for a change. If the White House gets its way under Ronald Reagan, all of you out west can drive 70 miles an hour again without fear of a ticket. The real question, Walter, is whether the conservatives who gave their heart to Reagan a long time ago will have those hearts broken. He's the first conservative to win the White House in a long time. And the question that bedevils the conservatives is, will the fortunes of the party now become more important to Ronald Reagan than those conservative principles he's espoused so long? Most presidents move to the middle. We've seen in this campaign Ronald Reagan literally change his spots in front of our eyes, quoting Franklin Delano Roosevelt and stealing from John Kennedy's tax policies. An interesting question now to bewitch the conservatives watching these returns. Walter?
Thank you, Bill. CBS News estimates now that South Dakota, as expected, is going to Ronald Reagan tonight, adding its 4 electoral votes to his total, making it 172. In the Senate race in Illinois, Alan Dixon, the Democratic candidate, has defeated Paul O'Neill there, according to our CBS News estimate. In the Maryland Senate race, the incumbent, Charles Mathias Jr., has been returned to the United States Senate over Edward Conroy, his Democratic challenger, according to the CBS News estimate there. Well, it looks like tonight Jimmy Carter, the 39th President of the United States, will be evicted from the White House on the basis of Ronald Reagan's candidacy by the Republican this year. That will mean that for the first time in 92 years, since 1888, a Democrat seeking to run for a second term has been rejected by the voters. This is Walter Cronkite at CBS News Election Headquarters.
This portion of Election Night is sponsored by a company called TRW, where tomorrow is taking shape. By General Motors, people building transportation to serve people. And by Conoco, producing oil, natural gas, coal, uranium, and petrochemicals. And now from CBS News election headquarters in New York, here again is Walter Cronkite.
Ronald Reagan appears to be heading toward a landslide electoral victory tonight across the United States and all sections of the country. And now another deep blow for Jimmy Carter in his native South. The CBS News can estimate that Alabama will fall to Ronald Reagan, as well as Florida, which already has gone to him, a major state there, and the state of Texas and the state of Oklahoma. As a matter of fact, with some 13 states now that we have been able to estimate on the basis of actual voting in precincts across the country, those 13 states, Jimmy Carter has won only one state, and the District of Columbia. Georgia has gone to him, his native state, and the District of Columbia. But all the other states are shown in blue that Reagan has won. Now with Alabama, as you saw, just added to that number. Carter's states show in red. It means that in electoral vote, Ronald Reagan now has 177 electoral votes to Jimmy Carter's 15 electoral votes. That is a long way toward the 270 now that Ronald Reagan needs to be declared the 40th president of the United States. We're beginning to get returns in more heavily now from the eastern states. We can report also on a Senate race in Alabama. We have now two. That seat has been taken by a Republican from Alabama. For the first time, a Republican senator since Reconstruction will go to Washington representing Alabama. He is Jeremiah Denton, a former war hero, a longtime prisoner of the Viet Cong in Vietnam. 7.5 years he was behind bars there. That admiral has won the race in Alabama, and we'll have more from that from Bob Schieffer in a few moments. But right now, let's take a look at some of the returns pouring in from the east now, with the polls closing there. New York is just closed. Harry Reasoner, what do we have?
Well, there are no returns reported yet from New York. New York would be the first chance for Jimmy Carter to get a big state. Before the election, they thought New York leaned slightly toward Carter, but the way things have been going tonight, that doesn't hold up probably. The key states in the east so far have all gone for Ronald Reagan. Pennsylvania, which is where Reagan is running better among the Democrats than among Republicans than Ford did in 1976, and where Carter and John Anderson together are not doing as well as Carter did in 1976. The president.
Let me interrupt just a moment, Harry, because another one of the liberal senators targeted by conservatives to be removed from the Senate has been removed tonight. In South Dakota, George McGovern, who carried his party's banner in 1972 as a presidential candidate, has been retired from the Senate by James Abner, who has won in South Dakota. That Republican will go to Washington.
I was just talking about Pennsylvania, where there's one indication that the kind of vote you're getting tonight is anti-Carter as well as much as pro-Reagan, because the senatorial race there between the Democrat Pete Flaherty and the Republican Arlen Specter is rated by the CBS News estimate as very close, whereas the presidential race was not very close at all. CBS News estimates that Governor Reagan took it by 51% to 42% for Jimmy Carter. In New Jersey, which had been thought to lean toward Reagan, it was a victory bigger than they expected, and that cut deeply into the traditional Republican strengths or Democratic strengths among labor and among blacks and among ethnic minorities. In New Hampshire, which had been figured to go for Ronald Reagan, the victory was bigger than anybody thought it would be, at 62%, 59% for Ronald Reagan to 31% for Jimmy Carter. And in Connecticut, where I think the chief thing was proven was that Ronald Reagan does not scare traditional Eastern moderate Republicans. He won Connecticut very handily, 48% to 39% for Carter, according to the CBS News estimate. One thing that is happening in the East, Walter, that may have some effect on John Anderson's pocketbook and may enable Kiki not to have to go to work. He's doing better in the East than he did in the rest of the country. It may raise him on an average above the 5% that he needs to get that federal money.
We have 13% of the national vote in now, and Reagan is holding right at 51%, but Anderson has come up to 5%, and that 1% has been taken away from Carter, who's dropped from 44 to 43, with 13% of the vote counted now. Our CBS News estimate in the Nebraska presidential race is that Ronald Reagan has won Nebraska, as was expected. No surprise there at all, but it increases his electoral vote count now to 182 toward the 270 needed. A short while ago, Jerry Bowen talked in Los Angeles with Stuart Spencer and a high Reagan campaign advisor, and we want to call in Jerry now. Jerry?
It was how well he did in the debate in Cleveland. But I think the secondary thing, and early on probably the most important thing, is the fact that the Carter campaign was designed to make Ronald Reagan the record. Ronald Reagan the issue, not the record. And the situation involved was that Ronald Reagan, being the great communicator that he is, he was able to turn that around and make the Jimmy Carter record the issue in the campaign.
It has been said by you and other senior advisors that Jimmy Carter never knew fully how to use the incumbency to run for re-election. Do you stand by that based on the...
Yes, I'll stand by that. I think that they did a very good job in 1976 running as a non-incumbent. But in this year, as the incumbent, they just couldn't get a handle on how you run as an incumbent. And having been there in 1976, I realize that that is a very difficult situation sometimes, particularly when the presidency itself is under attack.
Rather interesting to hear Stuart Spencer say that Carter could not get a handle on how to run as an incumbent when the Republican camp had been charging all through the campaign that he was doing just that to a fare-you-well. Giving out largesse from the federal coffers with a abandon that only a presidential candidate running for re-election could. But now Stuart Spencer apparently is changing that line from the Republican camp. Earlier tonight, Diane Sawyer talked about tonight's results with Senator John Heinz of Pennsylvania.
I'm starting to hear revived talk around here about the possibility of the magical 9, control of the Senate. What do you think?
I think it's a very real possibility. Governor Reagan's doing very well. Our candidates have been doing very well. The first sign, of course, was when Dan Quayle won quite handily in Indiana. There'll be 4 or 5 states to watch tonight, such as Wisconsin, Vermont, New York, Washington State, Idaho. If we start to do well in those states, in the Senate races, we could be very well headed for control of the Senate, which will be the first time in 25 years that Republicans have controlled that body.
What would be your conservative projection right now on the number you net?
I think we're headed for a net gain of 7 seats, which will take us from 41 to 48 seats, within 2 seats of seizing control of the Senate.
John Heinz is the head of the Senate Campaign Committee for the Republicans this year. In Arkansas, in the Senate race there, Democrat Dale Bumpers, as expected, is a winner over William Clark, according to our CBS News estimate. And in the Oklahoma Senate race, Republican Don Nichols will be the winner, according to our CBS News estimate. He'll get some 55% of the vote to 45% of the vote for the Democratic candidate Andy Coates. It was expected that Coates might very well win that seat and take it away from the Republicans. Henry Bellman, the president's senator from Oklahoma, is retiring this year, but that state will stay in the Senate, in the Republican hands, and that gives the Republicans a much better chance to get that majority in the Senate that John Heinz was saying he hoped they got just a moment ago. Bruce Morton at our trend desk has been looking into the disparity between the close presidential polls over the weekend and the actual results we're seeing so far tonight. Bruce?
Walter, I think you have to say this is a tough year to be in the polling business. Almost all the final national opinion polls, the ones that came out this past weekend, showed, as you know, a very close race. And this does not, so far, look like a very close race, certainly not a close electoral race. We tried to see who changed over the weekend and maybe why. We did that by comparing today's exit polling with all those weekend polls. Reagan did a lot better among rural voters in our exit poll today than our final poll over the weekend showed he would. And among the Vietnam generation, the people now in their 30s, Reagan did a lot better today than he did in that final poll. Reagan improved among union members. Carter led among them in our final public opinion poll by a larger margin than he did today. Reagan improved among white Protestants, improved among conservatives, not that he was ever a loser with them, and he even improved among people whose family finances have gotten better during the past year. I don't know quite why. Why the overall improvement over this past weekend? Maybe negative voting. The people who told us today that they had decided late were more likely than the rest of our sample to say they were voting against somebody. That's a statistic. Let me add one hunch, Walter. One person I talked to this evening says it's simple, that there are a lot of closet Reagan voters. They wouldn't tell a pollster they would. Walter?
Well, we hear that every election, I think, Bruce, to be in all honesty, that if the polls are wrong, they're closet voters, which seems to be perfectly obvious. They didn't tell the pollsters what they were going to do. I'll buy that, in other words. We'll have more CBS News election night coverage in a moment. Ronald Reagan rolling toward a victory tonight that in electoral votes might compare with the victory of Richard Nixon over George McGovern in 1972. That's a long statement to make, and a prediction that would have to mean that he's going to sweep all the rest of the states practically. Carter has won only 2 states so far, Georgia and the District of Columbia. We're counting it as a state for this purpose, with 15 electoral votes to some 12 states for Reagan, with a total of 182 electoral votes. And that includes, however, some very key indicator states. Texas and Florida in the South, for instance. Alabama in the South have gone for Reagan. Also in the Middle West, Ohio has gone for Reagan. In the East, Pennsylvania and New Jersey have gone for Reagan. Connecticut has gone for Reagan. As I say, it looks like a sweep, and it could be almost as big as that one in 1972. In the South, Jimmy Carter in big trouble there, and Bob Schieffer can tell us about it.
Of all the returns coming in tonight, I suppose the ones coming in from the southern region must be the most hurtful to the people in the Carter White House, because President Carter is not just losing across the South tonight, he's losing badly. And the numbers tell the story. Let's look first at Texas. In Texas, the state that Mr. Carter won with 51% of the vote in 1976, he has lost, CBS News says that Reagan will get 56% of the vote there. In Texas, as in elsewhere across the South, it is those yellow dog Democrat districts, places where in the past people would vote for a yellow dog if he were running on the Democratic ticket. They're finding in those areas this year that at least some of the people are willing to vote for Ronald Reagan, because Reagan is cutting in again and again in those traditional areas all across the South. Mr. Carter is breaking even in those areas where he won sometimes 2 to 3 to 1 all across the South, and he is losing in the areas, the suburban areas around the South, where in 1976 he was able to split the vote. In Georgia, Mr. Carter's home state, where he won with a considerable margin in 1976, more than 60% of the vote, we show him winning only by 57% of the vote. He won with 66% of the vote in Georgia in 1976. Oklahoma, always a strong Republican state in recent years, but Gerald Ford carried it with only 50% of the vote in 1976. This year, it looks as if Mr. Reagan will carry it with more than 60% of the vote. And in Florida, a state that was considered so close just 2 days ago, it looks as if Ronald Reagan will win with 57% of the vote, again scoring heavily in the rural areas. And we also show Ronald Reagan running strong, Walter, in southern Florida. Now, that's hard to believe. That's always been a strong Democratic area, southern Florida. But tonight, Ronald Reagan winning in that part of Florida.
CBS News coverage of the presidential election, all the state contests, will continue in a moment.
From CBS News election headquarters in New York, here again is Walter Cronkite.
Not quite 1/5 of the nation's vote has been counted on this election day, but Ronald Reagan has jumped into a very early and a sweeping lead. With 18% of the vote in, he has 51% of the vote. Carter, 43% of the vote, to 5% for independent John Anderson. At this point in the counting. But the big count, of course, is in electoral states, and those percentage leads of Reagan's have counted in the states where the big electoral votes are throughout the nation, in Florida and Texas and Ohio and Michigan, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Connecticut, and now we can add on to that North Dakota, which was expected to fall to Reagan, giving him a total of 18 states. Rhode Island has gone to Jimmy Carter, however. That's the second state, plus the District of Columbia, that Jimmy Carter has won. He has a total of 19 electoral votes now to some 222 electoral votes for Reagan. Reagan needing only 270 electoral votes, of course, to be declared the 40th President of the United States. Declared so tonight. He won't be declared officially that until the electoral votes are counted in the joint session of Congress on January 5th. Finally, we have first returns coming in from the West, where these popular percentages are supposed to increase drastically and dramatically for Ronald Reagan. And Leslie Stahl can tell us about that. Leslie?
Yes, Walter, according to our CBS exit poll, Ronald Reagan is leading Jimmy Carter by percentages much greater than he is in the rest of the country. As you told us before, Walter, so far CBS News estimates that Ronald Reagan will win at least one of the western states, that's New Mexico. The Carter campaign had thought at one point that the president had a chance there if they could get a large turnout, but turnout is down 7% over last time, according to the CBS projections. Jimmy Carter almost won New Mexico last time, but as you can tell, he's not even close this time. In the West, as in the rest of the country, one of the stories we'll be watching tonight is just how long Ronald Reagan's coattails are. There's one state at least, one Senate race at least, where they do not seem to be that long. That is in California, Ronald Reagan's home state, where Alan Cranston, the number 2 leader in the Senate, he's the Senate whip, according to our exit poll, appears to be winning re-election there against Paul Gant. Walter, one last thing. People always wonder just what effect are reporting all these wins for Ronald Reagan around the rest of the country affects voting in the West. In 5 of the last 6 presidential elections, the West as a whole, and California particularly, the largest state out there, has given the winner a lower percentage than the nation as a whole. So it does not appear that our telling voters how it's going leads to a bandwagon effect for the winner.
As a matter of fact, you know, CBS News concerned about that when we first had computers back in 1952. We didn't even call them computers, but we called them electric brains in those days. But when we first tried it in 1952, there was a lot of concern on the part of CBS. And we did very extensive surveys in the West and determined that was the case, that it didn't make a difference. It shouldn't make a difference to people because, after all, there are all the other races to be decided besides the presidential race. And besides, you want your state to count in the presidential race, and it still does count a great deal, despite what it looks like in the rest of the country. But there are all the legislatures up. 42 state legislatures are up this year. 43 state legislatures are up. And that's a very important matter. There's something like 7,500 legislative seats across the country. And those legislatures are going to redistrict their states on the basis of the 1980 census. And on that basis can, by a little process called gerrymandering, drawing those district lines the way they want to, solidify their states, Republican or Democrat, for the next 10 years, or help do that. Depending on, of course, national trends, but it will help. And then on the ballot are all these propositions in all these states for raising taxes or lowering taxes, putting a limit on taxes. I think there are 15 states that have tax propositions up before them.
You know, Walter, the Republicans in the West, at least, poured a lot more money into these state legislature races than the Democrats did, foreseeing this.
All over the country. The Democrats did nothing in the legislative races, and it was absolutely dumbfounded the political experts as to why they didn't. The Republicans poured millions of dollars into legislative races. They targeted them right where they thought they could get a majority in a state legislature to redistrict in the future. Very smart of them. In West Virginia, the gubernatorial race has been decided. Jay Rockefeller, according to our CBS News estimate, that's John D. Rockefeller IV, has been re-elected governor in West Virginia, turning back a challenge from Arch Moore, who defeated him in 1972 when Jay Rockefeller made his first bid for the governorship. Back in '76, however, when Moore was not running, Rockefeller got into the governorship, and now Rockefeller has won a second term in what was said to be the most expensive race in the country. He spent $10.5 million, we're told, on winning that governorship race. CBS News election night coverage will continue in a moment. President Carter, with defeat imminent, is arriving now at Democratic campaign headquarters at the Washington Sheraton Hotel. Bob Shackney's there. Bob?
Walter, the president's motorcade is just pulling up at the front door. Greeting him outside, you can't quite see him yet, is Democratic National Chairman Strauss, Jesse Jackson, other dignitaries. The president is going to make his way into the hotel, go to the ballroom where we expect he will be addressing this not very happy crowd. The president's motorcade is being preceded by police cars. Now we hear applause from outside. We can see the flashing light. The crowd's in front of me, Walter, so I can't tell. This crowd is applauding Jimmy Carter. Security men are now walking in. In the distance, I can see dignitaries at the president's car. And he should be coming out in just a moment. He is out of his car. We hear the cheers, and I can just catch the slightest glimpse of the president in this very difficult night coming to his party's election night headquarters with what is obviously bad news. Preceding the president is appointment secretary Phil Wise has just walked in. Security people are walking in, and here comes President Carter, accompanied by National Chairman Robert Strauss, Jesse Jackson. The crowd is cheering. Most of the people can't see the president yet. He's in the doorway. At the moment, I can't see him, Walter.
Bob?
Yes, Walter.
While we're waiting there for him to appear, we just saw Ham Jordan in the corner of the picture there.
Yes, he's just walked in. Ham Jordan just walked in.
We can see his picture now.
And here is President Carter, smiling. Mr. President, the president is shaking hands. He's not saying anything to those of us who've been waiting. He is walking through the corridor of the hotel, and he is heading toward the ballroom where his followers have gathered. He should be there in a few moments, and Phil Jones is there.
Bob, here in the ballroom, there are a few hundred people who have gathered waiting to see the president. The crowd, frankly, wouldn't be as large as it is if it weren't for a defense contractors convention that is being held here in the hotel at the time. And many of these people who were attending this convention decided to come in here and take a look and see what is happening. There has been very little going on here all evening, as you can imagine. People gathered around the 4 projectors around this ballroom that carried the results, and of course all the news coming in was bad news. The only thing that occurred about 15 or 20 minutes ago, a fellow by the name of John Maddox, who is just a loyal Carter supporter, went up to the microphone and said that don't be disappointed because 4 years from now, everybody in the country is going to be talking about what a good president Jimmy Carter was. And
Phil?
at that point, there was just a little applause.
Phil Jones? Phil?
Yes.
This is Cronkite back at our headquarters here. We might point out for those who maybe missed it earlier tonight that we did have a report from the White House, from the Associated Press there, as a matter of fact, that President Carter had indicated that President Carter had wanted to concede quite early, but that Jody Powell, his news secretary, had suggested he wait a while. We just had a report from Terry Drinkwater, a Reagan source out in California, where Reagan is watching these returns, has said that President Carter has called Ronald Reagan, that he chatted briefly with him and implied, apparently, a concession. Although implied was the underlined word in that report from the Reagan source. What that means exactly, I don't know. It seemed to me you either concede or you don't concede. How you imply one may be a pretty tricky bit of semantics. And while we're waiting here, Colorado, according to our CBS News estimate, has gone to Reagan as it is expected it would. The big question in Colorado is going to be whether moderate liberal Senator Gary Hart, one-time campaign manager for George McGovern, will go the route of George McGovern tonight, which was the route to defeat. George McGovern was defeated in South Dakota and will not be returned to the Senate. James Abner, the Republican, won there. Gary Hart was in a very close race with Mary Estelle Buchanan in Colorado, and perhaps a wide lead by Reagan there will spell great difficulty for Mr. Hart. Phil?
Walter, you hear now the Henry Deveron Orchestra that has been playing here all evening. Talking to Mr. Deveron before tonight's event started, he said that his first political event was a happy one. In 1948, he played at one of the inaugural balls for President Harry Truman. Throughout the evening, we have found a few of the White House, Carter White House staff people who have come by. They were hoping to have a big victory celebration here, but obviously it hasn't turned out that way. For the most part, they're taking it as well as could be expected, saying that obviously they've had better nights on election than they're having here.
A little earlier, Phil. John White, the Democratic National Committee chairman, this afternoon, before these returns piled up, although after Pat Caddell, the pollster, had apparently told President Carter and the official family and Bob Strauss and all of them that the president was going to lose tonight. Well, after that, John White said, if you lose by 1 or 2 points, you can always second guess. But when it's by a huge margin, you just never look back. That's the way I felt about McGovern. The country just wasn't ready. He's talking about McGovern's 72 presidential race, of course. The people didn't want to hear what we were trying to say, according to White, about that 72 race. He thinks that people weren't actually voting for Reagan or against Carter. He said they're just unhappy about the economy and the U.S. stature in the world. But, of course, they apparently blame that on Jimmy Carter.
You know, many of the people here tonight, Walter, were really not that surprised at the result, but they were shocked at least the margin that it appears that Governor Reagan is coming out with. And I think generally a feeling from the president's supporters of disappointment. For some reason, they feel that the president just didn't get all the credit for the many things that he had done, and they feel that this is unfortunate for him. But on the whole, I think that we're not at all surprised. They just feel a little cheated. There you can see Jody Powell standing by now as everybody is waiting for the president to arrive in the ballroom here. There's his congressional liaison director, Frank Moore. Mr. Moore, who was taken off the campaign during the last few days because of an interview he had given indicating that the Ayatollah was dying of cancer. And now the president, first family, is arriving, and our White House correspondent, Jed Duvall, is down in the crowd. Jed?
Thank you, Phil. A number of these dignitaries went out this door in the other direction, presumably to shake the president's hand. And as the Secretary of State goes by, and John White, you can figure the president is not far behind. And, you know, Phil, I've been listening to you and standing down here in this crowd. I haven't seen anybody weeping down here. Now, a few of the White House aides who are coming in look a little teary-eyed, but it's a noisy and rather happy group. And as I look over at the door, there's Hamilton Jordan going up on the stage. But I haven't seen the president come through the crowd yet.
Jed, we saw on the going up the platform
I see Caddell just inside the door, Walter, and there's Dr. Peter Bourne, who was a very, very early Carter advisor in Georgia. There's Bob Strauss.
Jed, hello, Jed, do you hear me? Jed Duvall, can you hear me?
I hear you.
We see Ham Jordan there, of course, now. I was going to say a moment ago, and there's Pat Caddell, the president's political pollster, is the one who apparently had to deliver the bad news this afternoon or last night to the president that he was not going to win this election. It was early this morning, I gather, on the plane. Was away from Washington to Plains, Georgia. We saw Secretary of State Muskie up there on the platform, too. One of the big questions right now will be, with this sweeping Reagan victory that's in the making tonight, whether or not the president takes him into his counsels on how to deal with the hostage situation in Iran, since almost anything we do in that hostage crisis is going to impinge very heavily upon our foreign policy in the future in that very hot corner of the world. It would seem that the Republicans will want to have some input into what that policy will be.
Walter, just about all of the people who are the closest to Mr. Carter in this administration have come through this door, and it's touching to see a lot of people bravely holding back tears and clapping along to the Democratic Party traditional Happy Days Are Here Again song.
We're seeing Jesse Jackson, the black activist leader from Chicago, is being very strong with his PUSH program, which is trying to tell the black youth of this country that education is the way to the future balance for them in the nation's affairs. He has been working hard for President Carter.
I think the president is right inside that door, Walter. And I think it's coming through right now. No, they closed the door. Sorry.
They're clearly getting ready here for the president's appearance and what is roundly expected to be his concession statement. The big question for President Carter now is whether or not he will be able to escape going down to the
music,
feet.
Walter, and the president will be cued shortly.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States and Mrs. Carter.
President, but the splendid President of these United States.
I promised you 4 years ago that I would never lie to you, so I can't stand here tonight and say it doesn't hurt. The people of the United States have made their choice, and of course I accept that decision. But I have to admit, not with the same enthusiasm that I accepted the decision 4 years ago. I might say I have a deep appreciation of the system, however, that lets people make a free choice about who will lead them for the next 4 years. About an hour ago, I called Governor Reagan in California, and I told him that I congratulated him for a fine victory. I look forward to working closely with him during the next few weeks. We'll have a very fine transition period. I told him I wanted the best one in history, and I then sent him this telegram, and I'll read it to you. It's now apparent that the American people have chosen you as the next president. I congratulate you and pledge to you our fullest support and cooperation in bringing about an orderly transition of government in the weeks ahead. My best wishes are with you and your family as you undertake the responsibilities that lie before you, and I signed it, Jimmy Carter. I have been blessed, as only a few people ever have, to help shape the destiny of this nation. In that effort, I've had your faithful support. In some ways, I've been the most fortunate of all presidents, because I've had the daily aid of a wise man and a good man at my side. In my judgment, the best vice president anybody ever had, Dick Mondale. I've not achieved all I set out to do. Perhaps no one ever does. But we have faced the tough issues. We've stood for and we've fought for, and we have achieved some very important goals for our country. These efforts will not end with this administration. The effort must go on, nor will the progress that we have made be lost when we leave office. The great principles that have guided this nation since its very founding will continue to guide America through the challenges of the future. This has been a long and hard-fought campaign, as you well know, but we must now come together as a united and a unified people to solve the problems that are still before us, to meet the challenges of a new decade. And I urge all of you to join in with me in a sincere and fruitful effort to support my successor when he undertakes this great responsibility as president of the greatest nation on earth. Ours is a special country because our vast economic and military strength give us a special responsibility for seeking solutions to the problems that confront the world. But our influence will always be greater when we live up to those principles of freedom, of justice, of human rights for all people. God has been good to me, and God has been good to this country, and I'm truly thankful I'm thankful for having been able to serve you in this capacity. Thankful for the successes that we have had. Thankful that to the end, you were with me in every good thing that I tried to do. There's an old Yiddish proverb that I've often thought of in the days and months that I've held this office. It says simply, God gives burdens, also shoulders. In all the days and months when I have served you and served this country, you've readily given me your shoulders, your faith, and your prayers. No man could ask any more of his friends. I've wanted to serve as president because I love this country and because I love the people of this nation. Just one more word. Finally, let me say that I am disappointed tonight, but I have not lost either love. Thank you very much.
So, Jimmy Carter, the defeated president, shakes hands with some of his well-wishers as he leaves the hotel ballroom in Washington, presumably to return to the White House. Even as he was giving his concession statement tonight, he did win 2 more states, according to our CBS News estimate. He took Minnesota, the state, the only state outside of Georgia, giving him a 2-digit electoral number. 10 electoral votes go to him from Minnesota, and West Virginia has also gone for Jimmy Carter. So he has now won 4 states and the District of Columbia for a total of 35 electoral votes. But even as those votes were being tallied for Carter, the next president of the United States, Ronald Reagan, apparently was winning 3 more states, according to our CBS News estimate. He is taking Delaware, Vermont, and Wyoming. So the electoral count now looks like 35 for Carter and some 238 for Ronald Reagan. As you can see, Ronald Reagan very close to the 270 he needs. As I was saying, just as the president walked into that room in the Washington Hotel, what he would hope for now, it would seem, is that his defeat will not be as bad as that which plagued Barry Goldwater back in 1964. And now Mondale is speaking there in Washington. Let's listen to him, the Vice President.
Reagan on his victory. I join the President in extending to Mr. Reagan and Mr. Bush and their families our congratulations. Now we must stand together behind our President-elect, all of us. We have only one President. He deserves our support, and he will have it. Obviously, I would rather have one. But I also see, as I think you do, a chance to rejoice. For we are, above all, thank God, privileged to live in a democracy. Today, all across this nation, in high school cafeterias, in town halls, in churches and synagogues, the American people quietly wielded their staggering power and peacefully, without intimidation, made their choice. And whatever the outcome, tonight we celebrate above all the process we call American freedom. These last 4 years, and with your help, the American people have conferred on me the highest privilege I've ever held, a higher office than I ever expected to hold, and I am deeply honored to have served as Vice President of the United States. I especially want to thank President Carter and Rosalynn for their kindness to me and to Joan and to our family. This kind and good man, this president, has permitted me to work more closely with him than any vice president in American history, and I thank him profoundly for that experience. I have no regrets, for I've learned in this office, as I could in no other way, about our country's richness and our world's promise. I've been moved by the majesty of our continent, lifted by the strength of our people, buoyed by the gift of their wit, touched by the decency of their spirit, and stretched by the reach of their hope. And tonight I want to thank everyone here and people all across the nation for the support that you've given us. And above all, I want to thank the people of Minnesota for their magnificent and continuing trust and friendship. It is
the people of Minnesota's trust and friendship in Walter Fritz Mondale, Vice President of the United States, that very possibly put that state into Jimmy Carter Mondale's column tonight. The Minnesota, according to our CBS News estimate, has gone one of 4 states and the District of Columbia that have gone to Jimmy Carter tonight. Incidentally, he was speaking from St. Paul, not Washington, as I think I said earlier. In Los Angeles, Reagan campaign director William Casey watched President Carter's concession speech tonight, and Mr. Casey is with Jerry Bowen right now. Jerry?
Well, Walter, Bill Casey has seen a great deal with the Reagan campaign. He came on board in New Hampshire when it was in financial trouble, and he has seen it now reach the ultimate success, the White House. You did see President Carter's concession statement and Vice President Mondale's concession statement. Your reaction to those statements first, Mr. Casey.
Jerry, certainly President Carter and Vice President Mondale made gracious and generous concession statements which were in the best tradition, best American political tradition. And I'm confident that we're seeing here tonight, and we'll see in the weeks ahead, one of the glories of the American political system in which the people speak on Election Day, express their mandate, and then both parties cooperate to work out the concession and implement that mandate over the weeks and months ahead.
President Carter said the transition would be one of the best in American history, that President-elect Reagan and President Carter would work closely together. What is going to be the agenda for that transition? What have you worked out in the meetings that were held here in Los Angeles today?
Well, we're having meetings during the week to develop our transition team, and we will shortly be in touch with the officials designated by President Carter to implement the transition from their standpoint. That will be one of the main orders of business over the balance of this week.
We were told last night, Mr. Casey, that you folks knew from your own polls that you were going to win by 12%. At least that was your projection, but nobody could believe that kind of margin, and so conservative estimates were given to the press. Are you as stunned and surprised by this electoral landslide as everyone else?
As a matter of fact, Jerry, I'm not. I have been very bullish about the outcome here. I believed our polls would show us winning very, very strongly by maybe 10 or 11 points. I don't know what the final outcome is going to be, but I have felt in my bones, and on the basis of my experience in some of the eastern states, that we would win. New York, Connecticut, and New Jersey, which were questionable in our calculations. So I'm not that much surprised by the magnitude of our victory.
Bill Casey, a national campaign manager, thank you very much. Walter?
Thank you, Jerry, and Mr. Casey, thank you very much. The question, of course, is going to be now for Jimmy Carter, the first Democrat seeking re-election for a full second term to be defeated in 92 years. The question is for him, what is he going to do after he leaves the White House? And we heard, according to Reuters tonight, that his mother says that she wants him to come back to Plains, Georgia, cut the grass, and clean up the yard. His Baptist minister in Washington a couple of years ago was quoted as saying that the president had told him that he'd like to enter the Baptist missionary work when he left the White House. Well, we'll just have to wait and see. We'll have more CBS News election night coverage in a moment. CBS News estimates that Reagan will win Iowa. That makes 23 states he has won tonight, according to our CBS News estimates, all shown in blue on our map there. That's Iowa that has just joined the other states. It's getting to be a pretty solid block of blue. As a matter of fact, almost half the states have now been counted, and Jimmy Carter has won only 4 of them, plus the District of Columbia, the ones shown in red. It's a sweep, electoral sweep for Ronald Reagan. He now has 246 electoral votes toward the 270 needed. Jimmy Carter has 35. Harry Reasoner, the eastern states are just coming in. Their polls closed about an hour ago, most of them. And what is the look there, not only in the presidential races, but what about the Senate races? We haven't had a count on those for a while.
Well, let's take a quick look first at the presidential recap board and see what states Ronald Reagan has taken in the East. The one big one that is still undecided is New York. Reagan took Connecticut, Delaware, New Hampshire, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and Vermont. Carter took District of Columbia, West Virginia, and Rhode Island. In the Senate, the thing you've been mentioning from time to time through the evening, the chances of the Republicans to take control of the Senate, could be settled here in the East. In Pennsylvania, with 57% of the vote counted, Arlen Specter and Pete Flaherty are so close it's almost a dead heat. And in New Hampshire, again, a very close race between Warren Redmond and John Durkin, the incumbent Democrat. That's with 26% of the vote counted. Redmond is leading 52% to 48%. But according to CBS News estimate, it's too close to call right now, too close to decide who's going to win eventually. We've also got 3 gubernatorial winners in the East, no surprises among them. Jay Rockefeller reelected in West Virginia, Pete DuPont reelected in Delaware, and Hugh Gallant reelected in a rematch with Meldrum Thompson in New Hampshire.
And in Idaho, Harry, hardly in the east, it's in the Reagan bloc of states, and it now has joined the other Reagan states, according to our CBS News estimate, Idaho in the Reagan column. CBS News coverage of the presidential election and all the state races will continue in a moment. The landslide that is building up for Ronald Reagan tonight, and Jimmy Carter has conceded, as you heard just a moment ago. And the landslide that is building up for Ronald Reagan tonight, with 1/3 of the nation's votes counted, he has only 50% of the popular vote. 43% for Carter, and Anderson has climbed above that 5% to 6% now. But a warning about these figures: they do not include most of the western states as yet, and those states are expected to give a big margin to Reagan, so it's likely that his percentage of the national total will be much bigger than 50% when it's all over, because he's going to have a sweep in the electoral vote, it appears very much now, with some 24 states in so far. Rather, he has won 24 of the states that are in so far, and Carter has won just 4. The electoral count is 250 for Reagan to 35 for Jimmy Carter. And just 2 states, either one of 2 states, could push Reagan over the top with that 270 he needs now. Either Illinois with its electoral votes or New York with its could do the job now. In Illinois, 17% of the vote has been counted, and Reagan is leading 54 to 38%. And in New York, 32% of the vote is counted, and Reagan is leading 50 to 43. And now we have an estimate from CBS News on what the new House of Representatives will look like. Democrats will take 247 seats, it would appear. Republicans 188 seats, give or take 8 seats. In the House of Representatives now, the Democrats have a wide margin, and they will maintain that a margin, but not nearly as great as it was before. There is still hope on the Republican side that they will take the majority in the Senate this year. They're running ahead in many races where they could do that. They've already defeated 2 Democratic liberal senators who were targeted by conservative groups to be defeated this year. That's Birch Bayh in Indiana and George McGovern in South Dakota. And now let's go to the South and an update there of the senatorial as well as presidential and other races. Bob Schieffer.
Walter, speaking of the House, House Majority Leader Jim Wright, who was thought to be in some trouble down in Fort Worth, had a challenge this year from a former city councilman down there, Jim Bradshaw. Mr. Wright has scored a smashing victory. It appears that CBS says he's going to win with 64% of the vote. So that's one member of the House leadership that is going to be back for 2 more years, Jim Wright down in Texas. For Jimmy Carter in the South, Walter, the bottom just fell out. You look across these returns, you check these computer readouts as they come in. Where did he do well? Where did he do badly? He did poorly in every group except among blacks. In every group that we surveyed, Mr. Carter had a worse time this time than he did in 1976. Even in his neighbor state of Alabama, let's take a look at that board now. This was a state that Mr. Carter thought he was going to win. This year, Ronald Reagan wins it with 50% of the vote. Some close races that have not been called yet. In Tennessee, we show that one is still quite close, 49% of the vote. This is a state that Mr. Carter won, and won comfortably in 1976. Kentucky, another state that Mr. Carter won comfortably in 1976, still neck and neck there. And in North Carolina, where the president was thought to have everything going for him this year, a strong state organization, a state ticket that was strong for Mr. Carter, again, a neck and neck contest there. All over the South, the same story tonight, Walter. The president just did not score well with the voters he had to do well with this year.
In those Senate races cross-country, across the entire nation, let me point out also that the the Reagan coattails were wide in Alabama. At least I assume that that's how Jeremiah Denton, the admiral, former prisoner of war, won over the Democratic incumbent and took away a Democratic seat in Alabama. And there's other close races throughout the nation. It is possible that the Republicans could win control of the Senate. And the House, as we told you a moment ago, with 247 seats instead of the 273 they have now, with 26 seats changing, about what had been predicted by some, maybe a few seats more. There will be some changes in the makeup of committees and so forth, and will give conservatives a great deal more to say in the next House of Representatives than they've had up to now. We can now say that Montana, as expected, has gone for Ronald Reagan. This is Walter Cronkite at CBS News Election Headquarters.
From CBS News Election Headquarters in New York, here again is Walter Cronkite.
We're just able to say with our CBS News estimate that Ronald Reagan has won Wisconsin, which was a state expected to go to Carter. 11 electoral votes gives him 265 electoral votes, just 5 electoral votes short of the 270 needed to become the next president. He's arriving at his victory celebration at the Century Plaza Hotel in Los Angeles right now. And Jerry Bowen and Bill Plant are there. Gentlemen.
We don't know whether he's coming here right away or going upstairs to meet some of his close friends and supporters.
There was the original game plan, as Bill said, was to go upstairs, but so he could await the victory results. And since that's happened rather prematurely and for a landslide, there are a number of indications that he'll come here, greet the crowd that's now boogieing to the Reagan victory beat, and then he'll go upstairs and meet his longtime friends and supporters.
Walter, I don't know if you can see what's going on here or if you can hear it, but this ballroom is just packed with Ronald Reagan supporters who were let in here about a half hour ago, and they seem bent on having a good time.
Gentlemen? Gentlemen?
Walter,
yes,
we hear you.
Yeah, hi. Did you hear anything more about the Carter phone call to Reagan, what they said back and forth? Did you get any news on that?
Well, we haven't heard, Walter, exactly what was said. We know that the call came before Governor Reagan left his home in Pacific Palisades, about 8:30 your time, or 8:35. Came to Governor Reagan just about 2 minutes after Representative Anderson's phone call came. Both calls before he left for dinner. And he's running a little bit behind schedule right now.
He may be running
what they said.
He may be running behind schedule as far as his appearances out there at the hotel go, but he's certainly running way ahead of schedule of the incoming votes tonight. As you can see, 275 electoral votes now. He needed 270 to win. It was Louisiana, according to our CBS News count of the states, that put him over the top. Louisiana's electoral votes, 10 electoral votes added to the 265 he had before. That's a total of some 26 states he has now won. 27 with Louisiana now, and 275 electoral votes to merely 35 electoral votes for Jimmy Carter. With a lot of states still outstanding, of course, Mr. Carter's numbers could increase considerably, but there's no way now, according to our CBS News estimates, he can overtake Ronald Reagan, and Ronald Reagan will become the next president of the United States. Those people celebrating out there in California can celebrate on a double count. He's the first resident of California ever to win a first term as president of the United States. Richard Nixon, when he won his first term as president in 1968, was officially listed as a resident of New York City. And not until 1972, on his second term, did he list himself as a resident of California. So Ronald Reagan goes into the Guinness Book of Records, as long as, and all other reference books, I suppose now, but he's in the Guinness Book, at any rate, the first Californian elected into his first term in the presidency. Hiram Johnson thought he'd won it at one time, but as we know, he woke up the next morning to find he hadn't. By the way, he's also the first native son of Illinois to be elected president, and that one gets a lot of people. They think that Lincoln was. Well, Lincoln was a native of Kentucky, not of Illinois. So he's got a couple of firsts on his record there.
Walter, we expect to see him here pretty shortly. We'll keep you informed.
All right. We'll come back to you as soon as we get some action from you out there at the hotel in Los Angeles. We can now say that Utah also is in Ronald Reagan's column, boosting his electoral count even more. The big thing that President Carter, I'm sure, would hope for now is that he does not go down to electoral defeat as one of the worst defeats in our history. He would like, certainly, I know, to beat Barry Goldwater's poor record in 1964, when Goldwater won just 6 states and 52 electoral votes. So far, Carter has won 5 states and the District of Columbia for his total of 35 electoral votes. CBS News election night coverage will continue in a moment. Back here at our CBS News election headquarters, where another one of the liberal senators, Democrats, targeted by the conservative groups for defeat, has now, according to our CBS News estimate, gone down to defeat, the third of that 6-member group, and that is Senator John Culver of Iowa, having lost to Charles Grassley, the Republican candidate for that seat from Iowa. The others who lost were Birch Bayh in Indiana and George McGovern in South Dakota. Dan Rather can tell us something about the Culver loss, I'm sure.
Walter, granted that it looks like a tidal wave for Ronald Reagan. What we're dealing with here, though, is possibly changing the whole complexion of the United States Senate, possibly doing so. All of the liberal Democratic senators in the Midwest, all of the going up tonight, whose races have been decided, have lost. Bayh, Culver, McGovern, the only race yet to be decided in that category, Gaylord Nelson in Wisconsin, who is battling for his political life. Some of our sample precincts are reporting in Wisconsin, but not enough yet to indicate any trend there other than a very close race. Now, it's one thing to say that the Republicans might win control of the United States Senate, but everyone should keep in mind that what has happened in the Midwest tonight is not just simply Republicans replacing liberal Democrats, but Republicans clearly to the right side of the political spectrum. So you could be talking about here tonight, Walter, depending on how the Gaylord-Nelson race turns out and some other races, such as the one in Colorado and other places, not just a change in the party leadership of the United States Senate, but a more significant shift. I realize that George McGovern is up at the moment.
We do have George McGovern speaking out in South Dakota. Let's listen.
To serve the people of South Dakota for so many years, and I thank them for their patience with me and their tolerance of ideas that frequently were not in popular favor. I leave the United States Senate and the service of South Dakota with very deep personal satisfaction and with no regrets at all for the battles that we have fought over the past 18 years. The greatest satisfactions of my public life were the efforts we made to defend the family farmer, to nourish the hungry, and to help the country find the ways that make for peace. Important in that was the effort some years ago to bring an end to the tragedy in Vietnam. It was my... highest privilege while representing the people of South Dakota to also be nominated for the presidency of the United States.
That was George McGovern, the three-term senator. He's been in the Senate for 18 years. At 58 years old, he was defeated finally in South Dakota after a couple of very close races before. He's always had a tough race. This time, he went down in the great Reagan Republican sweep of 1980 to James Abner, a four-term congressman, a very popular man in South Dakota, and will now be the new senator from that state. Abner is 57 years old. We'll have more CBS News election night coverage in a moment. In a Washington hotel, John Anderson, the independent candidate, has just begun speaking. Let's listen.
Alma mater in my native state of Illinois. I quoted a line from H.G. Wells that an election should be the celebration of democracy. Now, your response tonight, I think, indicates that this is a celebration. And you know, there are so many people whom I should thank tonight, and my heart is full of the gratitude that I feel for all of the efforts that these many thousands and thousands of people have made. But I certainly want to ask my own family to come for just a moment and stand beside me again. My wife Kiki, and how wonderful it is that I was gifted with such a marvelous nature and sweet personality that I am never afflicted with feelings of envy, because there were times when I traveled around the country when I thought that many people would have preferred Kiki to me as the candidate. But a couple of days ago, emulating that grand lady of American politics of a generation or more ago, Eleanor Roosevelt, Kiki was down some 600 feet underground in a coal mine in Illinois campaigning for her husband. She's been in the senior citizen centers. She's been in the public housing projects. She's been wherever across the face of our great land. People needed to feel some encouragement. And when they have seen her and heard her voice and what she has had to say about the campaign, it's made a great contribution, and I will be forever grateful. And Eleonora and Diane and John, who have been on the campaign trail, I'm thankful to them for what they have done. This whole campaign experience has been one that has really brought our family very, very close together because of the common enterprise that we shared. And Susie, even you have contributed, because from time to time I've used you in my jokes and said that you were home studying your non-proliferation lesson. And Karen, now, did you ever see more of a teenage heartthrob than Karen? She's been out there getting the teenage vote for us. Sure. You know, throughout this campaign, I have talked about a new realism in American politics, and I've done that because I felt that our country was in trouble, that the nation simply had to face the facts. And now, of course, tonight, I must do the same. Actually, I don't want you to think that I just looked at my watch 5 minutes ago and came to the conclusion that perhaps the time had come to make this concession speech. I react somewhat more quickly than that, I can assure you. Actually, history will record that it was at 8:35 p.m. Eastern, Standard Time, Eastern Standard. Let's have it straight for the historical record. 8:35 that I telephoned Governor Reagan in California and offered my congratulations to him, because the returns by that time had clearly shown that I was not destined to be the next president of the United States. That is a decision deferred. If you don't let me finish this speech, it will be 1984 and I'll still be up here. You have obviously chosen to take a very enigmatic remark and place your own interpretation on what I said. You know, right after Abraham Lincoln had suffered one of his electoral defeats, and he suffered many during the course of his career, he was asked how he felt. And he replied, "Disappointed, yes. Bruised, no." Well, of course I'm disappointed. I'm only human. But I hope that you can tell from my remarks and from my spirit and from my demeanor tonight that I am not bruised in spirit or in mind. This has been, I think, this campaign, the greatest event of my life. And obviously, of course, I am now hoping that we hold at 6% at least, so it doesn't turn out to be the most expensive as well. But you know, there are many reasons that prompt the feelings of real joy that I feel tonight. It's been my good fortune to run with somebody like Pat Lucey. You heard him. You know what kind of a man he is. His wit and his experience, his wise counsel, his good judgment have reminded, I think, millions of Americans how decent and honorable politics really can be.
That is John Anderson addressing his followers at his headquarters in a hotel in Washington, D.C. And he made a small remark about decisions being deferred on the presidency, and the crowd obviously took it as meaning he might try again. He then, after they shouted 84, 84, 84, he said, "You've taken an enigmatic remark and put your own interpretation on it." The questions about what John Anderson will do, about whether he'll try to form an independent movement, he has parried those questions over the last several weeks, and told me just a few days ago that he was going to look at it and look at the new administration, whichever one it was, the old or the new, and make a decision then. He is delighted that he's got 6% of the vote so far. That means he will get matching funds if he holds on to that percentage and help reduce whatever campaign debt he ends up with at the end as of tonight. This is Walter Cronkite at CBS News Election Headquarters.
This portion of election night is sponsored by General Motors, people building transportation to serve people. By Citicorp Traveler's Checks, travel the world with us. And by IBM, helping put information to work for people. Now from CBS News election headquarters in New York, here again is Walter Cronkite.
On this, the 49th time that the United States population has been to the presidential well, it has come up with Ronald Reagan as the next president of the United States, the oldest man ever to be elected to that job in his first term at 69 years old, and he breaks several other precedents as well. He will be the first former Union president to occupy the White House, the first former sports announcer, the first former actor, and the first divorced man ever to be elected to the presidency. He also happens to be the first former governor of California elected to that job. The first man who has run in his first term from California as a citizen of that state, and the first who was born in Illinois. It is a sweeping landslide for Governor Reagan tonight, a huge one, much bigger than anybody had even dared to predict. Even his most enthusiastic supporters did not think that it was going to look like this tonight. In the national vote now, with almost half the nation counted, 42% of it counted, he has 50% of the vote to 43% for Reagan, 6% for John Anderson, the independent. And it will be noted that Jimmy Carter has won so far just these 4 states and the District of Columbia: Georgia, West Virginia, Minnesota, and Rhode Island, and the District of Columbia. And all of those blue states are the ones won by Ronald Reagan tonight. That makes the total electoral count at this moment 279 for Ronald Reagan. 270 was all it took to win, and he gathered those in quite easily and neatly. Carter has just 35 electoral votes, and undoubtedly what he is hoping now is that he can at least beat Barry Goldwater's stunning defeat in 1964, when that Republican conservative went down to defeat by winning just 6 states but collected 52 electoral votes. Let's take a quick look now around at the Senate races in all of the regions of the country where we've had reports on them. It's very important the Republicans have a chance to take a majority of the Senate for the first time since the first Eisenhower administration back in the early 50s. Harry Reasoner, how about the East?
Well, whether the Republicans control the Senate may very well be decided on 4 close races in the East. Let's look first at the recap board, which shows that in Connecticut, Chris Dodd has won the seat for the retiring Abraham Rippikoff. That seat remains Democratic. In Maryland, Charles Mathias has retained his seat. That seat remains Republican. But the other 4 races that we have in the East are very, very close. In New Hampshire, Warren Redmond against John Durkin, the Democratic incumbent, is holding a narrow lead. In our tabulated vote of selected precincts, it's too close to call. In New York, in a 3-way race, the incumbent, Jacob Javits, is running a bad third, but the race with 60% of the race in. But Alphonse D'Amato and Elizabeth Holtzman are just too close to call yet. In Pennsylvania, a very tight race between Arlen Specter, the Republican, and Pete Flaherty, the Democrat. They're going after the Republican seat held by the retiring Richard Schweikert. And in Vermont, the Democratic incumbent, the first Democrat ever elected in Vermont since the Republican Party was organized, is running narrowly behind Stuart Ledbetter, the Republican. That, too, is too close to call with 50% of the vote in. Incidentally, one little note on a couple of abscam congressmen. Michael Myers, the man who was expelled from the House, the first House member to be expelled since 1861, was defeated today by an independent Thomas Laglietta. And Frank Thompson, a Democratic incumbent who goes on trial later, was defeated today by a Republican, Christopher Smith. Dan?
In the Midwest, where the Republicans have been taking no prisoners and have closed the gates of mercy in terms of the presidential campaign, much the same thing is happening in the Senate races. Let's go to the recap board. The picture is there for you to see. Now, a moderate Democrat, Alan Dixon, the Secretary of State in Illinois, won as a Democrat there. This is for the seat being vacated by Adlai Stevenson III. In Indiana, Quayle over By, a conservative Republican wins. In Iowa, Grassley over Culver, a conservative Republican wins. Dole holds his seat in Kansas. In Missouri, one of the 2 Senate seats still open in the Midwest, that is, when I say open, still undecided. Veteran Democratic Senator Tom Eagleton As you can see, this is with 52% of the precincts reporting in Missouri. Keep in mind that some of those precincts may not be complete. 52% of the precincts reporting. That's how close that race looks. Eagleton by no means having an easy time of it. In North Dakota, Andrews, the Republican, to fill the seat being vacated by Republican Senator Milton Young, wins there. In Ohio, John Glenn, a moderate Democrat, winning there. In South Dakota, George McGovern going down to defeat. In Wisconsin, Gaylord Nelson, the other liberal Democratic senator whose race remains undecided. This is the way it looks in the tabulated vote. 24% of the precincts reporting in Wisconsin, and Nelson is locked in a very close race. The message out of this in the Midwest tonight is that old saw, don't eat at a place called Mau's, don't gamble with a man named Doc, and for the early 1980s, don't run as a liberal Democrat in the Midwest. Now for a look at the Senate races in Dixie, Bob Schieffer.
Dan, all across the South in the Senate races, the Republicans have already picked up one seat. They stand a chance to pick up another and conceivably could pick up a third. Let's take a look at the board. There you see in Alabama, Jeremiah Denton. He's the former prisoner of war, held 7 years in a North Vietnamese prisoner of war camp. He has beat Jim Folsom, the 31-year-old son of the former Democratic governor of that state, kissing Jim Folsom, the man they said that when he opened a bottle of whiskey, he threw away the cork because there'd be no further need for it. He may be going out for refreshments tonight because Denton has won. He will be the first Republican senator since Reconstruction in Alabama. And if memory serves, I believe he's the first Republican ever elected statewide in Alabama. In Arkansas, no surprise there. Dale Bumpers, the incumbent, returned to office with a big margin. He was not expected to have any trouble. In Florida, a hot race going on there. That's Paula Hawkins, the Republican, the anti-ERA, anti-abortion, but a woman with strong consumer leanings in a very tight race with Gunter, the Democrat. A very nasty primary. Gunter beat the incumbent Democrat Richard Stone there. They also running neck and neck. Moving right on down the line, in Georgia, Senator Herman Talmadge, who had so many personal problems, was denounced by the Senate, but went on to win a very tough Democratic primary, is holding a lead over Republican Matt Mattingly, but with 59% of the vote in, that race has not been called as yet by CBS News. In Kentucky, no real surprise, Senator Wendell Ford elected to a second term. He had no serious opposition, campaigned very hard, had a very well-financed campaign. In Louisiana, the man who had the easiest night of all, Russell Long, returned to the Senate. He was elected in a special primary election in September, so he didn't have to worry about anything tonight. Russell Long goes back to the Senate from Louisiana. In North Carolina, we've got a real cliffhanger going there. Morgan, the incumbent, the Democrat, getting a real challenge from John East, a man who spent $600,000 in the last 4 weeks of the campaign on television ads. They say that every viewer in South Carolina saw an average of 50 television spots about John East, a college professor. He also got a lot of help from the moral majority, we're told, in some parts of North Carolina. Moving on down, this was something of an upset in Oklahoma. State Senator Don Nichols has beaten Andy Coates, who is a quite popular former district attorney of Oklahoma City, we're told. Nichols, a very conservative Republican, so he is the second Republican to be elected from the South tonight. In South Carolina, one man who did not fall victim to the Reagan landslide, that's Fritz Hollings. He'll be returning to the Senate from South Carolina, and he won with a margin of about, or piled up a win of about 74%. Well, how are things in the West? Leslie Stahl.
Bob, first of all, on the presidential side, Ronald Reagan isn't just beating Jimmy Carter, he's submerging him. And with that being the case, a lot of these Senate races are just being overwhelmed by coattails. You just can't deny it. First, in the state of Arizona, where Mr. Arizona, Barry Goldwater, was supposed to have a tough challenge, we can see that with 2% of the vote in, he is slightly ahead. He was to have a challenge by Bill Schultz, a millionaire landlord. We will be watching that and be watching for Reagan coattails in that state. In Colorado, another case that was supposed to be very close and is, according to the CBS estimate, extremely tight. You can see that Mary Estelle Buchanan, the Republican, is slightly ahead of Gary Hart, who was perceived or painted by his opponent as a liberal in Washington, who came back to the state and tried to appear to be conservative. This may be another state where Reagan Reagan's just swamping in the presidential race may overwhelm Gary Hart. In Idaho, according to the CBS estimate, Stephen Sims, the conservative Republican congressman, is leading over the chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, Frank Church. Let me just tell you what the presidential numbers are. According to the CBS estimate, Ronald Reagan is beating Jimmy Carter in Idaho by 75 to 20. So if Frank Church wins in that race, that'll be quite an accomplishment. One of the big issues there, if you can believe it, is the Panama Canal. It's a burning issue in Idaho. Frank Church led the fight against for the Panama Canal treaties, despite the fact that 94% of the state was against the treaties. In Utah, CBS News is estimating that Jake Garn has won the state of Utah. That is really not because Ronald Reagan is popular. It's because Jake Garn is popular. He is as conservative as Ronald Reagan. He beat Dan Berman, former state Democratic Party chairman, executive, I think he was, executive director of the party there. Lastly, let's look at Washington State, where the polls have just closed. This is another big Democratic Senate chairman. He's Warren Magnuson, the Democrat chairman of the Senate Appropriations Committee, in a tight race against the Republican Attorney General Slade Gordon, with only 1% of the vote in. It's a very close race out there, and we may be up watching this race, Gary Hart race, and possibly even the Frank Church race late into the evening. And despite what Harry says, this may be the region that decides whether the Republicans overtake the Senate this year.
So I've been keeping tabs on these reports of all of yours, and I get it as 9 races with incumbent Democrats where Republicans are now leading, some of those without many returns in yet. 9 where they're leading. The Republicans have already taken 4 seats from the Democrats. It could be possible tonight that on the Reagan coattails and with this conservative tide across the country, 13 seats will be won by the Democrats, the largest in modern times in the Senate in a single race, turning the control of the United States Senate handily over to the Republicans. And furthermore, every one of those Republican senators is more conservative than the Democrats they are ousting, some considerably more conservative, some far to the right compared to where the Democrats they have driven out of office have been, or are driving out of office if all of this turns out. Now, all of these races may not go the way they're indicated right now, but that's what would appear to be the situation at the moment. In the state of Missouri, we just had a gubernatorial call there. It was expected to be a close race in a rematch, a rematch there between Christopher Bond and the present governor, Joseph Teasdale. Teasdale ousted Bond a couple of years ago, and now Bond came back this year, and according to a CBS News estimate, has won the state house at Jefferson City for the Republicans. So we've got a Senate that looks like it could very well tonight go conservative and Republican by a very considerable margin. The first time either house of the Congress has been in Republican hands since 53-54 on the heels of the Eisenhower victory in 1952. And in the gubernatorial races, there are also some switches that are possibly going to take place tonight in the 13 races there. In the House of Representatives, as we reported to you earlier, we now have refined our estimate somewhat in the House that the new House will have 250 Democrats, 184 Republicans, which represents a loss of around 25 to 28 seats. That estimate of ours isn't absolutely firm, give or take 7 seats, but it indicates an improvement on the conservative Republican side in the House of Representatives, although the Democrats, of course, with those figures, retain control. Bruce Morton has been looking at the comparison between the Reagan 1980 landslide and the 1972 one put together by Richard Nixon, his fellow Californian. Bruce, come in.
Walter, as you said, the last presidential massacre was in 1972, and the victim, of course, was George McGovern, a Senate loser tonight, who then got just 38% of the vote. We don't know yet what percentage President Carter will end up with, but at the moment it's not very different from McGovern's. Our exit poll shows him with just over 40% in a 3-way race, of course. And our poll shows some other similarities to 1972. Then McGovern got just over 48% of the Union vote. Now Carter is doing only a little better. He has about half the Union vote. The two run about the same with Catholics and so on. Defections, in other words, among traditionally Democratic groups. In 1972, though, McGovern's defeat was not a disaster for the Democratic Party. Richard Nixon did not have, to use the old phrase, long coattails. Ronald Reagan's coattail size is still open to question, but certainly, as that regional cripple round a couple of minutes showed, the Republicans are making serious Senate gains. As for the House, we asked people in our poll today how they voted for Congress. Those poll figures don't mean anything in terms of who'll win a particular district, but overall, a lot more people today said they were voting Republican for Congress than did 4 years ago. And they don't seem to be doing any more ticket splitting than they did 4 years ago. So what that suggests, as our House estimate suggests, is that the Republicans may make sizable gains in the Congress tonight. Walter?
Earlier this evening, Phil Jones in Washington talked with President Carter's campaign manager and former chief of staff at the White House, Hamilton Jordan.
The presidency of this country is a very difficult job. I don't want to talk tonight, which should be a night of victory for Governor Reagan. I don't want to make a lot of alibis or excuses, but it is a difficult job. We, I think, have made tough decisions. We have not sidestepped issues the last 4 years. Some of those decisions were politically controversial. There have been things that have happened around the world, such as the OPEC price increases, which had a devastating effect on our economy here at home. And we have still tonight a tragic situation in Iran where 52 Americans are being held hostage. So a number of these things came together in the last few days of the campaign, and the tide turned against us. We had an independent candidate running. Many of those people, if he had not been in the race, would have supported the president. So it's a confluence of political and substantive things, plus an effective campaign by Governor Reagan in addressing the issues in a way that appealed to the American people.
With the victory just barely in hand, but a sizable victory that it is, the Reagan campaign forces, and now the transition force becomes that, is already beginning to put back together some of the loose ends that came apart in the last part of the campaign. At least according to Reuters, William Casey, who is the Reagan campaign chief, is saying tonight that Richard Allen, the foreign affairs advisor to Reagan, who withdrew a week ago because of charges of financial impropriety when he was in the Nixon administration, has rejoined, as of tonight, the Reagan staff. Allen has been mentioned as possibly the national security advisor in the Reagan administration. That would be the job now held under Carter by Zbigniew Brzezinski. As we've been reporting throughout the evening, it is a Reagan landslide tonight. He has won 279 electoral votes, according to our CBS News estimate, as you see on our board there. And Jimmy Carter has won just 35 electoral votes so far. And all of those big western states are yet to be heard from, or a lot of them are. Bill Moyers has a few words to tell us about one-term presidents. Bill?
Walter, listening to Hamilton Jordan a minute ago, I was reminded of something Mr. Jordan said to the staff at the Democratic National Committee not long after Jimmy Carter had been elected in 1976. Said Hamilton Jordan, after one term as governor of Georgia, Jimmy couldn't have been reelected in Georgia for a second term. Maybe he'll wind up that way in 1980. Well, he has. And while his defeat says a lot about the way Jimmy Carter has run things, it also says a lot about the office itself. It's almost a cliche to point out these days that not since 1960 has a president completed 2 terms in the White House or left office with the affection and esteem of his countrymen. Kennedy, elected and assassinated. Johnson, elected and discredited. Nixon, elected and disgraced. Ford, appointed and defeated. Carter, elected and defeated. It's rare, in fact, that presidents actually do serve 2 terms, Walter. Just look at the period leading up to this century. Hayes elected to the smell of scandal. Garfield assassinated. Arthur denied his party's nomination. Cleveland defeated for re-election by Harrison with a minority of the popular vote. Harrison defeated for re-election by Cleveland. McKinley assassinated. Roosevelt splitting the Republican Party. In fact, 22 of our 39 presidents have been one-term presidents. The good old days were never as placid as we remember them, Walter, and the presidency is more a target of turbulence than an island of stability. We Americans seem to revere the presidency and despise the men who seek it. During the campaign, we compare them to the noblest models. We compare them to Jefferson's brilliance, to Lincoln's wisdom, to the two Roosevelts' energy and charisma, to Kennedy's charm. But once they're elected, we look at them as if they were wanted posters at the post office. Yesterday, Ronald Reagan joined hands with his supporters in California and sang, "God bless America." Better he had sang, "God help me." Walter?
Thank you, Bill. And here is another state for Reagan, one that even the Reagan people themselves had thought they might lose tonight. In the Pacific Northwest, Washington has gone for Ronald Reagan. And also in California, in the Senate race there, where Alan Cranston, a liberal Democratic senator, was one of those targeted by conservatives, he has won his race over Paul Gann, who was one of the authors of Proposition 13, the ceiling on property taxes in California, set off such a wave of that across the country. Alan Cranston has won. He is the first of the liberal senators targeted by the conservatives who has won a race tonight. Others have lost. Birch Bayh in Indiana, John Culver in Iowa, and George McGovern in South Dakota. Ronald Reagan, as you know, is expected soon at his hotel out there in California to address his group, and we will be going there when the time comes, although they say it is still several minutes away. So at this moment, we have 47% of the national vote in and 50% for Reagan, 43% for Carter, but Reagan leading with a whopping 288 electoral votes to 35 for Carter. This is Walter Cronkite at CBS News Election Headquarters.
This portion of election night is sponsored by the Bell System, keeping your communication system the best in the world. By Polaroid, inventors of instant photography. And by S-Mark, a family of companies serving the families of America. And now from CBS News Election Headquarters in New York, here again is Walter Cronkite.
And the Reagan tide rolls on and on, the tide that will make him the 40th President of the United States come next January 20th. He has won now, according to our CBS News estimate, in two more of the western states where he was expected to win, Nevada and in Arizona. Nevada's 3 electoral votes, and those in Arizona now go into the Reagan column. That means that in the number of states won, President Carter has still won just 5 states, including the District of Columbia, for a total of now 35 electoral votes. Reagan has won a grand total of 297 electoral votes, all of the states marked in blue there, as you see. 297 to 35. And a very important senatorial race. The Republicans have taken another seat, and this time they have sent into retirement one of the oldest senators in the United States Senate in sense of service, 36 years in the United States Senate, a ranking member of that body, of course, Warren Magnuson, the senator from Washington, has been defeated by the Republican Slade Gorton, according to our CBS News estimate. And here is Ronald Reagan. Let's see if we can listen in. He's in his hotel suite in Los Angeles. I don't think we had audio from that picture anyway. It was a brief shot that they permitted us as he obviously took a congratulatory call from a friend. We assume that that call was not from President Carter. He said he called him some time ago to concede the election and to congratulate him. as did John Anderson, the independent candidate, who incidentally now has a 6% of the votes, with just 50% of the national vote counted. Incidentally, with that 50%, half the nation's vote counted, it's 50% still for Reagan, 43% for Carter, 6% for John Anderson. And for Ed Clark, the Libertarian candidate, just a bare 1% of the vote. That 6% for Anderson, if it holds up all evening through the Western state count, will mean that he will collect federal matching funds and perhaps be able to retire a great portion, if not all, of his presidential campaign debt. Let's go now to those Western states and a report from our Western regional reporter, Leslie Stahl.
Walter, Ronald Reagan is taking the West by storm. Let's look at the recap board and see how well he is doing. We don't have any returns in yet from the state of Alaska, but he is decisively beating Jimmy Carter in Arizona. In Colorado, it's, according to our estimate, 58 for Reagan, 32 for Carter. In Idaho, it's 74 for Reagan, 21 for Carter. Montana, 58 to 35. Reagan is winning has won, according to our estimate, or at least is leading in Nevada. Ronald Reagan has won New Mexico, Utah, Washington, where Carter went just yesterday. According to our estimate, he'll win there with 55 to 36 for Carter, and Reagan in Wyoming, 66 to 28. It's an absolute landslide, just trouncing him. As you said, Walter, Warren Magnuson has gone down to defeat in Washington. Age was the big issue, as it was when Jacob Javits ran in the primary here. His opponent, the man who has won, the Republican, Slade Gordon, the Attorney General, raised the age issue very subtly in his ads by jogging and bicycling, never really hitting it straight on. But that and the Reagan landslide in Washington has gone to defeat the senior member of the Senate, the chairman of the Appropriations Committee, who, by the way, brought the state $1 billion in relief aid for the victims of Mount St. Helens, but that was not enough to convince the voters of Washington to return him to the Senate. He's been in Congress for 44 years, Walter.
Leslie, can you make any suggestion as to what the percentage of vote Reagan is getting over Carter in the West? Because we've got, with 50% of the vote counted, popular vote is now 50% only for Reagan, and clearly the West is going to
It's much
up
more
that
than
number.
that. It's 2 to 1 in the West, generally speaking, but we don't have California in yet, and that is about half the West. The interesting thing to watch in the West is that McGovern lost the West with 39% of the vote. And with the states we have so far, Jimmy Carter's defeat could be greater, but it really is difficult to say without the California returns.
At any rate, we can be quite certain that when all of your states are in from the West, we're going to see a much higher percentage of the national vote for Ronald Reagan. This isn't going to be one of those cases which we've had in the past history where a man who wins the presidency with just a bare majority of the votes, and sometimes even not a majority of the votes. That has happened in our history 4 times in this century, as a matter of fact. But it's not likely to happen this time with this huge electoral landslide of Ronald Reagan's. CBS News coverage of the presidential election and all the state races will continue in a moment. According to our CBS News estimate, another state for Reagan, Oregon, has fallen into his long list of states he's won tonight. That was another one that even the Republicans had thought maybe the Democrats would take tonight. Well, they didn't. Reagan has made a clean sweep now of all of the western states that we have been able to count so far. Everything west of the Mississippi except Minnesota has gone for Reagan on our count. Let's get an update now from Bill Plant at the Century Plaza Hotel on what's happened to Governor Reagan. We thought we'd be down there amongst you by now, Bill.
Walter, we're expecting Governor Reagan in about 20-25 minutes, but we know that earlier you saw some pictures of Governor Reagan up in his suite. Some of us were up there then, and I can tell you that he is absolutely overjoyed. He's talking on the telephone to people around the country, and we heard him say to Governor William Clements of Texas, said, "I feel just great. This is just unbelievable, isn't it?" And it's plain that not only Ronald Reagan, but also Nancy Reagan feels that way. She told us that she was relieved. She also said that she'd be happy to get some sleep. Reagan's pollster, Richard Worthman, now projects that they'll probably get more than 400 electoral votes. They had said about 390, as you heard earlier, before. I think now it'll go over the 400 mark. The governor's been working on his speech, the one that he'll give down here when he comes in.
Bill, let me interrupt you. California, according to the CBS News estimate, has gone for Ronald Reagan. I don't think anybody really expected otherwise. Even President Carter didn't make a last-minute campaign appearance there despite his earlier plans. But that state is in the Reagan camp now, and that puts his electoral count up there, 348 now. Go ahead, Bill.
Walter, the electoral count at 348 and still climbing is pretty much what the Reagan strategists expect. We were telling you that up in his suite, Governor Reagan was calling people around the country. We know that he talked to Senator Paul Laxalt, his close friend and the nominal manager of his campaign. They're very close. He talked to Governor Jim Rhodes of Ohio, somebody who's been with him frequently on the campaign trail, making all of those courtesy calls that you know a politician will make, either in defeat or victory. We learned a little bit, too, Walter, about what Governor Reagan talked to the president about. He described it as a very nice offer from the president to aid in the transition. He said that he had accepted that because he wanted a smooth transition as well. So it's quite plain that they are absolutely delighted, and we expect to see them down here, Walter, very shortly.
Bill, have you heard anything about who will head up his transition team? We heard it might be James Baker, who came to him somewhat reluctantly from the George Bush campaigns.
Walter, we understand that that decision has not been made yet. It was due to be made at a noon lunch of the senior staff today. It wasn't made. We're not quite sure why, but we expect that it will be made tomorrow. Names that come up include that of Jim Baker, as you mentioned, Ed Meese, who is the governor's chief of staff, and who will certainly have some major role in a Reagan administration. And, of course, there's Michael Deaver, who is very close, the governor's closest personal aide. We'll hear that tomorrow, we think.
Bill, we also had a report that was carried on Reuters tonight that Bill Casey, the campaign chief, had said that Richard Allen, as of tonight, is back on the Reagan staff. Is there any significance in that?
Well, it wasn't clear to us whether he was going to stay off the staff or not. They were fairly frank in admitting that they didn't want that as a problem in the last few days of the campaign. They didn't want that to be ammunition for the Carter camp. So Mr. Allen voluntarily took himself off, and of course, if he hadn't done it voluntarily, they would have done it for him. He is back. He's wearing his staff pin, and we expect that he will be part of the transition team. His specialty, as you know, is foreign affairs.
Thank you very much, Bill. We'll be talking more with you later on tonight, certainly, and we'll be waiting to hear from Ronald Reagan when he appears there with his victory statement to his supporters at the Century Plaza Hotel in Los Angeles. CBS News election night coverage will continue in a moment. Over half of the vote has been counted now on this election day in 1980, and as you know by now, Ronald Reagan has won an overwhelming victory. It doesn't show in that popular vote quite yet. With 53% of the vote counted, the popular vote shows him with just 50% of the vote. Jimmy Carter, the incumbent president, 43%, and John Anderson, 6%. But the western states have not been tabulated in a lot of that count so far, and it is expected that his popular percentage will climb considerably when those states which are going overwhelmingly for him will be tabulated along with the rest of the votes. But in electoral vote, it is just simply overwhelming. 33 states he's won to 5 states, and including the District of Columbia, for President Carter. 348 electoral votes, far in excess of the 270 needed. President Carter has won just 35. As you heard, President Carter conceded quite a long time ago now to his followers in a meeting in Washington, and also in a phone call to Governor Reagan in California. We're waiting for Governor Reagan to appear at the Century Plaza Hotel ballroom, where he's en route now, we hear, but it'll be some minutes before he actually appears there. And until that time, and perhaps through that time, we're going to talk with a man who 4 years ago knew the bitterness of no defeat like this one tonight, but a terribly, terribly narrow defeat. The former President of the United States, Mr. Gerald Ford.
Walter, how are you?
Well, I'm delighted to see you with us tonight, sir.
Thank you. It's a pleasure.
What do you think about these returns, besides joy for your party?
I'm really well, pleased to begin with, because an awful lot of people worked very, very hard. I believe our party was more unified. We had better organization. But I am very surprised with the magnitude of the electoral vote that I thought would be very close, with so many states, according to the polls, relatively close. My general impression is that the momentum away from a narrow electoral victory for Reagan began at the time of the debate. That momentum began to build. Economic figures came out that weren't very encouraging to President Carter. I believe the impasse that developed over the weekend in the hostage situation probably, on balance, was adverse to President Carter. So a lot of things all sort of culminated at a wrong time from President Carter's point of view. And Governor Reagan, fortunately, made no mistakes that I think were serious. And with the party unity and party effort, this is what happened.
You know, you're one of the very rare experts at transition. Having had
I've gone through it.
You've gone through it. What do you see as the problems? And this is a rather a big transition this time. It may be that he'll carry the Senate with him, for instance. They'll have an opportunity to work with a legislature that at least is half on his side, at least by party credentials. What do you think is going to happen here?
Well, you've got a combination of things that are somewhat different from what they were when I left the White House and President Carter took over. We have a lame duck session of the Congress coming up, I think, on the 10th of November, which is just a few days away. There is a great deal of unfinished business that the Congress has on its platter. They haven't yet passed the budget for the fiscal year that started October 1st. And so they not only have the budget problems, but other undone legislation.
Will that lame duck Congress listen to the people's voice as expressed through this conservative victory across the country and react accordingly?
Walter, I think they would be very, very foolish if this lame duck Congress, which is more liberal than the one that was elected today, if they try to ram through some legislation that would be contrary to what is the public sentiment expressed on November 4th, there would be a lot of unhappiness among many, many millions of Americans. So my best judgment is that this Congress, in the days they are in session before Thanksgiving, will probably do the routine things, finish the budget and a few other items, but then call it quits.
What about the matter of the hostages now and the entire arrangements we must make with Tehran? Clearly, almost any deal that the president makes with Tehran is going to have a long-range effect on our Middle Eastern policy in the critical area of the Persian Gulf. Can the incoming president have an input to that policy, or do you see that as outside the possibilities?
As I flew from California today, and I left California about 2 o'clock and got to New York just three-quarters of an hour ago, I thought about the question that you've asked. I haven't called President Carter. I tried to call Governor Reagan, and he was on his way to, I think, the Century Plaza. So what I say is totally on my own. It seems to me that the hostage problem is now out of the political arena, period. It is a question that ought to be approached from a unity point of view. I would suggest that President Carter bring in Governor Reagan, his advisors. I believe President Carter ought to bring in the Democratic and Republican leaders of the Senate, the House, and try to have a united front and a determination on behalf of all of us, regardless of political faith, to try and negotiate and to recover the hostages. Whether that's practical or not, I can't tell you, but it seems to me what we need right now is unity so that the Ayatollah and the Iranian government, whatever it may be, understands that they can't undercut one element in the United States to achieve something on their behalf.
Would you be willing to offer your services as a transition member of that for that purpose?
If I was asked, Walter, of course. But I think it would have to be a broad front. I just wouldn't want to be one out of many if we had a total unity approach, which would include Governor Reagan, the Democratic Republican leaders, working in conjunction with President Carter. Of course, I would be willing to participate.
What about a permanent role in the Reagan administration?
Walter, I think I told you last summer I didn't want a job. I don't have any ambitions for a job. On the other hand, I'll be anxious to help if Governor Reagan wants me to in any way on a temporary or short-term basis. And he and I have developed a very good relationship, and I expect on maybe one or more occasions he might ask for some advice.
Are you absolutely rejecting a permanent, a cabinet job?
Absolutely, yes.
Do you have any idea who he might pick for defense and Secretary of State?
I have not talked to him about any names. I've been so preoccupied in this campaign that I really haven't had an opportunity to talk with him about personalities. I have some ideas, but I don't think I ought to mention them until I've had a chance to talk to him personally.
Would you urge Henry Kissinger to be back in the cabinet?
Well, Henry's one of my favorites, as you well know, and I think any president would be well advised to take advantage of Henry's experience, his talents, his dedication. But I don't want to prejudice Henry or in any way interfere, so I think I better just not get into personality.
Mr. President, you said you hadn't had a chance to talk to Governor Reagan yet. He's now, as you see, coming into the Century Plaza Ballroom, and we're going to hear from him in a moment. I'll tell you what, if you stick around, we'll see if we can possibly establish communication, and maybe you can have a word with him when he finishes up there.
Fine. I tried to call him, but he was on his way to where he is, I guess.
I know he's going to have a great deal to say to you, sir, but I don't think we've ever seen a former president of the United States go out on the campaign trail quite with the vitality and the all-out commitment that we watched you perform for.
I got a little vigorous out there. Betty gave me a little advice that I ought to calm down a little bit. But, she said it may look good in Detroit, but it doesn't look so good on television.
Speaking of some of your stronger statements,
I watched one of them and I had to agree with it. But it sure helped the crowd with a little enthusiasm.
Which one would you look back on with some embarrassment?
Well, I think it was in Peoria when I said Jimmy Carter had blown it. And I said it with some vigor. I think he has, but it didn't look as good on television as it sounded out there.
well, no matter how it sounded, it turned out to be prophetic.
Yeah, I think I should have learned the lesson that Teddy Kennedy finally learned with convention hall speeches don't always look as good on television as they may sound in a big auditorium.
By the way, let me ask you one other question while we're watching Governor Reagan and Nancy Reagan and their family waving to the crowd out there. Obvious joy over the smashing victory tonight. John Anderson kind of hinted tonight at the possibility of another run for it. It was just a hint, but and he said it was an enigmatic statement that they had taken the wrong way when they cheered for him. Do you think he would have any role in the Republican Party if he came back to the fold?
If I were in the House of Representatives and wanted to continue to build the party on a broader basis, I would find a place for John. I would hope that the party...
Excuse me, sir. I think Governor Reagan's about to speak.
Thanks very much. Thank you. You know, here we are. This is... You know, we're all here but one now, and he was here, but they just took him off stage. It's way past his bedtime. But let me just say first of all, this has been, well, there's never been a more humbling moment in my life. I would have been not only humbled by the extent of what has happened tonight, even if it had been the cliffhanger that all of us, I think, were expecting, it would have been the same way, but just to have had the support of the people of this country. I consider the trust that you have placed in me sacred, and I give you my sacred oath that I will do my utmost to justify your faith. Earlier this evening, I spoke on the phone with President Carter. He called, John Anderson called, but the President pledged the utmost in cooperation in the transition that will take place in these coming months. I offered him my own cooperation. He graciously said that he wanted this to be the
Governor Reagan, we just wanted to show you what the map of the United States looks like as of 8 o'clock tonight.
Hey!
It's all yours.
All right. When that began to slide, I thought that maybe the world was going out just as I was getting in. But anyway, as I say, the President was most gracious about this. And now all across America, there are some people that I owe a great debt of thanks to. There they are. They're meeting tonight in our national headquarters in Arlington, Virginia. The National Committee people, the dedicated professionals who've made the campaign run, and in every state, in the counties, the cities, and the precincts, to all of them who worked so tirelessly, literally hundreds of thousands of volunteers, and I've seen them at work throughout the country on this campaign. I just owe them an immeasurable debt of thanks. To George and Barbara Bush, our running mates down in Texas, no one has worked harder than they have. We only crossed paths a few times on this campaign and had to go out of our way to do it because their schedule was so heavy. And I can tell you that we're going to have a true partnership and a true friendship in the White House. And now, as I said before, my family. I'm so grateful to them for their love, for their support, and for the hard work, because some of them were out on the campaign trail easily as much as Nancy and I were. And speaking of Nancy, she's going to have a new title in a couple of months. And it isn't really new because she's been the first lady in my life for a long time. Now, we'll share that a little bit in the future. You know, Abe Lincoln, the day after his election to the presidency, gathered in his office the newsmen who had been covering his campaign. And he said to them, "Well, boys, your troubles are over now. Mine have just begun." I think I know what he meant. Lincoln may have been concerned in the troubled times in which he became president, but I don't think he was afraid. He was ready to confront the problems and the troubles of a still youthful country, determined to seize the historic opportunity to change things. And I am not frightened by what lies ahead, and I don't believe the American people are frightened by what lies ahead. Together, we're going to do what has to be done. We're going to put America back to work again. You know, I aim to try and tap that great American spirit that opened up this completely undeveloped continent from coast to coast and made it a great nation, survived several wars, survived a Great Depression, and we'll survive the problems that we face right now. When I accepted your nomination for president, I hesitatingly, but I asked for your prayers at that moment. I won't ask them for this in particular moment, but I will just say I would be very happy to have them in the days ahead. And now all I can say to all of you is thank you, and thank you for more than just George Bush and myself. Thank you because if the trend continues, we may very well control one house of the Congress for the first time in a quarter of a century. We have picked up some governorships, and Bill Brock told me on the phone just a few minutes ago that it looks like in a number of states we have turned the state legislatures around, and for the first time they are majorities for us. So you did it. I have one message that I have to give before I leave. I've been upstairs on the phone trying to get a hold of two celebrations, two parties that are going on, one in Tampico, Illinois, where I was born, and one in Dixon, Illinois, where I grew up. I've got two hometowns. And finally, we managed to get the radio station in that area, and they told us that they would broadcast my message into the two parties that are going on. So to all of them, thank you too, back there in the hometown. Thank you all.
Ladies and gentlemen, President-elect Ronald Reagan. And the first gentleman.
as Ronald Reagan was speaking there, he picked up another big state in the Middle West, Illinois, a state that had thought, the pollsters had thought would be a toss-up state, a close one. He has won it with a very narrow margin, but according to our CBS News estimate, it does go into the Ronald Reagan column, making a total of 34 states he has won so far, to 4 for President Carter, plus the District of Columbia.
Ladies and gentlemen, the new President of the United States, Ronald Reagan.
President Ford has been watching Governor Reagan's statement to his group here tonight with us, and we're sort of hoping that we might be able to establish two-way communication, President Ford, with the next President of the United States, Ronald Reagan. We don't know whether they're going to accomplish that or not. There's an awful crowd around him, as you see, and he's got a lot of people to talk to, a lot of people to thank, but we're still hopeful. That was quite a joyful Ronald Reagan, as you would expect.
I thought he looked very, very well, Walter, and obviously they were exuberant. It's a great victory. He's been at it for more than a couple of years, and this is a culmination of a tremendous effort that deserves the kind of good cheer that they're going through.
I think when we see him there tonight, we could appreciate that we watch Nancy Reagan there.
How do you feel?
Well, thanking.
It takes a while for it to sink in.
It hasn't sunk in yet?
My husband's calling me.
Well, would you bring him over here to us, Mrs. Reagan?
I'll try.
Thank you.
Well, we'll see if we can get the governor and the next president on there. I was going to say, Mr. President, when watching him there tonight, you realize that one of the things, when he got to campaigning this year, that he put to rest very quickly was a matter of age, because of his appearance. I think we're going to get him up to our microphone here. Perhaps we'll have a word with you.
Congratulations, Mr. President-elect. You can't hear them, but I have Walter Cronkite and former President Ford in New York, and they have some questions which I'll relay to you. But first, if I may ask one question for myself, I wonder if you're as surprised by the landslide, the electoral landslide that you've received today.
Yes, you know me. You've heard me so cautiously optimistic so many times. This one is pretty surprised.
Well, your cautious optimism must be running over tonight. Let me see if I can get a question. Walter? Yes,
Gary, let me suggest something to you, because the audio is much better. Why don't you take off your headset and see if Governor Reagan would put it on or hold it up to his ear and that microphone, and we'll hear better, and President Ford can speak directly to him.
All right. Governor, what we're going to do is put that on your ear. And can you hear Walter?
Hello. You don't hear me because I'm not saying anything. Hello. The other microphone, Jerry. How about the other microphone? Could you take the other microphone, Governor Reagan? The smaller microphone there? We can barely hear you, but let's try. President Ford is here, and he wanted to congratulate you. Been trying to call you and hadn't gotten through on the phone, so we're doing it in a rather public fashion here. President Ford?
Ron, it's Jerry Ford. I've tried to call several times, but you were busy or en route to the Century Plaza. I do want to congratulate you on behalf of Betty and myself. It's a great, great victory, a very deserving victory, and as I said many times in the campaign, you'll be a fine president.
Mr. President, you and Betty, God bless you both, and I hope everybody knows in this country how hard you both worked and how you went across this country back and forth campaigning in my behalf. And this victory is certainly yours to share.
Well, give Nancy our love and the very best to you, and we'll be talking to you after you've had a couple hours sleep.
Okay.
Governor Reagan from Walter Cronkite, congratulations too, sir. We'll look forward to seeing you at the White House in your new role as the 40th President of the United States.
Thank you very much, Walter.
Could you tell me if you have you got a role a job for Gerald Ford, former President of the United States here?
Well, I think that a former president always has a role, and any president who would ignore and not seek the advice and counsel of a former president would be wasting a great asset, and I'm not going to waste a great asset.
Don't let him pin you down, Ron.
Okay.
Thank you. Right. Thank you again, Governor. Thank you very much.
Walter. And thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay. Well, I told one of your competitors I would get over there, so if you don't mind and would excuse me,
Well, we're sorry we kept you so long, but if that's what we kept you from, we're glad you kept us so long.
It's nice to be here, and I thank you for getting that message through to Governor Reagan and to Nancy. I've been trying, and this worked out very well.
You betcha. I thought for a moment Governor Reagan was going to say, any former president's a friend of yours, a friend of mine.
Well, thanks very much, Walter. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you, President Ford. Thank you very much for being with us. We'll have more CBS News election night coverage in a moment. George Bush, the next Vice President of the United States, has just appeared at his headquarters hotel in Houston, Texas, and let's listen in.
Committee and the headquarters in Arlington, Virginia, our national headquarters, and I would only add to that a personal note, a regional note, and I am grateful to the people of Texas for this fantastic winning this day. It's a great pleasure to have our family here. None has worked harder than Barbara Bush, I'll tell you. She's just done a fantastic job. And I'd like to use this rather expensive means of communication to thank Nancy Reagan and their entire family for what they did. I'll tell you, I've never seen a family work as hard as that whole Reagan family out there. Let me just briefly and seriously address myself to our countrymen, Republicans, Democrats, independents, not only here, but everywhere. And first, let me say that while we celebrate here tonight, we all fervently hope and pray that Americans may soon join in a celebration of freedom for those 52 hostages held in Iran. And indeed of happiness for their families on their return. To those who voted for the Reagan-Bush ticket, to those who supported another ticket, the election is over, but our real challenge as a nation dedicated to peace and the betterment of mankind lies ahead. This is a night of celebration for some of us and a night of disappointment for others, but tomorrow, in that great American tradition, those of us who celebrate tonight and those who have suffered disappointment must come together as one people to meet the larger challenge. And to all of you, whether you supported our ticket or opposed our ticket, let me say, as President-elect Reagan has said, what this victory tonight represents is not simply a mandate for change, but a mandate for peace and freedom. A mandate for prosperity, a mandate for opportunity for all Americans, regardless of race, sex, or creed. A mandate for leadership that is both strong and compassionate. And as Governor Reagan is so clearly epitomizes, a mandate to make government the servant of the people in the way that our founding fathers intended. A mandate for hope. A mandate for hope, for the fulfillment of the great dream that President-elect Reagan has worked for all of his life, and to which he and I are going to dedicate every fiber of our being in the years ahead. I really, as I stand here in my home city, I am deeply appreciative, but I'm also proud to have this opportunity to help carry President-elect Reagan's message to the American people these past few months. Proud to be able to serve in the years ahead with a man, a decent and honorable man that I know is going to provide the leadership that the American people want. America, in the words of the song, is on the road again. And with the leadership of Ronald Reagan, that road is going to lead our country back to greatness. Thank all of you very, very much. We Bushes are so pleased to be here. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you. Just great. We appreciate it. That's all right. Thank you so much. Lest you wonder who this is my mother over here, Mrs. Prescott Bush. And all our kids, thank you very, very much. It's a great evening. Where do we go?
George Bush, the next president of the United States. In Oregon, in the Senate race there, Bob Packwood, the incumbent Republican, has defeated Ted Kulongoski, the Democratic challenger. And in Georgia, according to our CBS News estimate, as was that recall in Oregon, in Georgia, Herman Talmadge, the incumbent senator, has defeated Mac Mattingly, his Republican challenger. Looking around the states now, we find that with this great Reagan sweep of electoral states tonight, that Carter is leading in very few of the remaining states outstanding. In the East, just in Maine, Massachusetts, and in Tennessee, and that by such a narrow margin we couldn't possibly call it yet. And Harry Reasoner in New York, that is really a cliffhanger in New York, isn't it?
It really is. It's 91% of the vote has been recorded yet, but the CBS News estimate says that there's not any trend that you can depend on.
And with almost 5 million votes counted, there are barely 100,000 votes separating the two men with 91% in.
And we just have word now. We can call New York for Ronald Reagan. It came through my earpiece, and that's the second biggest block of electoral votes in the country now can be added to.
Boy, that's going to put him way up into the 400 category. It's going to be one of the major electoral sweeps of recent history. Certainly in this century, there's hardly been anything quite like this defeat that Jimmy Carter is taking tonight. He has won just 35 electoral votes, as you see. 415 have been won for Ronald Reagan. Just 4 states have gone to Jimmy Carter so far, and the District of Columbia. For that total of 35 electoral votes, it certainly isn't very much. And of the states that we have been looking at, I haven't looked over the entire national board yet. I was just doing some quick running down of our states here. As I said, Carter is leading, but it's a very narrow margin in Maine, Massachusetts, and Tennessee, and we can't call any of those races for Carter yet. Even so, that would give him only 7 states. This one more than Goldwater won. Reagan is leading right now in North Carolina and South Carolina in the counted vote.
Carter's best chance on the board right now looks in Maryland. It's not the CBS estimate sees no trend, but he is holding 4 percentage point lead.
This is Walter Cronkite at CBS News Election Headquarters. I was just say in that little cutaway is to give an opportunity for some of our local stations to cut away for local returns. And for the rest of you, we keep on reporting from our CBS election headquarters this Ronald Reagan landslide tonight. It's a landslide in electoral count. In the popular vote, it doesn't show up yet. With 62% of the vote counted, it's still 50% for Reagan and 43% for Carter, 6% for Anderson. It's been holding like that, I think since about 30% of the vote was in. We're still expecting a big Reagan increase when the western states are all heard from. Bruce Morton at our trend desk has been looking into the voter turnout figures, which I gather, Bruce, weren't as large as the election officials, as usual, said they were going to be earlier this afternoon.
Walter, that seems to be one of the great traditions. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the turnout is always terrific, and then all those rosy expectations fade away. Our estimate is that just over 52% of the voting age population bothered to vote today. That's about 2% fewer than 4 years ago, which of course has been the trend in recent elections. But some groups voted more heavily and others less. Black turnout was up this time, though that didn't help Jimmy Carter. Blue-collar turnout was down. Young people voted less than 4 years ago. People in their 30s voted a little more. We also surveyed people who voted today and who could have voted last time but didn't. In the South and Middle West, those voters were heavily for Reagan. In the East, it was a tie. And in the West, of all places, a lot of those people who voted this time but not last time, a lot of them liked John Anderson. Brand new voters, too young to vote 4 years ago, went for Reagan in the South and for President Carter in the East. Walter?
Thank you, Bruce. New Hampshire, the Republicans have taken another seat from the Democrats. In New Hampshire, Warren Rudman has won the race there against the incumbent Patrick Leahy. So another Democratic senator bites the dust. And in the Senate races, that means that now a total of 6 Democratic seats have been taken over by Republicans. That is 8 seats. It's 2 short of an absolute majority, 1 short of an absolute majority in the new Senate, and with even 8 seats that they have won from the Democrats. If the Democrats do not win any from the Republicans this evening, that will mean that with perhaps the help of Harry Byrd, an independent, they could organize the next Senate. Let's get an update from our southern states now from Bob Schieffer. Bob?
Walter, one Senate race down in the South where a Democrat did win. Herman Talmadge, CBS News says, has won in Georgia. He had all of those problems, was denounced by the Senate. Looks like he's going to win with about 55% of the vote. He won with 71% of the vote in 1974, the last time he stood for election. We've talked a lot about the states that Ronald Reagan has won in Jimmy Carter's native region: Alabama, Florida, Louisiana, Oklahoma, Texas, Virginia. But there are some states in the region that are still very close. We want to tick those off quickly now. First, Kentucky. Kentucky still anybody's horse race with 99% of the vote in. This is a state that Jimmy Carter won with some comfort in 1976. Tennessee, again, a real horse race, neck and neck, 99% of the vote in, and right there you can see less than 4,000 votes separating the two men. South Carolina, this was a state that was considered too close to call and with 79% of the vote in. Indeed, it is still very, very close there. Reagan has a slight lead, as you can see. North Carolina. Now, this was a state where Jimmy Carter was supposed to have everything going for him, a strong ticket, strong local help, and yet this one too close to call. Arkansas, a real surprise here. This was Jimmy Carter's second best state in 1976, got 65% of the vote. It's neck and neck in Arkansas, Walter.
And Bob, we can, on our CBS News estimate of our selected precincts in Maryland, now say that that state has gone, as you suggested it would, Harry, a moment ago, has gone for Jimmy Carter. That now gives him 5 states in the District of Columbia for a total of 45 electoral votes to Reagan's 415 electoral votes. He's creeping up on the Goldwater number of 52 electoral votes in 6 states of 1964. We'll be back with more CBS News election coverage after this pause for station identification.
From CBS News election headquarters in New York, here again is Walter Cronkite.
A correction a moment ago, before we went away, I said that Patrick Leahy had been defeated in New Hampshire. And for the Senate there, that's a pretty good trick to get defeated in a state in which you don't even live nor represent. Actually, Patrick Leahy was not the incumbent in New Hampshire. John Durkin was, but he is a Democrat, and having lost that seat to Republican challenger Warren Rudman, it is a seat that has been taken now by the Republicans. My apologies to Patrick Leahy, and my condolences to John Durkin. In the Pennsylvania Senate race, a Republican has won it. Alan Specter has defeated Pete Flaherty, the former mayor of Pittsburgh. Alan Specter, the Republican, former district attorney in Philadelphia, will go to the Pennsylvania Senate. That seat stays thus in Republican hands. It was held by Richard Schweiker, who is retiring from that job. And so let's take a look again. Now, with 63% of the national vote counted, Ronald Reagan still 50%. Jimmy Carter, 43%, and John Anderson, 6%, with, as you see there, some 56 million votes counted. Reagan has won all of the states you see in blue, and Carter only those you see in red. The United States looks like it's certainly red, white, and blue, but mostly blue tonight. And those are only the colors designated on the board and not meant to be a statement as to the national attitude tonight. Certainly among the Republicans and a great majority of the American people, there is exultation tonight. Ronald Reagan thus has 415 electoral votes to Jimmy Carter's 45 electoral votes. Carter having won just 5 states and Reagan having won 35 states now. We got the first reaction just a little while ago from foreign sources. In Europe, it's pretty late for the chanceries of Europe, as the phrase goes, where lights burn late when crises come. But we have not heard that they were burning late tonight and have no reports from them. Out, however, in Asia, where the lights may burn late, but it's not necessary because it's daylight out there, we've had some reports. South Korea, for instance, as we understand, welcoming the Reagan victory. The Seoul government, which is run for all intents and purposes by the military, has been the target of the Carter administration charges of human rights violations. Presumably feels it'll be treated more gently by a Reagan administration. In Japan, officials said they expect links between Tokyo and Washington to be strengthened now. Their only concern, according to the foreign ministry, is whether or not Governor Reagan, as president, might bring more American pressure for Japan to rearm, a thing that Japan doesn't want to do, they tell us. China, which has not responded well to Ronald Reagan, whose heart seems to belong more to Taiwan, does decline any immediate comment for the moment. Now let's go and take a look at those very important Senate races with what looks like the Reagan tide sweeping in a Republican majority, very possibly, in the Senate of the United States, the first time that the Republicans will have owned either house of the Congress since the first Eisenhower administration back in 1953 and 54. Let's go first to the East and Harry Reisman.
Well, the 6 races in the East, Walter, one state changes its party designation. That's the one we just reported in New Hampshire. Warren Rudman in what was billed as a grudge match, winning broadly across the state, and according to the CBS tabulation, picking up 52% of the vote. Connecticut doesn't change parties. Chris Dodd is a Democrat. Maryland doesn't change parties. Charles Mathias kept his Republican seat. And the ones that are still very close, I'd like to look at the tabulated vote on New York, where there's a 3-way race, and it continues to be very close between Al D'Amato, the Republican, and Elizabeth Holtzman, the Democrat. CBS estimate can see no trend, and there are 93% of the vote in. You can see what the tabulated vote shows. It's 45% to 44%. With Jacob Javits, the incumbent, running on the Liberal line, a very poor third. Now in Vermont, which is another place that the Republicans might take a seat, Stuart Ledbetter is running behind the Democrat, Senator Leahy, the incumbent, in a race that CBS tabulation indicates is too close to call, as you can see in the tabulated vote. It would be too close to call. Dan?
In the Midwest, there are 2 Senate races left without a decision in both our CBS News estimate and the tabulated vote. One, a moderate Democrat, Tom Eagleton in Missouri, who was expected to win. It's a close race in Missouri. And the other in Wisconsin, veteran liberal Democrat Gaylord Nelson, fighting for his life. He's the last of the liberal Democratic senators up in the Midwest this year with even a chance to win. You can see how close it is. This is with 56% of the precincts in and reporting in Wisconsin. Everywhere else in the Midwest, it has been a total blowout of the conservative Republicans over the liberal Democrats. The Democrats won with moderate Democratic candidates in Illinois, where Alan Dixon won for the seat that Adlai Stevenson III is giving up. John Glenn, a moderate Democrat, won a Senate seat by an overwhelming majority in Ohio. Everywhere else, McGovern went down, Culver went down, Bayh went down. If Nelson should lose that race in Wisconsin, it would be a total sweep of the seats held by liberal Democratic senators in the Midwest by conservative Republican candidates. And we want to keep in mind that it's not simply Republicans replacing these liberal Democratic senators, but it's Republicans who are oceans apart in their philosophy. Now to the West and Leslie Stahl.
Dan, only one Democrat running for Senate in the West so far tonight is safe, and that's Alan Cranston in California, the one senator. So far, we've had one turnover. Warren Magnuson, the Democratic, one of the endangered liberals, Dan, has lost his seat to the Republican in Washington state. You know, Ronald Reagan's age never became an issue, but age was an issue in the Magnuson race, and the one Republican who is endangered in the West is also faced with an age issue. It's Barry Goldwater, who's 71 years old. His opponent, Bill Schultz, very subtly and carefully raised the age issue, but as you can see by the tabulated vote, this race is too close to call tonight. Let me tell you a little bit about what Bill Schultz did to Barry Goldwater and why Barry Goldwater is in trouble beside the age issue. He has one of the worst absentee records in the Senate, and Schultz liked to say Goldwater has cast fewer votes in the last 6 years than Alabama Senator James Allen. Allen died in June 1978. For the rest of the races in the West, all the Republicans are safe, all the other ones. Two of the Democrats who are up are in deep trouble, but the races are too close to call at this point. First, in the state of Colorado, Gary Hart, moderate Democrat, used to run George McGovern's campaign in '72, but Gary Hart is being challenged by Mary Estelle Buchanan, a moderate Republican. She is a woman who won a reputation for being a fighter and a feisty politician when she challenged the Republican establishment in the primary and won out, and she just seems to be able to, has been able to carry this image of fighting the establishment through, and is really giving Gary Hart a race tonight. Lastly, the state of Idaho, the chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, Frank Church, is neck and neck with Stephen Sims, a conservative Republican who was expected to ride in fairly easily on Reagan's coattails in Idaho. Reagan, according to our CBS estimate, won 75% of the vote in that state. But Sims had some trouble dealing with silver commodities and other other sort of scandal problems in the state, and he's neck and neck with Frank Church. You know, if Frank Church and Gary Hart are defeated and Warren Magnuson, that will be 3 Democratic seats that will change over tonight, and that could mean the tipping of the balance in the Senate to the Republicans. Bob?
Leslie, in the South, the Republicans have won a seat. They've held a seat by winning an upset in Oklahoma, a seat that was held by a Republican who retired, and they have a chance to win one more seat that they didn't think they were going to win in the South. In Georgia, Herman Talmadge repeated. He won re-election with better than 50% of the vote after all of the problems, the personal problems that he had this year, and after that very tough primary fight. But he defeats Matt Mattingly, who was a well-financed Republican in Georgia. In North Carolina, one of the real horse races of the night, Robert Morgan, the incumbent Democrat, has a real fight on his hands with the college professor John East. 83% of the vote in now, and we show it as virtually a dead heat at this point. East, one of the big spending campaigns, $600,000, I think we mentioned a moment ago, on television ads just in the last month of the campaign. Also, a lot of help we're told from the moral majority and from Senator Helms there. In Florida, that very hot Senate race between the Democrat Gunter, who beat incumbent Democrat Richard Stone in the primary, and Paula Hawkins, the public Service Commissioner who has the strong consumer record but is anti-ERA and anti-abortion. That one also very close, too close to call at this point, even though 82% of the vote is in there. In Alabama, the Republican, the former prisoner of war, Jeremiah Denton, has beaten the son of Alabama's populist former governor, Jim Folsom, and won handily there. Denton will be the first Republican to go to Washington from Alabama since Reconstruction. And in Oklahoma, the upset, the Republican, the former state senator, Don Nichols, has beaten the former district attorney in Oklahoma City, Andy Coates, the Democrat, a very conservative Democrat. And as we reported earlier in the evening, as expected, big victories tonight for incumbent Democrats, Bumpers in Arkansas, Ford in Kentucky, and Hollings in South Carolina. That about wraps it up for South, Walter.
And now another state in the Reagan column, a state which was thought to be Carter's, Kentucky. Kentucky has gone to Reagan, according to our CBS News estimate. And that adds another blue state in that great sweep of blue on our map. Carter has won a few states, but Reagan, look at the blue on this map. And here are the states that Carter has won. There are just those states you see, 9 states outstanding, Hawaii and Alaska, and 7 in the continental United States to be heard from yet. Some of those southern states may very well be Carter's when the vote is counted. Hawaii could very well be Carter's, but it is certainly an electoral sweep for Ronald Reagan tonight to become the 40th President of the United States. 424 electoral votes now to 45 for Jimmy Carter. Our CBS News election night coverage will continue in a moment. Back here at our CBS News election headquarters, where we have presented tonight the dominoes falling across the United States for Ronald Reagan, a series of domino collapses that has for Jimmy Carter that has put Ronald Reagan into the White House as of next January. He has won overwhelmingly tonight. On December the 15th, the Electoral College will meet in its separate state capitals to cast this vote, and then on January 5th, the vote will be read out by the Vice President of the United States, the present one, Walter Mondale, to a joint session of Congress, and on January 20th, Ronald Reagan will be inaugurated, the oldest man ever to be inaugurated for a first term in this nation's history, the first one who has come up from the ranks of a movie actor and a sports announcer before that, the only one who's ever made an appearance as a master of ceremonies in a Las Vegas nightclub act, the first governor of California to make it to the post, the first native of Illinois, and don't try to catch us on that one. Abraham Lincoln, of course, was born in Kentucky, and he is the first from California, a resident of California, to be elected for a first term in the White House. And that's a tricky one, too, because Richard Nixon, when he was elected in 1968, was officially a resident of New York City. Well, now that we've covered all those bases, let's cover some more here with a team of good friends of ours back from convention days. When we covered the political conventions, Bill Moyers and James Kilpatrick and Jeff Greenfield gave us their very astute and witty and occasionally, with some strikeouts occasionally on that same league, opinions of how the conventions were going. We've got them, fortunately, with us again this evening. Bill, Jim.
Walter, the producer just came over and said to our erstwhile colleagues, would you two gentlemen move as close together as possible? And the truth of the matter is this election is getting them pretty close. Jeff, what do you make of it?
Apart from announcing my secret membership in Young Americans for Freedom Bill, I think what this election is all about is that the chickens have come home to roost. Ideas count in politics. We've seen tonight, I think, the end of an idea whose time had passed. This is the first election since 1888 that a Democrat has been voted out of office, and that time he won the popular vote. Unlike 1972, when McGovern went down to defeat, when the Democrats picked up 2 Senate seats, it very much looks like a Republican Senate. I believe what this election means, and I say this with some pain, is that the liberalism which carried the Democratic coalition dragging and steadily weaker throughout the last decade or so, has finally come unstuck, and some serious thinking is going to have to be done to put it back together.
Well, my interpretation would be pretty close to Jeff's on this. It seems to me, listening to Governor Bush, or to George Bush a while ago, they ought to be very dubious about this business of mandates for something. I covered elections a long time. Very seldom you get a mandate for. But this astonishing performance today certainly indicates a reaction against, as Jeff was saying. I think it's a repudiation, very clearly, a repudiation of a lot of liberal ideas of the past 25 years. I'd say this, too. We've talked tonight largely in terms, as we always do, of Republicans and Democrats. What is important here really is the conservative trend, because after the opening day, the Republicans will all go off in different directions, and so will the Democrats. The only important thing about party labels these days is the organization of the Senate. Now, if the trends hold up, it looks as if they will, the Republicans take over the Senate, it means the staffs move out, the committee chairmen move out, and we do have a political revolution in that sense in the Senate, and be a very healthy thing in my judgment. But that's about all the party change will mean, is a change in staff. But that's a big change.
And there's something else here, too. I got involved in politics with a guy named Robert Kennedy, and as far as I was concerned, the message of the last couple of years of his life was that liberalism, or the sense of compassion, had to be separated from that dependency that government programs were creating. I think since his death, it's been very hard to hear that attitude, that compassion, that a desire to do something for people was different from food stamps and making people wards of the state. I think what's happened now, not just among Republicans, but you look in state after state where moderate Democrats went to Reagan this time, in spite of the impassioned appeals of Jimmy Carter to hold the Democratic coalition together, I think that song is done. And I think it's up to the Democrats who remain, the Joe Bidens of this world, and the Paul Tsongases from Massachusetts, Jay Rockefeller, to say, what does it mean to be a Democrat? It isn't just that you're, quote, for the people. What does that mean in terms of social programs?
Doesn't it mean also that the Republicans have to ask, what does it mean to be a Republican? Because if the problems of unemployment haven't been solved, the problem by this election, the problems of the ghettos haven't been solved by this election, the problems of poverty haven't been solved, if the Republican Party wants to do more than simply occupy the offices it has won today, it has got to come up with some way to ameliorate these social conditions, or there can be storms in the street, there can be violence in the country. We could have more of what we've had the last 12 years.
Well, let me make one point about Reagan himself looking to his political future that's different from Carter's election 4 years ago. It was said of Carter at the time that he didn't owe his election to any particular faction, and that was true, but nobody owed anything to Carter. But this time you've got a very different matter. This landslide of Reagan's means that he doesn't owe anything necessarily to the moral majority.
You don't think Jerry Falwell is going to be chaplain of the White House?
I don't believe Jerry Falwell is going to have much of an influence on the Republican administration. The landslide 5 million popular vote margin is a tremendous majority in the Electoral College. Reagan is now his own man. He doesn't owe his victory to anybody, but a number of senators will have come in very clearly on his coattails.
Yeah, but a number of those senators
debt to be paid.
But Jack, what about this? A number of those senators have come in with the direct support of the moral majority. I mean, the moral majority has knocked off one incumbent after another.
Not all of them.
It seems to me that it's more correct to read this as an ideological sweep that goes far beyond Jerry Falwell and his
Sure it does.
But what I'm curious about, and you know these people much better than I, Jack, you'll have to be defending them for 4 years. Now all the liberals can write on the outside. And the question is this. There are parts of the Reagan program that sound like they want to do something about the cities and poverty. There are other people around Reagan about whose commitment I have a great many doubts. What about this? Conservatism has been saying for years, give us the tools, we can show you how to cure poverty. What do you sense about that?
Well, I'd like the Kemp bill for the inner cities. I think it's a very sound idea. Reagan was promoting that throughout his campaign. I like a two-tiered minimum wage. I think that would do more for the black unemployed than anything else that we could propose.
Do you think the Republicans can do that?
I'm not at all certain that he will get the votes of such Republican senators as the new senator from Colorado, for example, if she wins.
Walter?
I'm sorry.
Walter?
Gotta quit.
Let me ask you something, Jim, particularly because you made the point. If Reagan doesn't owe to any group his victory tonight, does that mean that he can go back to being a more conservative than he appeared to be during this campaign in order to win over some of those groups?
I think he will be moderately conservative, Walter. It's only a matter of time, and probably not a very long time, April, maybe May, before he bitterly disappoints some of my real conservative friends. this is the way it always works out. His conservative friends will turn on him by June and say he's a great disappointment to us. We've given up hope on him.
I don't want to do a bah humbug, a balderdash thing with you guys. You're far brighter than I on this, but I just do think that we are inclined in any landslide night to say that the party that lost is doomed and it's all over and it's got to reconstruct itself somehow or other, and usually it doesn't quite happen that way. I've got to cut away right now. Maybe we'll come back in a minute. This is Walter Cronkite at CBS News Election Headquarters. Well, we're right back here now after that brief absence. And let me go back to our colleagues over here and pick up that discussion. I didn't mean to take the last word. I didn't know I was going to have to go away there.
Walter, I think you're absolutely right to say the Democratic Party's not dead. It doesn't work that way. My point is this. Here you have a landslide, unlike any since '64, when the winning president seems to have taken with him ideological allies throughout the Senate. At least 7 liberal Democrats are down or defeat. My point is it says something not necessarily about the party, but about liberalism. That a certain attitude of liberalism is on the way out. People won't buy it, and that's what has to be reconstructed.
There's another point, too, Walter. It may be that the Democratic Party saves itself by this defeat. That is, the Democratic Party under Jimmy Carter, who was questionably a Democrat in the tradition of the men whose names he's been invoking, was co-opted. It couldn't fight Jimmy Carter out front because it needed his patronage. What the Democratic Party needs is, quite frankly, what Israel needs, a good enemy around which to organize itself. Now there are a lot of old-timers have been cleared out. There are a lot of new faces of the Democratic Party. With a Republican conservative in the White House, they may have a target of opposition that enables them to discover what the Democratic Party in the future now will be.
Can I talk about a couple of specific issues for just a second? With this Senate, national health insurance is doomed. There's not going to be any comprehensive program of national health insurance in the next 2 years. There won't be any major labor reform. SALT II is a dead duck. Forget about SALT II. Election reform, call it off. Welfare reform, it won't pass. There are enough conservative votes have now come into the Senate that we're going to have a political revolution of sorts in the Senate. And in the House to a degree also, because some very conservative people have been elected in the House. Such liberals as Bradamus have been defeated. This is a big night for the conservatives as well as for the Republicans.
You may have a political revolution, but you may also have a social counter-revolution.
Oh, go on. Go on. And who leads that?
In the streets?
Who leads the social counter-revolution? Teddy Kennedy?
Lawyers.
Among other people, I think a lot of women who are just not going to be content to see the last 10 years wiped out.
Well, what about a figure at the lead on the horse? Is it Teddy Kennedy?
I don't think so. I think it'll be somebody whose name is not a household word tonight.
Try Senator Biden from Delaware for openers. Very impressive young guy, in his second term, revisionist Democrat.
Okay. I say Kilpatrick.
Riding in the street.
All right. There's still some unresolved presidential states, and Harry Reasoner can tell us about those that are in the East. Harry?
Walter, we've got 2 states that can't make up their minds in the East. Maine, to begin with. Maine has got 71% of its vote tabulated so far, but they're so close between Reagan and Carter that CBS News cannot make any estimate of how it's going to come out. Maine is a strange state anyhow. It's the only state in the country that splits its electoral vote, allowing 1 electoral vote to the person who wins in each congressional district. So no matter what happens in the presidential race there, Maine has already given Reagan 2 electoral votes, which I don't think show on our board yet. The most Carter can possibly get is 2. In Massachusetts, 69% of the vote, 70% now, has been reported, and Jimmy Carter is holding a very narrow lead. John Anderson has as high a vote in Massachusetts as any place in the country, and from our information, he is probably hurting Reagan there more than he's hurting Carter. Massachusetts went for Carter in 1976, and as I say, he's holding a very narrow lead there now.
Let's take a look at the situation in the South. Bob Sheehan.
Still some states that are unresolved, Walter. Mississippi, which was Mr. Carter's weakest southern state in 1976, Tonight it's very close in Mississippi. Ronald Reagan has just a slight lead, about 409,000 votes to 396,000 votes for Mr. Carter. Reagan with about 50%, and you have 50% of the vote in Mississippi. Arkansas. Arkansas is one of the big surprises of the evening. This is where Jimmy Carter got 65% of the vote in 1976. You can see how close it is tonight, and it is interesting, Walter, that the president is doing worst in the area around Fort Chaffee. That's the area where they put the Cuban refugees. One of the reasons many people say that the president chose Arkansas as a refugee center was because he thought it was safe in 1980, and yet you can see, like so many southern states tonight, it is very close in Arkansas. North Carolina, as we've said so many times tonight, this was the place where it was thought that Mr. Carter had everything going for him, from a well-financed state organization to bright, attractive local politicians who were on the president's side. Yet even there, it is very, very close tonight, with Reagan holding a slight lead, even with 88% of the vote in. Quickly now to South Carolina. Again, there we have a horse race, 86% of the vote in, and in Tennessee, 99% of the vote in, and it is still very close there, Walter.
So we've got some very close ones, which may indicate why we still have just 50% of the vote for Reagan in the popular count. Although now there are 57 million votes counted, 68% of the nation's vote is counted, and he still hasn't moved from that 50% approximately of the total vote. Of course, part of that is Anderson's got 6% of that, which delights John Anderson, because that means that he is going to get at least $3,700,000 back from the federal government in matching funds. That's going to help a lot in paying his very heavy campaign debts, which have been estimated all the way from $4 to $7 million. We'll be back with more CBS News election coverage after this pause for station identification.
This portion of election night is sponsored by General Motors, people building transportation to serve people. By a company called TRW, where tomorrow is taking shape. And by Citicorp Traveler's Checks. Travel the world with us. Now from CBS News election headquarters in New York, here again is Walter Cronkite.
Well, back here at our election headquarters, we've finally gotten Governor Reagan over that 50% hurdle he's been holding on to for most of the evening in the popular vote across the country. With 68% of the vote counted now, he's gone to 51% of the vote. And Jimmy Carter has dropped to 42% of the vote from the 43% he was holding. 6% of the vote going to John Anderson, as you see. Well, across the United States, though, where we show Jimmy Carter's states that he's won in red, you see there aren't many there, just 6 of them altogether. And for Reagan, well, it's a different story. They're shown in blue, and this country is almost solidly in the Reagan colors tonight. In the electoral vote, there's where the count really shows up. Reagan 424 electoral votes, and Jimmy Carter 45 electoral votes. There's a good question to be asked, I think, tonight. It's about time, that time of the evening, when we begin to look into this sort of thing. We maybe don't have answers yet. That'll have to be examined even more closely, but we've got some horseback opinions, I'm sure, as to why the polls over the weekend showed 2 and 3 percentage vote spread, maybe a little more than that in some of the more drastic ones. But nobody predicting an electoral sweep anything like this. Close electoral vote it looked like. I wonder if any of our astute correspondents here have a quick answer to that one. I toss it up for grabs.
I think there were 2 things about the polls, Walter. In the first place, they were showing Reagan gaining. And in the second place, if his percentage holds at 52% and doesn't go to what is commonly called a landslide at 60%, you don't need to have a huge popular vote. His vote is wide, but not necessarily very deep. He hasn't taken a lot of states by huge margins, at least not so far.
Well, I suppose, Walter, that all of those people had been undecided for so long in the big states all went for Ronald Reagan tonight. It's kind of difficult across the South to analyze what went wrong in so many different groups, because Jimmy Carter did poorly in all groups except for blacks and Hispanics. He had a worse time of it this year with all groups, young, old, various incomes, in town, out of town, than he did in 1976. He just got whomped.
Leslie, you got an idea?
Yeah, Walter, you have to believe that it was what someone in the White House said, that it was, in fact, the hostages at the last minute. That here there was this break, but he didn't seem to be able to do anything about it at all. He looked impotent once again in the foreign affairs area. You know, this whole thing broke late. There's no question about that, I don't think. And what was the factor? It just stared us right in the face. It was Jimmy Carter flying back to Washington and then having to go out again to campaign. Just totally unable to do anything with this issue, reminding us that it's been there for a year and that he was totally incapable of moving us. I just do feel that in the end, the switch of votes was because of that one issue.
That's obviously a terribly subjective thing on the part of the population. However, I think everybody would have to admit there's really nothing that the president could have done about it in those last 72 hours to further the situation. I mean, he couldn't accede to all of the requests and get them back. It may take weeks and months to do that. Henry Kissinger is suggesting tonight, just for instance, that he thinks that Reagan being in the White House will help get them back, and he bets they'll get back shortly after the inaugural. Well, that's still some time. That means that Henry Kissinger must be thinking in terms of long negotiations in order to put this package together.
But Walter, when you say why did Jimmy Carter win, I think, first of all, I don't know that it's been said here tonight, that we should acknowledge that Ronald Reagan ran a smart, classy, high-road campaign. Not only did he fail to make a mistake, but he made a lot of the smart moves. Now, as we went along during the night making some notes, Jimmy Carter had no base or political message to offer the voters. Jimmy Carter, standing in the trial heats, consistently ran ahead of his job rating, and eventually the facts and his job rating caught up with him. Ronald Reagan used the debate to convince voters that he was not this mad Hollywood bomber from the West, that he was presidential, whether it was justified or unjustified. He convinced people of that in debates. Unemployment was the key issue all through this campaign, especially in the Midwest, where Jimmy Carter won only one state, Walter Mondale's home state, Minnesota. And then in the end, it was rejection of the party and the liberal orthodoxy that had been in the command through the 60s and the 70s. People simply wanted to change.
You know, let's hear from Bruce Morton just a second, because Bruce is the fellow who's been kind of staying on top of our polls throughout this campaign. Maybe he's got a feeling about what went wrong with the polls, if anything went wrong. Maybe they just didn't catch up with the last-minute fact.
Well, Walter, you know, the old cliche is that polls are snapshots, and maybe even the last ones were a little early. To be fair, one of the people who's been here helping on our coverage, Bob Teeter, who is a pollster, did say that he was finding at the last minute big Reagan surges in the states where he was polling. Other polls, most of the newspaper and major public opinion polls did not. The last one we did with the New York Times did not. What we found today were defections among traditionally Democratic blocs, and there isn't any way to know why those people went away from Carter, whether it was in fact that Iran was the straw that broke the camel's back, one more frustration on top of the sorry state of the economy and so many other things. We just don't know, but clearly there was a lot of last-minute movement, and the polls didn't get it. I think Leslie was talking a minute ago about Iran, and I think one of the oddities of this, when the history of this election comes to be written, is why there was so much hesitancy at the last minute. The bare-bones outline of the Iranian terms have been known for a couple of months now. The Ayatollah enunciated them. And the diplomats had a lot of time to fine-tune that. Apparently it wasn't done. Maybe some signal went astray at the last minute. I don't know. But the country was left with this thing sort of nagging at it over the weekend.
Thank you. Yeah.
Ability to communicate with the people, which he admits is has been a problem of his. No sense of coming to us and telling us why it couldn't move fast or what was wrong.
Well, Very well could be. One thing we might note about the election tonight is with this heavy electoral vote, as we are predicting it on our, not predicting, calling it on our CBS News estimates of our sample precincts across the country. There is much more of a national vote tonight. I think Bob Teeter was mentioning that that it's a much more of a national vote. Maybe television has done this. Goodness knows what. Maybe the trend toward conservatism that Patrick and the others were talking about. But at any rate, there is a national consensus tonight. We didn't get a majority of the population voting again. That is for the winner. Just a bare majority voted. And the numbers who voted for the winner are somewhere down in probably the 25 to 30, 32% mark. So a minority of the people voted for the next president of the United States, but still it goes across the entire breadth of the country, north to south and east to west. And I think it's an important point to keep in mind. We'll have more CBS News election night coverage in a moment. On the night that President Reagan, or Governor Reagan, won the presidency, nothing like getting ahead of the game here, but the night that he wins the presidency, there also, of course, have been a lot of other races up, all of those state legislatures, and it'll be a long time before we hear about those. Those votes are usually counted last in every precinct in every state, and yet the Republicans have made a big drive to try to take control of as many of the 43 legislatures that were up for a vote this year as they possibly could, because these legislatures elected this year will be redistricting their states under the 1980 census, and that means they will have the power to draw the district lines in such a way as to favor the party in power in the legislature. So they want to be in power in the legislature, and with the nature of the Reagan sweep in both House races and in Senate races, we can expect something similar probably in the legislative races as well, although we have no returns on that as yet. Also, there are literally hundreds of items up in most of the states, a total of hundreds of items over all of the states, referendum of one kind or another, and those votes are also counted late on in the evening. We have only 2 of them reported so far. The resolution in California that would have banned smoking in public places has failed. That was defeated. And in Illinois, the citizens there voted a constitutional amendment which will reduce the size of their House of Representatives in their legislature. Cleaning up another little matter of some interest tonight, of 7 congressmen who were caught in the scam matter, 4 of them have lost their races so far. Tonight, 2 have won their races, so it's a 2-to-1 margin on the loser's side. 1 other is slightly ahead, however, which will bring the margin up a little bit for those who have survived despite their involvement in the scam case. Now, let's take a quick run around of our regional correspondents here for the Senate and gubernatorial races still outstanding. We'll start with Harry Reasoner.
Well, we still have that extremely close race in the Senate, for the Senate in Vermont, Walter, where at the moment, CBS News estimates it is very close. Patrick Leahy is holding a very narrow lead over Stuart Ledbetter. That would be a case, again, where if Leahy does not continue to hold the lead, the Republicans will gain another seat. There were very few surprises in the East and in the gubernatorial races. Richard Spelling was reelected in Vermont with no trouble at all. He's been a good and popular governor. Jay Rockefeller, as expected, won in West Virginia. He spent about $12 a voter and was probably entitled to win. In Rhode Island, Joe Gary has been very popular, is winning by more than 3-to-1, according to CBS News tabulation and according to the tabulated vote. In New Hampshire, in a rematch between Hugh Gallen and Meldrum Thompson, the voters rejected Thompson and his extreme conservatism 4 years ago, and they did it again tonight. Gallen won with 59% of the vote. And in Delaware, the extremely popular Pete DuPont is winning by, according to CBS estimate, about 71% of the vote against his opponent. That's the governors in the East. Dan?
Well, in the Midwest, in terms of governorships, the Republicans now control 11 of the 12 state houses in the Midwest. The Democrats have only Kansas. Just 8 years ago, to give you an idea of how things have changed and how quickly they have changed, the Democrats slept in 8 of those governor's mansions and the Republicans in only 4. But as of the election returns tonight, the Republicans have 11 of 12. Now, just in from Missouri, the moderate Democratic Senator Tom Eagleton in Missouri has won a very tight race there. That continues the trend that we've seen all night in the Midwest, that the moderate Democratic senatorial candidates, Dixon in Illinois, taking that open spot of Adlai Stevenson's, and John Glenn in Ohio, and now Tom Eagleton in Missouri. The moderate Democratic senatorial candidates winning, but the liberal senatorial candidates losing. The only Senate race that has not yet been decided is in Wisconsin, that is in the Midwest. Gaylord Nelson, the liberal Democratic senator in Wisconsin, who was favored to win, with 68% of the vote, the precincts in and reporting. That's the way the race looks. Now, many of our CBS News sample precincts are in that race, and we show the Republican congressman, Robert Caston, with a significant lead on the basis of our sample precincts, but it is too early to make any estimate in the race. This is the actual vote in and tabulated with 68% of the precincts in Wisconsin. If Gaylord Nelson loses in Wisconsin, that makes it a clean sweep out of liberal Democratic senators in the Midwest. Walter, what we have here tonight, without question, is one for the history books in terms of you'd have to go way back, and perhaps never has an incumbent president been beaten this badly. For example, Herbert Hoover, I don't think was beaten this badly in his race against Franklin Delano Roosevelt. We can't be certain of that yet, but it's certainly on that magnitude that we're dealing with, and this is what has swept away so many of the Democratic governors and senators in the Midwest. Now to the South and Bob Schieffer.
Well, let me just put in a quick word. Let me put in a quick word there, just straighten out the Hoover thing, because I was just looking it up. Right. Hoover won 6 states, which is what Carter now has, but he got only 59 electoral votes, whereas Carter now has 45 electoral votes. So it's a nip and tuck as to whether Carter is going to beat out the Hoover losing record or not.
Just saying it was on that magnitude, though, and who would have thought, I certainly would not, before this evening began, that the Reagan victory could be anything on that scale?
No, certainly not. So, as a matter of fact, Carter is running down there really toward the bottom of the record since 1860 in the proportion by which he is being beaten tonight. If you'd like a quick rundown of that, I could give it to you before we go on to Bob Schieffer. No, let's go on with you, because a lot of people are waiting for those Senate gubernatorial races, and then we'll come back to me in a minute. Go ahead, Bob.
Walter, we do have a couple of real cliffhangers still going on in Senate races, especially down in the South in Florida. That race between Gunter, the Democrat, and Paula Hawkins, the Republican. As you can see, Hawkins now has 51% of the vote with 87% of the vote in. But this one as yet is still too close to call. And then quickly moving on to North Carolina, the other horse race there, Morgan, the incumbent, and East, the well-financed Republican, just about splitting the vote. As you can see, less than 2,000 votes, I guess, or about 2,000 votes separating them. We also have a very close governor's race in Arkansas, Walter, and that's a real surprise. The youngest governor in the United States, Clinton, Bill Clinton, thought that would be a runaway for Carter, of course, that state, and thought Clinton would have a runaway race. But right now he's running behind, 51% to 49%. Frank White, Little Rock Savings and Loan president. No real explanation from the experts down there about what's going on there, except Clinton did raise auto registration fees there, and he is doing worst of all in that area around Fort Chaffee where they put the Cuban refugees. So maybe a combination of refugees and registration in Arkansas for young Governor Bill Clinton, but that one far from over.
Let's leave the West.
Walter, there are 3 governorships up this time in the West. One has changed hands from Democrat to Republican, and that's in Washington State, where John Spellman, described as a durable administrator, solid durable administrator, he runs King County, where Seattle is, has beaten Jim McDermott. Spellman's ads asked the question, do you really want a liberal psychiatrist for governor? McDermott was a psychiatrist, and clearly the answer was no, a Republican state now. 2 Democrats have won re-election. First, in the state of Utah, the incumbent Democrat Scott Matheson has beaten Bob Wright, the Republican. Matheson made a career of fighting Washington and even Jimmy Carter on some issues. Clearly, Reagan's landslide did not hurt him there. And Ted Schwinden, the lieutenant governor in Montana, has beaten the Republican Jack Ramirez. In the Senate races, we still have 3 races that we consider too close to call. The first one is in Arizona, and to most people's surprise, Barry Goldwater seems to be in great trouble there. He's being challenged by Bill Schultz, a millionaire landlord. The great irony is that Ronald Reagan got his start in politics by giving a speech in 1964 for Barry Goldwater, but Reagan doesn't seem to be able to, at least so far, hasn't been able to carry Barry Goldwater in with his tide. In the West in general, there seems to be more a repudiation of Washington and the federal government than there is a conservative tide. If you look at Warren Magnuson's loss in Washington, he was not beaten by a conservative, he was beaten by a moderate Republican. Gary Hart, in a neck-and-neck race against Mary Estill Buchanan, she is not a conservative, she's a moderate Republican as well. And back in Arizona, the Democrat Bill Schultz is more moderate than Barry Goldwater. So it's not a real conservative sweep in the West. There is one race, however, where a liberal is being challenged by a conservative who was a soulmate of Ronald Reagan, and that's in Idaho, where Frank Church, the chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee, is in the fight of his life. It's neck and neck. Steve Sims, the conservative, giving this man a real challenge, and he may not make it right now. As you can see by the tabulated vote, Sims has a slight edge. However, CBS News still feels that that race is too tight. One last thing, the Democratic chairman of the House Ways and Means Committee has been defeated. Al Ullman of Oregon has been beaten by a conservative Republican, Denny Smith, who hammered away at the fact that Al Ullman never spent any time in his home district, didn't even have an address in the district. Walter?
Mostly, I think you ought to know that our Arbuthnot followers around here who believe in the living cliche always refer to that as the powerful House Ways and Means Committee. But anyway, Al Ullman will not be the power of the House Ways and Means Committee any longer. Well, this is Walter Cronkite at CBS News Election Headquarters. Thank you. We'll get to the silly season around here eventually. That's our distinguished Florida director, Jimmy, over there, telling me to speak. So I'll speak. And what I will speak is that, as we know, it's a Reagan victory overwhelmingly tonight. It's been a long, long road for Ronald Reagan from the time in 1964 when he took to politics. Other politics other than that is represented by the Screen Actors Guild. Took to the stump in support of Barry Goldwater. It was the warm-up man at Goldwater rallies through California. Made a notable television appearance for Goldwater and apparently got the bug. That was 1964, some 16 years ago. In the years since then, by 1968, he was making a run at the presidency against the man who obviously had it locked up already, Richard Nixon, but he still created something of a storm in Miami before Nixon put down that upstart from California. He didn't try in 64, but he did, rather in 72, but he did again in 76, as we know, and came very close to taking the nomination from Gerald Ford. Now tonight, the former movie actor becomes the next president of the United States. It's been a long, long year for him, of course, campaign year, and a long road from 1964. It's been a long, long campaign year for a lot of our CBS News correspondents as well. None more so than Jerry Bowen and Bill Plant, who've been covering Governor Reagan, and Jed Duval, who's been covering President Carter. They're with us now at the end of the trail, and we'll get some last thoughts from them this evening. Gentlemen?
Well, I guess maybe the White House gets to speak first, since it's going to change hands. There are very few of us left here at this hour, some guards and this CBS crew. We haven't seen any of the White House notables or any of the press staff since shortly after the president made his concession speech. As you might guess, they don't have anything to say. It was too much of a shock. It was too lopsided for anyone to sit around and analyze.
Have there been a lot of comings and goings, though, at the White House through the back door any other way?
No, it's very, very quiet. It's almost as if Mr. Carter was on vacation somewhere. It's just been silent here.
Well, you fellows on the correspondent trail really don't get the same option that the politicians get. We don't ask you what you're going to do next. Somebody out here on the top side will tell you what you're going to do next, but you get a little rest first. It's been a great performance out there, Jed, on your part in the White House coverage, I know, and Leslie Stahl, who's with us here in the studio. Of course, the two of you did yeoman work. Let's listen to the thoughts, the last thoughts from the Reagan camp now, where they're in a victory mood, I assume. Not as correspondents, we know that, but as participating or watching the victory celebration tonight. What are your last thoughts?
Walter, there is still quite a celebration going on here, as you probably can see. We're thankful the band has just stopped, so we can hear you.
Indeed.
And we'll tell you this, that the mood of the Reagan people is just overwhelmingly ebullient. They never believed that until a few days ago that this kind of victory was possible.
One of the senior advisors who I spoke with tonight said that they were always counting on a certain amount of discontent with the Carter administration and its policies. And tonight he said, we just didn't realize how deep that well of discontent was. And they're as surprised as many of us are.
Walter, I think that one thing that we have to look for in the days and months ahead in this transition and in the new administration is a search for talent. These people who have put Reagan's victory together are by and large amateurs, some of them very talented amateurs, but it's going to be very interesting to watch them try to cope with putting together a government, and that's the story that I guess we'll continue to cover, I hope.
And again, Walter, they fully realize this and are the first to admit that at this point they have a lot of things to iron out during this transition period.
Do you think that Governor Reagan will be taking into Washington a nucleus of White House staff from Sacramento, although he's been out of power, of course, in the State House there for a while? Is he likely to do what Carter did and take a coterie of people with him?
He'll take some very close personal friends with him, Walter, but not very many. Most of the people who worked for him when he was governor have already been launched into careers and don't particularly want to go back to Washington for government service. I think what he will do, Jerry, is to seek people who have already achieved some degree of success in the private sector and entreat them to join the government.
Thank you, gentlemen. Good to talk to you, and congratulations to you for superb coverage throughout. Thank you. Bill, thank you, Bill. We'll be back with more CBS News election coverage after this pause for station identification. Although he's been out of power, of course, in the State House there for a while, is he likely to do what Carter did and take a coterie of people with him?
He'll take some very close personal friends with him, Walter, but not very many. Most of the people who worked for him when he was governor have already been launched into careers and don't particularly want to go back to Washington for government service. I think what he will do, Jerry, is to seek people who have already achieved some degree of success in the private sector and entreat them to join the government.
Thank you, gentlemen. Good to talk to you, and congratulations to you for superb coverage throughout. Thank you. Bill, thank you, Bill. We'll be back with more CBS News election coverage after this pause for station identification.
Saturday is moving day for Jennifer on the new season of WKRP in Cincinnati. And on an all-new Tim Conway show, Harvey Korman makes a surprise appearance and gets carried away. Then get ready for Tanya Tucker in Georgia Peaches. Just a couple of good old gals trying to stay cool. It's comedy and country fun Saturday, 8, 7 Central and Mountain.
This is CBS.
If rising food costs have your budget in a spin, snap out of it with Cost Cutters from Kroger. Kroger cuts your costs on a garden full of fresh fruits and vegetables every week.
Snow White California cauliflower and the 5-pound bag New Crop Florida oranges are specially priced. Plus Indian River white or pink grapefruit, size 48 or 6 for 99 cents. And fresh green California broccoli is cost cutter priced, 89 cents a bunch.
Come cut your costs at Kroger now.
Who has America's lowest priced automobile? The all-new 1981 Toyota Tercel at just $42.98?
Damon has it.
And who has America's best gas mileage car? Toyota Starlet with 39 city, 54 highway?
Damon has it.
Who has great closeout buys on 80 Toyotas?
Damon has it.
Who has Tennessee's biggest Toyota selection? You know who.
Oh, Damon has it. Damon Toyota.
Walt Adams has sports like nobody else on Television 5.
From CBS News election headquarters in New York, here again is Walter Cronkite.
And it is Ronald Reagan's night, as we've told you, as we move in the Eastern time zone into Wednesday morning. He has an overwhelming victory. 72% of the vote has been counted now, and Reagan has 51% of the vote to Carter's 42% of the vote. Anderson holding steady at that 6% of the vote. And we expect the Reagan vote to increase considerably as all of the votes are counted. Jimmy Carter won just these states tonight, with a few still outstanding. He won 5 states in the District of Columbia for only 45 electoral votes. Those red states showing in red. And look at this. These are the states that Governor Reagan has won, shown in blue. Overwhelming. 37 states he's won for 424 electoral votes. Carter has just 45 electoral votes. Anderson, no electoral votes, of course, with 6% of the national vote in. 9 states are yet to be heard from with 69 electoral votes. In the Senate of the United States, it looks very much as if the Democrats have a chance to take over a majority role in the Senate for the first time since 1954. They have gained 6 seats so far. They need to gain 3 more. They have ousted some of the most prominent liberal senators, By in Indiana, Culver in Iowa, McGovern in South Dakota, Magnuson, a man who had spent 6 terms, 36 years in the United States Senate, was ousted in the state of Washington. And Jim Durkin in New Hampshire was beaten. And a Democratic seat in Alabama was taken by a Republican. 6 seats they have taken so far from the Democrats. If they take 3 more, they gain control of the Senate. In the House of Representatives, the Republicans also have won big there, though they didn't get anything like the 59 and don't expect to get that it would take to upset the House of Representatives. They have won perhaps 30 seats, we believe, on the basis of our CBS News estimates. They are leading and elected in the seats you saw there. The new House looks to us like it will be around 244 for the Democrats, 186 for the Republicans. That's a gain of 30 seats for the Republicans, but that's give or take 5 seats on the basis of our estimate. Well, now let's get some last thoughts on this election night from Bill Moyers. Bill?
Walter, there's a story of a woman in Moscow who waits in line 3 hours to buy a pair of socks, and finally she explodes. And she turns to the man beside her and says, "I'm going to go to Comrade Brezhnev and punch him in the nose." So she disappears, and shortly after that she comes back, and the man behind her says, "What happened?" She said, "Comrade, that line was longer." And a lot of people lined up today to punch Jimmy Carter in the nose. A lot of people, a long line. Jack Kilpatrick, why? Do we blame all of this on him?
No, Bill. So many of the things that happened to Carter were really beyond his control. The OPEC price increases, for one thing, the seizure of the hostages that he never was able to cope with. But yes, I think a great deal of it can fairly be blamed on Mr. Carter. He would have deserved the credit, mind you, if things had gone better. But he came to Washington with the idea that being president of the United States was really not much different from being governor of Georgia. It was a difference of degree and not in kind. And he was wholly wrong in that. It took him a long time to understand the difference between being governor of Georgia and being president of the United States. He came up with no constituency on the Hill. Indeed, he had repudiated it in ways that Reagan has not. Carter ran against the Congress. You remember the tax code that was a disgrace to the human race? Well, that crack did not sit very well with Senator Russell Long of Louisiana, who had written most of the tax code. And Mr. Carter had other problems of this sort. The associates he brought with him were never really up to the caliber of fairly sophisticated Washington, as you know. So a lot of it was Mr. Carter's fault. I think he may wind up as something more than a footnote in history. You know, we kind of go through revisionists. One of these days, Nixon is going to wind up by looking much better to the historians, just as Harry Truman has. And one of these days, poor Mr. Carter, who has suffered this landslide tonight, is going to wind up looking a good deal better than he looks right now.
What do you think about him personally, Jeff? I mean, what is there about his personality, his nature, his character that is responsible, as far as you see, for what he is today?
The thing that strikes me, and you can go back to 1976 when he ran for president, is how so many people saw in him what they wanted to see. He was not a candidate with a program. He was a candidate with a personality. And his message, the first election after Watergate, was, we can make the government good because I am good. And if you were a populist, you saw him as the man from rural Georgia up against the special interests. If you were a fundamentalist, religious person, you saw him as bringing that moral tone. And as soon as he had to make some decisions, as soon as he had to do politics, then somebody was disappointed.
But don't all politicians try to be all things to all people?
Yes, sure. But the difference was that Jimmy Carter was elected with no program, and not even a program which was hinted at. My point was...
That's not
yes, it is.
No, come on.
Jack, my point is...
Specifics, I can tell you a lot of things Carter was for.
Jimmy Carter was the candidate who was what you wanted him to be. And the problem was that while, yes, all presidents are overwhelmed by events sometimes, and all presidents have to go with the tide, I think the absence of a core philosophy, since I believe ideas count more than personalities in politics, I'm one of the last people left, I guess, who believes that, I think that was one of the things that doomed him, because the disappointment was so much sharper than it would be with an ordinary politician.
Well, I agree with you on that point. We never have seen any consistent political philosophy in Mr. Carter from the very beginning. But as for a program, he had a program. Oh, my gracious, he ran for a consumer protection agency. He ran for a tax reduction at the time. He ran for a major reduction in defense spending. He ran for various things on energy, a comprehensive national program of health insurance, a Department of Education, a Department of Energy. I could clock you off 20 things that Carter ran for that constituted specific issues. Most of them were no good, mind you.
But Jack, when he ran, in the regions that he ran in the first time, it was different things to different people. He was for and against deregulation. He was for comprehensive national health insurance, but he wasn't for something that would destroy it. Destroy the private doctor-patient relationship. There were too many conflicting hints, I think, because he so much decided that he could be a president based on personality. And I must say, I think that was one of the major reasons why the disillusionment, which happens to all presidents, was so much sharper. It was more like betrayal.
But Jeff, he did have a program. He sent it up to the Hill in great indigestible wads of bills, and the bills simply would not go through.
No man has worked harder in the White House. No man has spent more hours. No man has been more sincere.
No doubt.
That's right.
And yet, there was this general perception of Jimmy Carter as a man who had not put his stamp on the White House, who was not a leader, who was not communicating to the country a message. It was a tough time to govern.
I'm glad you mentioned that. Monday night, election eve, Jimmy Carter gave a speech as part of a packaged film. And he said, you could see the pollster, Pat Caddell, telling him, Mr. President, people don't believe you have a vision for the country. And Jimmy Carter, the last night before the election, began by saying, I want to share with you my vision for the country.
The American people, it seems to me, are very tolerant of a leader who changes his mind, who alters his course, who retreats and advances and tacks back and forth. But one thing they will not tolerate is irresolution. An inability to convey to the country a sense of confidence, and he never did that.
That was one of his big troubles, Bill. He had many other troubles, but you put your finger on the main one. This sense of indecision, irresolution. So often he would march up, he would send the aircraft carrier out and then call the carrier back. He would send the bill up and then abandon it. You remember his energy program? On Monday, it was the moral equivalent of war. On Wednesday, he was retreating. On Friday, his press conference, it had all sort of dwindled away.
And that's my point, Jack. That's my point. That when you are president, you always suffer defeats, and you always have to change positions one time or another, and it's very difficult. And I think people who say that Carter was uniquely that way are wrong. But what was unique was that instead of disappointing people, because they'd seen in him what he wanted them to see 4 years ago, the sense of disappointment was much sharper than an ordinary politician produces. That, I think, is one of the keys to why so many people felt let down by it.
I'll give you another disappointment. His efforts to de-imperialize what was left of the imperial White House of Jerry Ford. It wasn't very imperial when Mr. Ford went out. But almost immediately, Mr. Carter set upon this cardigan sweater image. Grits, you know, the dog on the floor, the Amy in the treehouse. He got rid of the Hail to the Chief. They played hi to the Chief there for a while.
People want some ceremony. Well,
yeah, and he got rid of all of it.
Wonderful story about Amy going to school and saying, my father's been named Father of the Year, and the classmate said, yeah, it's been that kind of year. And I'm afraid it has been for Jimmy Carter. Walter?
Thank you, gentlemen. CBS News election night coverage will continue in a moment. And so it's been a landslide by Governor Ronald Reagan of California in this election night. He swept nearly all of the states of the United States, all but 6 of them so far. That includes the District of Columbia, 5 in the district. And he's got a huge electoral majority. And he's taking in with him a few extra House members at any rate. We estimate probably 30 new seats for the Republicans in the House of Representatives. Let's take a look around on our regional desk and get some perspective on what's happening to the House. So let's go with you, Harry, first.
Walter, I'd like to start out by saying there's a man up in Massachusetts that I've never met, but that I certainly admire. His name is William Barnstead, and this year he ran against Tip O'Neill for the 3rd time. And lost for the 3rd time. O'Neill's been there since 1952, and he'll be there 2 more years. They were talking earlier about the moral majority in parts of the country and its effect. In the East, we have a sort of allegedly minority, immoral minority, and it's interesting to see how some of those people came out. Michael Myers, the guy who was expelled from the House, the first to be expelled since 1861, lost today to an independent, Thomas Foglietta. And he lost rather definitely in that 3-way race there. Frank Thompson, who is from New Jersey's District Number 4, lost. He has been indicted in the Abscam scandal. And he lost to a Republican, Christopher Smith, by 54 to 44%. John Murphy, the longtime New York congressman, 9 terms, who has been goes on trial next week in the Abscam scandal, lost to Molinari, Guy Molinari, the Republican, so he won't be there next time. There was an Abscam winner. John, we're down on the board to the case of a scandal, not an Abscam thing. Robert Bauman, who was accused of homosexual conduct, who admitted homosexual tendencies and blamed it on drink, lost in Maryland's Congressional District Number 1 to Roy Dyson, a Democrat. Oh, and one of our most interesting races, Gladys Spellman, from Maryland's Congressional District Number 5, won in spite of the fact that since Friday she's been in a hospital in critical condition. She suffered a cardiac arrest. Her opponent, a young man named Igo, immediately suspended campaigning, and she won with 80% of the vote. Walter?
Let's go now to Dan Rather and talk about the House out in the Middle West.
Well, Walter, the story in the House races of the Midwest is the same as it is in the gubernatorial and Senate races, and that is dancing in the street, joyful news for the Republicans, shut up and deal glum news for the Democrats. In the Midwest, the Democratic Party has lost such veteran stalwarts as John Bradamus, the 3rd most powerful member of the House Democratic leadership. And also, the Democrats lost Thomas Ashley of Ohio, the chairman of the Housing Subcommittee. Now, the Republicans needed to pick up a net of 3 seats in the Midwest to regain the House majority for the region that they lost after the Watergate debacle of 1974, and it looks like that they may do just that. If I may, Walter, picking up on that Senate race in Wisconsin where it's very close, still no final outcome known between Robert Kasten, Republican, and Nelson, the Democrat. However, it is beginning to look very much as though that race may go into the wee hours of the morning, and Caston, the Republican, trying for an upset there, is leading in the race. Also, Walter, if I can take one more second, not since William Howard Taft in 1912 has any incumbent president had a lower total of electoral votes nationwide than Jimmy Carter does at this moment.
At this moment, yeah, but that's that review I'm going to give you, and you keep preempting me on it. You're trying to force me to give the review, and I keep wanting to go to these round
No, not preempting.
No, you just keep that up, Dan, and you'll just see. I'll do it one of these moments. Bob, you go right ahead now.
No, I'll go with my business, Walter. John Jenrath, down in South Carolina, the congressman who was convicted in one of the Abscam trials, lost tonight to John Napier. He was, Napier is a protege of Strom Thurmond in South Carolina, an attorney down there. Jenrath had always been quite strong in the black community in that area, but tonight it was not enough. He went down in defeat. House Majority Leader Jim Wright down in Texas won, and won big tonight. And certainly, Walter, this is one of the most impressive victories across the South tonight, because in Tarrant County, Jim Wright's home district, Jimmy Carter won, and won big. Jimmy Carter won all across Texas. In fact, somebody told me a while ago that 5 Senate seats in the state Senate are in danger of falling to Republicans down in Texas. So you got a big Republican landslide in Texas, but Wright wins big against a heavily financed opponent. Certainly that will enhance his chances of someday being a viable contender, at least, to replace Speaker Tip O'Neill as Speaker of the House when Mr. O'Neill decides to retire. Down in Houston, Bob Eckhart, the 7-term congressman who was known to be in big trouble, has fallen behind Jack Fields, a well-financed Republican who had the backing of the oil industry there. Mr. Eckhart, in one of those districts, Walter, where a lot of people, you know, there are about 1,000 people a week moving into Houston. A lot of them are moving into that district, and as a result of that, in one recent survey, Eckhart had only 28% name recognition in his own district. That much of a turnover in the district, and he's in trouble as expected. One of the more interesting races tonight down in Mississippi, in Mississippi's 4th district, which includes the capital, Jackson. CBS News estimates the winner there will be the Republican incumbent John Hinson over Democrat Brett Singletary. Mr. Hinson, that race interesting somewhat, because Mr. Hinson admitted that he had frequented a gay movie house in Washington, a movie house that caught fire when a number of members of the homosexual community in Washington died. But apparently that incident did not hurt Mr. Hinson, and he went on tonight to win re-election. And down in Louisiana, Buddy Leach apparently has lost to Buddy Romer, another Democrat. In that primary, or in the election they have down in Louisiana, it is possible for 2 Democrats to wind up in the general election. Leach had been accused of buying votes in his first election. He was acquitted of those charges, but loses tonight to another Buddy Romer. Walter?
And Leslie, the House races.
Well, if I may first, before I do that, Walter, tell you a little bit about Hawaii. We have
I
President...
thought you were going to tell me about the states that elected. Never mind. Go ahead.
All right, let me start again. President
Hawaii.
Carter is leading, according to the CBS News estimate, in the state of Hawaii. That would be another 4 electoral votes for President Carter. Also, CBS News estimates that Daniel Inouye will win re-election as a senator from Hawaii. He's the Democrat, winning over Cooper Brown. Okay, now the House races. As we said before, the powerful chairman of the House Ways and Means Committee, Al Ullman, has been defeated tonight by Denny Smith, a Republican, an owner of a newspaper chain throughout the state of Oregon. Several House chairmen beside Al Ullman were supposed to be in trouble tonight, but those fans of Mo Udall, and mainly people like him because he's so witty, will be pleased to know that he has won re-election. He is chairman of the House Interior Committee. He was considered to be in great trouble. A serious challenge by Richard Huff, but as you can see, he is ahead in this in the tabulated vote, and CBS News has estimated that he will win that race. 2 other Democratic chairmen are still in tight races, virtually even races. The chairman of the Public Works Committee, Harold Biz Johnson, neck and neck. The Republican challenger, Eugene Chappie, saying that because he's 71, Johnson 71, he's lost his effectiveness. And Thomas Foley, the chairman of the Agriculture Committee from Washington State, is also in a very close race that CBS News has not yet called. Some of the congressmen who came in the class of 74, the Democrats who won in that Watergate backlash, are have hung on. Tim Wirth wins in Colorado. Les O'Coin wins in Oregon. Jim Weaver wins in Oregon. But some Democrats, one Democrat anyway, may lose in New Mexico to a write-in candidate, the governor's nephew, David King, only barely ahead of Joe Skeen in New Mexico. Walter, one last thing. Because of a shortage of ballots in Tucson, Arizona, the county courthouse there will be open tomorrow to accept the ballots of anybody who didn't get a chance to vote tonight. We have no idea at this time how many people that involves and exactly what that will do to the races that are still being contested in Arizona. As you know, we still do not have a winner in the Barry Goldwater race there.
Thank you, Leslie. We might point out that in the House races, we believe that now, on the basis of our CBS News estimates, that the Republicans will gain about 30 seats in the House of Representatives this time. That's a pretty substantial gain. Also, there will be at least 75 freshman congressmen in the new class meeting in January in Washington because of the number of retirees and the fact that a lot of races are being contested by people who are not incumbents. And the number of races, the 30 are won this year, that comes up around to the figure that Johnson carried in with him when he beat Goldwater in '64. He took 38 new congressmen, Democratic congressmen in that year. This is Walter Cronkite at CBS News Election Headquarters. And back in picking that up, this thought I had a moment ago, back in 1936 when Franklin Delano Roosevelt defeated Alf Landon so resoundingly, Landon just taking a couple of states, Roosevelt took 97 Democrats seats away from that is coattails did, from the Republicans in the House, and 12 seats in the Senate. In contrast, when Eisenhower won over Stevenson in 1952, he won just 2 House seats and no Senate seats gained. I was talking earlier tonight with Dan here. We were talking in public about the margins in Electoral College over the years. I'd like to go down them with you because it's quite interesting, I think. Going back to McGovern's solid defeat when he won just 2 states and 17 electoral votes. That was the margin that year. In the year that has come closest to this year was the exact reverse of this year. The Republican conservative, Barry Goldwater, apparently was some 16 years ahead of his time. And he went down to a huge defeat from Lyndon Baines Johnson. He won just 6 states with 52 electoral votes. That's very close to what Carter has right now. Carter has won 5 states with 45 electoral votes. In '56, Stevenson won 7 states against Eisenhower with 73 electoral votes. In '52, Stevenson won 9 with 89 electoral votes. Dewey against Roosevelt in '44 won just 12 states with 99. In '40, Wilkie won just 10 with 82. In '36, Landon, of course, won just 2 states with 8 electoral votes. That's the smallest in recent times. And in 1932, Hoover won 6 in his bid for re-election. The last time that an incumbent president was voted out of office was in 1932, when Hoover won 6 states, the same number that, not counting the District of Columbia, or counting the District of Columbia, that Carter has this year, and also was about even electoral votes, about 59 electoral votes. The District of Columbia, of course, wasn't a factor in 1932. When we say that Hoover was the last incumbent president to be defeated for re-election, and that Carter is the first Democrat to be defeated for re-election since 1888, in 92 years, we should make a little caveat on that, I think. It should be remembered that in 1968, Lyndon Johnson did not run for a second term in the presidency because he faced almost certain defeat because of the attitude of the public toward his Vietnam War policies, and very much the same thing had occurred in the race. Well, I had it in my mind a moment ago. I'll remember in a second and get back to it. Earlier tonight, I'm drinking Harry Truman in 1952. Harry Truman in 1952, of course, did not run for a second term either. Having inherited the job, as did Lyndon Johnson upon the death of his predecessor, he had a first term, a partial term, and then a second term, a full term, and did not run for the next time, also because Harry Truman saw defeat staring him in the face in '52. Earlier tonight, Bob Falk talked in Washington with the independent candidate, John Anderson, right after his concession speech, and let's hear that on videotape.
President Carter listened to some of the things that I was saying, and as a result, maybe took more moderate positions during his campaign than he otherwise would have done, because he was really racing to the right, it seemed to me, earlier in this campaign. He was racing to the right pretty rapidly, and yet toward the end, in the final day of his campaign, he was identifying himself with my positions, saying that, well, John Anderson and I are really basically alike on important issues dealing with the environment, with energy, with the issue of war and peace and nuclear disarmament and so on. So maybe I had some effect, but from a strictly electoral point of view, you know, the states that he lost, obviously he lost, I think, because people were anxious to vote against him. Now, I don't know, and this is something that we probably can find out and don't know tonight, what percentage of these people in the final analysis, not what pollsters said a week ago or 2 weeks ago, but when they really went into the booth today, how many really voted for Ronald Reagan? How many really just plain voted against Jimmy Carter?
John Anderson, right after he made his concession speech tonight. We'll be back with more CBS News election coverage after this pause for station identification.
This portion of election night is sponsored by Polaroid, inventors of instant photography. By General Motors, people building transportation to serve people. And by the Bell System, keeping your communication system the best in the world. Now from CBS News election headquarters in New York, here again is Walter Cronkite.
On this night that the people of the United States elected Ronald Reagan as their 40th president of the United States, we're also watching some very close Senate races which could very possibly give control of the United States Senate come January to the Republican Party, to the Republicans to reorganize in their image with the majority control of all of the Senate committees and all the rest of it that goes with that. So far, Republicans have taken 6 seats from Democrats for a net gain of 6 seats across the United States, ousting some of the long-time liberal Democratic leaders in the Senate of the United States, including Birch Bayh in Indiana and John Culver in Iowa, John Durkin in New Hampshire, George McGovern in South Dakota, Warren Magnuson, been there for 36 years in the United States Senate, second oldest in terms of service. He was ousted tonight in Washington State. And in Alabama, a seat that had long been held by Democrats ever since Reconstruction was taken by Republicans there. But now there are more states and Senate races outstanding. If just 3 more net gain for the Senate, for the Republicans, they will gain control of the Senate. two liberal Democrats swept out of the Senate tonight were Birch Bayh, as I reported, in Indiana, and George McGovern in South Dakota. They both spoke with reporters earlier tonight, and Don Webster asked Senator McGovern if he felt himself a victim of extremism.
Prevalent not only in South Dakota, but in a good many parts of the country. It's one of the great dangers to our political process. We've seen a new virulence and a new velocity to this extremism that I think is unprecedented in American political history.
But Ronald Reagan's victory, Jimmy Carter's defeat, looks like almost a tidal wave now. Is that extremism, or is it simply a shift to conservatism?
Well, it's difficult to say all of the factors that entered into that. In a movement as strong as that was and as overwhelming as it is, I think it's very hard on the basis of instant analysis to figure out just what did happen. I know here in our own state, for the last 2 years, there was an unprecedented volume of scurrilous literature and right-wing materials of all kinds that literally flooded this state. Unquestionably, that helped poison the political climate here. I understand the same thing was going on in other states where you had targeted senators, and doubtless that has something to do with the results that took place not only in South Dakota, but across the nation in 1980.
Do you consider Ronald Reagan an extremist?
No, I'm not going to call Ronald Reagan anything tonight. He's now the president-elect of the United States, and so I'm not going to get into any labeling business.
How much did the New Right contribute to your defeat here?
Yes. I don't think they contributed very much at all. The Reagan sweep through the state was what did it, I think. I haven't had a chance to add up all the votes and where they came from, but you look at the size of that Reagan margin, and you look at about 250,000 people in Indiana voted for Birch Bayh, who also voted for Ronald Reagan. That's a lot of folks that weren't intimidated by a bunch of right-wing haters. And I think it's important to look at what really happened and not try to make something that's small and filled with hate and distasteful into something that's respectful.
And we have another one of the Democratic Senate seats which has fallen to a Republican tonight in the state of Florida. It's sending a Republican senator to the United States Senate, Paula Hawkins. She has defeated her Democratic challenger for the seat left vacant when Richard Stone lost that Senate seat in the primary. That is 7 seats now. Bill Gunter was the defeated candidate by 51 to 49%, as you see there. That's 7 seats now that the Republicans have taken for the Democrats. They need just 2 more to organize the Senate. And let's take a quick look now at the outstanding Senate races, a quick look around through our regions. Harry, you go first.
Let's look at the Senate recap board. In the East, there are still a couple of races outstanding. The most, Chris Dodd won in Connecticut. That doesn't change the party. Chuck Mathias won in Maryland. That doesn't change the party. But in New Hampshire, Warren Redmond unseated the incumbent, John Durkin, which does change the party. And in Pennsylvania, holding the seat for the Republicans, Arlen Specter has won. New York is the interesting place, and it's may go on and on and on, and it may end up in court. It's a very close race between Al D'Amato, who has never won for statewide office before, in fact, never for anything bigger than a county, and Elizabeth Holtzman, the Democratic candidate. She's about a percentage point behind with 97% of the votes in. She almost certainly would be way ahead if Jacob Javits, who was rejected by the Republicans in the primary, hadn't gotten about 612,000 votes so far. Ms. Holtzman has asked for a restraining order to tie up the paper ballots and any absentee ballots, and she may, on the basis of that, ask for a recount. It's going to be, if she does lose, it is going to be so close, she might be inclined to ask for a recount. Dan?
In the Midwest, one Senate race outstanding. That's in Wisconsin, where veteran Liberal Democratic Senator Gaylord Nelson has his back to the wall and is fighting to become the only Senate Liberal Democrat who survives this Reagan flood tide throughout the Midwest. The race has been very, very close all evening long. This is with 78% of the precincts in and tabulated in Wisconsin, and you can see it just cardiac arrest time for both of these candidates. Robert Kasten, congressman from Wisconsin, hanging in there all night long. And as a matter of fact, on the basis of our CBS News sample precincts, we indicate a possible slight lead for Kasten. However, we are not in a position to estimate who has won or lost this race, and it may be a long time before we do so. Elsewhere in the Midwest, let's look them over. The Senate recap board, as we've told you all evening long, the moderate Democratic candidates for the Senate won. Dixon in Illinois, that's for the seat being vacated by Adlai Stevenson III. Dan Quayle, a conservative Republican, winning in Indiana. Right on down the list, Eagleton in Missouri, a moderate Democratic senator surviving where the liberal Democratic senators did not. John Glenn in Ohio, another moderate surviving. Everywhere else, it's the liberal Democrats out, with the possible exception of Wisconsin, where, as we mentioned earlier, it may be a very long time before we know the outcome of that one. Now, let's look over the races in the South. Bob Schieffer.
Dan, thank you. And we have a real upset here. Frank White, the Little Rock Savings and Loan president, who challenged the nation's youngest governor, Governor Bill Clinton, in Arkansas. CBS News says that White has won that. White has won in Arkansas, the state that was the second highest state for Jimmy Carter. Over 60% of the vote won by Jimmy Carter in Arkansas there in 1976, a state that really has no Republican organization to speak of these days, and has not since Governor Winthrop Rockefeller died in Arkansas, has elected Frank White, a Republican, to be governor of Arkansas. It is interesting in the Senate races across the South that in both of the places where Republicans have picked up Senate seats, they have done so after Democrats had divisive primaries and after incumbents were beaten in primaries. In Alabama, and we can go right to the board now to look at the overall situation in the South. In Alabama, Jeremiah Denton, who is going to be the first Republican ever, or at least since Reconstruction, to go to the Senate from Alabama, beat Folsom, Jim Folsom, the 31-year-old son of the former governor of Alabama. Folsom, of course, had beaten incumbent Don Stewart in the primary. And then, of course, in that Florida Senate race, we'll get to that in just a minute, where Paula Hawkins won. She beat Gunter, who beat the incumbent Richard Stone in the primary. Moving right on down the line there, Dale Bumpers won in Arkansas, the incumbent, and won handily, as he was expected to do. We talked about Ms. Hawkins' race. She won, by the way, with getting more than 50% of the vote in South Florida. The last time you had a senatorial candidate there, a Republican, the best a Republican has done in South Florida was 34%, I'm told. Moving on down the line, in Georgia, Herman Talmadge won re-election tonight. In Kentucky, no trouble at all for Wendell Ford. In Louisiana, Russell Long will be going back to the Senate. He won in the primary and won re-election with more than 50% of the vote back in September, so he had no worries at all tonight. In North Carolina, that's where we have the real cliffhanger. Robert Morgan, the incumbent, and John East are really splitting the vote, 94% of the vote in, and as you can see, fewer than 10,000 votes separating them at this hour, with nearly all of the vote still to be counted. In Oklahoma, a real upset for the Republicans tonight. There you have Nichols beating Andy Coates, who was a popular district attorney in Oklahoma City. Coates, a very conservative Democrat, was thought to be favored there, but Nichols won in the state that has gone Republican so often in presidential races. And in South Carolina, one of the biggest winners of the evening, Fritz Hollings, who won, I think, with about 70% of the vote the last time I checked. So that's the way it goes across the South in the Senate races tonight, Walter.
Thank you. Leslie, in the West.
Walter, we are faced in the West with one of the great ironies of this election. Barry Goldwater, generally accepted to be the father of the modern conservative Republican wing of the Republican Party, could conceivably become the only Republican who was defeated tonight for the Senate, to be swept out in this huge conservative tide. At the moment, the race is too close to call. As you can see, the only 2 percentage points separate Barry Goldwater from Bill Schultz, who said during the campaign at one point, running against Barry Goldwater is like trying to throw rocks at Mount Rushmore. But it's conceivable that Mr. Schultz may have succeeded at putting some dents in Mount Rushmore tonight. Let's look at the recap board in the West for the Senate races, and you will see that So far, we have Alan Cranston winning easily in California, a Democrat who retains his seat. The same with Daniel Inouye in Hawaii. A couple of Republicans, conservative Republicans, hang on. Paul Laxalt in Nevada, he happens to be Ronald Reagan's national campaign chairman. Bob Packwood in Oregon, not that conservative, he's a moderate Republican, but that's a moderate state, and he has won re-election. Jake Garn, another conservative, has won re-election in Utah. And Slade Gordon, a moderate Republican in the state of Washington, has defeated Warren Magnuson. We have some outstanding Senate races, however, that are really tight, and as someone said, both races are as close as wallpaper. First off, in the state of Colorado, the incumbent Democrat Gary Hart being challenged by Mary Estill Buchanan. Buchanan had problems raising money, something that all the women candidates had this year. But nevertheless, she is giving him a real fight, and that race, with 84% of the precincts in, is still too close to call. And our last state is Idaho, where the chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, Frank Church, is facing a very tough contest. Stephen Sims, the Republican, the conservative in that state, as you can see, only 4 points separate them, with 75% of the vote in so far. So those are our three races, and if Church and Hart both lose, then, Walter, that's the two seats the Republicans need to take over the Senate.
So we've got, as I got it, in the east, we've got New York still outstanding.
And Vermont.
And Vermont outstanding. We've got Wisconsin, Idaho, North Carolina, and Colorado. Somewhere in that group, the Republicans hope to get 2 more Senate seats in order to get a majority in the next Senate and reorganize that Senate in their own liking. We'll have more CBS News election night coverage in a moment.
I'm Pete Conrad, and this is the McDonnell Douglas F-15. To earn its wings, it had to pass a series of U.S. Air Force stress and structure tests. In a tight turn, the Eagle can withstand 9 times its weight against gravity. I think it's significant that the McDonnell Douglas DC-10 has passed tests just as demanding in their own way as those required by the U.S. Air Force. The DC-10, one of the world's most thoroughly tested jetliners.
Recounting the nature of Ronald Reagan's sweep of the nation tonight, in the House of Representative races, some of the more liberal, moderate leaders of the House of Representatives who were targeted for defeat and made the object of conservative campaigns in their districts lost tonight, as we have reported to you from time to time. John Bradamus of Indiana was ousted from the House. The head of the House Ways and Means Committee, Al Ullman in Oregon, lost his race. Thomas Ashley of Ohio, one of the leading authorities on urban affairs in the House of Representatives, the head of the Banking Subcommittee's Housing and Community Development Subcommittee, he lost his race as well. Winners, however, who were also thought they might be in trouble, were Jim Wright in Texas, the House Majority Leader, and Morris Udall, head of the Interior and Insular Affairs Committee. They did win tonight. Earlier tonight, Robert Shackney in Washington talked with President Carter's campaign manager, Hamilton Jordan. And I hope we have videotape on that, which we were supposed to have. Perhaps we'll ask for it again. Gentlemen, do you have the videotape ready? Robert Shackney, I am getting a wave off. We do not have that videotape ready. A superb job done by our control room tonight has had its first error in now 8 hours of continuous broadcasting of absolutely perfect fielding. Let's try another one. Give this one to them, a fastball. For a look at where a Reagan administration foreign policy might go, let's go back to Jack Kilpatrick, Jeff Greenfield, and Bill Moyes. We don't have that either. Thank you very much. Let me see. And let's go instead for a direct. We do have it.
Here I am. That's right. Walter,
go ahead, gentlemen.
Here we are, ready or not. Back in 1976, Jack and Jeff, and all during his career, in fact, the emotional high point of a Ronald Reagan speech would come when he would charge that détente is a failure and the United States has been sandbagged by the Russians. We've had one report tonight that the South Korean military government is happy with Reagan's victory. Another report that the generals in Chile and Argentina are quite pleased that Jimmy Carter's human rights policy is now off their back. What do you think this means, the ascension of Ronald Reagan to the White House, in terms of our role in the world?
I think this is going to be the most fascinating and in some ways the most troublesome question to be answered by a Reagan administration. There was a splendid article several months back in the Wall Street Journal which suggested that Ronald Reagan indeed believes that behind every trouble spot in the world you will find the Soviet Union. The question is, if that perception is wrong, if there are indeed third world movements and nationalist movements which can cause trouble for America, not connected to the Soviet Union, what does it mean for a foreign policy that makes that assumption? If he's right, one can assume an across-the-board toughening of a stance with the Soviet Union. I think, for instance, Reagan will demand that the Soviet Union stop funding terrorist groups around the world, which many people in his camp have alleged is true. But the question is, if that perception is wrong, we could be headed toward a very dangerous situation in the world. And I think that's a question that just has to be answered by the future. I don't make any claims to know the answer to that.
Bill, I would begin by reminding whoever is still up listening to us that presidents propose and the Congress disposes. There is just so much any president can do in these areas without Congress getting in on the act. There's certain things, of course, that he can do, but not the SALT Treaty. We know, this would be one thing definitely in foreign affairs, that President Reagan will not send back up the SALT II Treaty in its present form. We know that. It's been rejected. It never had a chance in the Senate under Mr. Carter, would have none under Mr. Reagan, so that's out. Secondly, we know that his policies to recommend to the Congress will be for a very decisive strengthening of our armed forces in every way. The Navy, build up some more ships. The Air Force, get those wings ready for combat. The Army, raise the pay, do whatever is necessary to improve this retention rate. These are things that Reagan will recommend in the area of our armed services, which have to do ultimately with our foreign policy. So these are things we know that Reagan can do in the case of SALT II and will recommend to the Congress in the case of the armed services.
Take one particular example. Everybody generally is aware of the fact that because of Jimmy Carter's stand on Rhodesia, Zimbabwe, because of his support for black human rights, we have better relations with, for example, Nigeria, an oil-producing country today, than we did under Nixon and Ford. In fact, when Henry Kissinger wanted to go to Nigeria, he was told he would not be welcome. Do you think a Reagan administration means a return to the old tipping of the policy towards South Africa and therefore injurious relations with the blacks?
I don't think so.
Well, but the problem is that among his advisors are those who have stressed a much more friendly attitude toward that regime, the last white regime on the African continent.
And good tactical reasons for this, too.
It may well be. I'm not trying to predict here. We've seen from the polls tonight that predictions can be dangerous. My question is, what happens in a Reagan administration which has already given substantial indications that its whole notion of our relations with the third world are askew? He's said often, Ronald Reagan, one of the lines he always says that gets applause is, it's nice to be liked, but it's more important to be respected. Now, well, what do you think?
What's wrong with that?
As a general proposition, Jack, it's like motherhood and apple pie, nothing. But my question is, how do you implement that toward the third world if, in fact, you believe that third world nations that mean us, that speak ill of us, are essentially Soviet puppets?
I will remind you again that there is just so much that Reagan can do with third world nations without the cooperation of the Congress. If you're talking about foreign affairs, if you're talking about all kinds of things, arms sales and the like.
You mean the Congress will keep Reagan from being as dangerous as his critics think he will be?
Well, I think that will be ameliorating effect, yes.
This Congress? This Senate?
The incoming Senate and the incoming House, yeah. I mean, you guys are still buying the Carter line that you've elected some gunslinging maniac from California. It simply is not true.
Did you say that, though?
I didn't say that.
No, it's implicit in what you've said here.
No, I don't live in South Korea.
But he would abandon human rights, he would just cozy up to South Africa. What are you suggesting there?
I'm just suggesting that in times past, we have been as unfriendly toward the third world as Ronald Reagan thinks in some of his speeches we ought to be again. It's time to go back from foreign policy to politics. Walter?
In politics, still hanging on this matter of the control of the next Senate, the one meeting in January. The Republicans have gained 7 seats from the Democrats so far tonight. They need just 2 more to gain full control in their own name of the Senate. They would need only 1 more if either Senator Zirinsky of Nebraska or Senator Byrd of Virginia voted to organize the Senate with them. Senator Byrd has already said that as an independent, he would continue to organize the Senate for the Democrats, even though he supported Ronald Reagan as the presidential candidate. Zirinsky is only a wild card in this matter. He has been voting very independently and as a former Republican is merely thought by some to possibly be willing to help organize the Senate for the Republicans, but we haven't heard from Zirinsky on that, and it's only a matter of the wildest speculation. But only 2 more seats are needed by the Republicans to win charge of the Senate in their own name. And let's now go quickly around the states and find out where those seats might come from. First of all, Dan Rather.
Walter, one of them might come in Wisconsin. They are playing what amounts to a sudden death overtime in the Senate race in Wisconsin. The veteran liberal Democratic Senator Gaylord Nelson, neck and neck. It could not be much closer in terms of the tabulated vote in Wisconsin. Between Gaylord Nelson and Robert Caston, the congressman, with 79% of the precincts in and tabulated, that's what it looks like. Our CBS News sample precincts have been showing for quite some time a lead for Caston. However, again, the cautionary note, we're not at the position where we can say that CBS News estimates the winner one way or the other. But that's the one place, where the Republicans could pick up yet another seat at the expense of a liberal Democratic senator. Now, after tonight, Ted Kennedy may be asking, where have all the liberal flowers gone? Because gone is Birch Bayh. Gone is John Culver of Iowa. Gone George McGovern. Gone Warren Magnuson. Now, Gaylord Nelson, if he goes, that will be yet another of those liberal flowers plucked. The rest, they've all been replaced, not just by Republicans, but by Republicans who are planets apart in terms of philosophy. Now for a look at the Senate races in the land of cotton and oil, Bob Schieffer.
And Dan, I'll tell you, Senator Robert Morgan, a Democrat seeking second term, is certainly no liberal flower. They've said from the beginning that he could not be beat from the right. He's a very strong conservative Democrat, but he has a real race on his hands tonight with John East, the college professor there in North Carolina. It appears now, well, as you can see there, probably about 6,000 votes separating the two, with 96% of the vote in. Morgan did carry the rural areas of North Carolina, as he had to do, but not nearly so much as he did in his previous race. East cut in on him there and has held his own in the other areas. So that one is far from over. East had a well-financed campaign, hit at Morgan a lot for voting for the Panama Canal and for giving aid to Nicaragua, 2 favorite issues of the new right, and apparently paid off to some extent. I think we reported earlier tonight that so much television bought by John East that they figured the average viewer in North Carolina would see at least one of his television commercials 50 times throughout this campaign. Walter? Leslie, I'm sorry.
One place where the Democrats have a chance to make back a seat is in the state of Arizona, where Barry Goldwater is slightly behind right now. Bill Schultz, a Democrat, that Schultz's lead has just broadened ever so little. With only 50%, though, of the votes in, CBS News is still saying that race is too close to call. The major issue there was actually Barry Goldwater's age and health. He's 71 years old. He limps, he has a bad hip, and his opponent very subtly but quite obviously raised that as a big issue, and it seems to have been effective. In the next contested race, Idaho, this is one of the seats that could go from Democrat to Republican. Frank Church, the chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee, is being seriously challenged by Stephen Sims, who has a 4-point lead with 80% of the precincts in. You know, people say that once you gain a lot of visibility in the Senate, if you're too liberal, your constituents will discover it, and that seems to be what has happened in the state of Idaho. You know, Mo Udall, who we said before from Arizona has won re-election, said that if your biggest goal in life is to get re-elected, then you had better stay off the Foreign Relations Committee. Maybe Frank Church should have taken his advice. The last close race in the West that a Democrat could lose to a Republican is in Colorado, where Gary Hart, who once ran George McGovern's campaign in '72 for president, is facing a stiff challenge by Mary Estill Buchanan, a moderate Republican, with 87% of the precincts in. They are only separated by about 2% of the vote out there. Walter?
Let's go to the East now for a very quick recap for you on the Senate races outstanding only.
2 Senate races still outstanding in the East. In New York, with 97% of the vote in, it's not decided yet, and it may not be for weeks. It may go to the courts. Elizabeth Holtzman has tried to impound the paper ballots and absentee ballots. She's running very narrowly behind Alphonse D'Amato. And in Vermont, with 88% of the votes in, it's still way too close to call between Patrick Leahy and Stuart Ledbetter. That's another place where a Democrat could lose the seat. Walter, I have to say something before I turn it back to you. I've been honored by being asked to articulate the thought that's in all our minds, which is that this is the last night you'll sit in that chair. Now, both you and I are old enough to remember our folks talking about Harry Lauder and his 7 farewell tours of the United States. We don't intend to make a big deal every time you do the last in the next few months, but we did want to mention this. I think maybe a reason they asked me is that I've worked with you in 60, 62, 64, 66, and now 78 and 80, 6 times. And I've worked against you 3 times. And I think everybody at this table, everybody in the room would agree it's a lot easier and a lot more fun to work with you. So maybe we should have some more farewell tours after all.
Well, thank you. The problem, you see, is, Harry, that I went on those tours with Harry Lauder as a grown man. My folks didn't tell me about it at all. I was telling them about it. So, summing up those Senate seats quickly, the 8 Senate seats still undecided. The Republicans have an excellent chance of taking control, or at least tying for control of the Senate. If they tied, then they've got the new vice president who could cast the vote to break the tie. Republicans now are leading, and I gather from all of you in New York, North Carolina, Idaho, and possibly even the Alaska Senate race. Democrats are leading in Vermont, Arizona, and Colorado. So the Republicans have a chance to make a real inroad in the United States Senate. They certainly have in the presidency, the way these results went tonight. Let's take a last look at them now before we sign off for the evening. 79% of the vote is in now from the United States, and you see it there with Reagan 51% of the vote, Carter 42% of the vote, and Anderson 6% of the vote. Ed Clark, the Libertarian candidate, got 1% of the vote. Now, here are the states won by the presidential candidates. The incumbent, President Carter, has won just those few states you see in red. 5 states in the District of Columbia, for a total of 45 electoral votes is all that he can count on so far. And Ronald Reagan, look at what he has done. These are the states in blue that he has won. It's probable that he will win several others of those states. It seems likely that he may. At any rate, certainly Alaska's would seem to be his. Hawaii almost certainly will be President Carter's. That southern block of states, surprisingly, are very close yet, and they could fall either way. It would be a terrible blow, of course, to President Carter if even those southern states were lost to him. He won his home state of Georgia, and that's the only southern state he has taken so far tonight. The total electoral count then looks like this: 424 electoral votes for Ronald Reagan, 45 electoral votes for Jimmy Carter. The Senate races we were telling you about a moment ago, it certainly looks like the Republicans have a good chance to do it. There were 34 Senate seats up tonight. The Democrats are leading or were elected in only 10 of those. The Republicans in 15. Those 8 or 9 are still undecided. The Senate gains. The Republicans have gained 7 seats, have knocked most of the liberal leadership of the Senate that was up for election this year right out of the box. They've won in the states you see in blue there, the Democrats in red. They've gained no seats, the Democrats, tonight. In the House races, well, there it looks like according to our CBS News estimate, the Democrats will lose about a net of 30 seats from the House. But since they had a sizable number before, they are not going to lose control of the House, but there'll be some rejiggling in the committees because of this shifting and the loss of some of the old-time committee chairmen who have been lost to the Democrats tonight. The new House looks like it'll be 245 Democrats. They had 276 before. The Republicans will have 189. They had just 159 before. In the gubernatorial races for the state houses, there were 13 seats up tonight. The Democrats have won or are leading for 6 of those. The Republicans for 7. They're still undecided. Well, we have none from that group undecided. But here's how the new lineup will be across the United States in the state houses. 27 Democratic governors. There were 32 before. 23 Republicans, there were 18 before. So the Republicans have almost come even with the Democrats in the number of governorships across the land. Still to be decided, and we will not be hearing about this probably for some days yet as the votes are counted, are some 7,500 legislative races across the country in 43 states. In all of those states, that means that there will be new legislatures that the Republicans have tried very hard to win this year in order to control redistricting, which will be coming on the basis of the 1980 census and will help to perhaps solidify Republican power in some states by districting in such a way as to favor them. The Democrats have done that when they're in charge. The Republicans do it when they're in charge, and it could help perpetuate Republican power down through the 1980s. That's the way it has gone. So this nation tonight elected Ronald Reagan, 69-year-old former movie actor, former radio sports announcer, one-time MC at a Las Vegas variety show, the former governor of California. All of these firsts. We've never elected anybody with these qualifications before. We've elected 69-year-old Ronald Reagan, oldest man ever elected, first time to the presidency, as our 40th president of the United States. He'll be elected officially when the Electoral College meets in its several states and all the states, state capitals, on December the 15th. Then the votes are counted by the joint session of the Congress on January 5th and the inaugural on January 20th. We'll all be there for these, for at least the last of those 3 occasions, and we'll see Ronald Reagan become our next president. We're speaking for all of us here at CBS News and thanking all of my colleagues and those mostly behind the scenes who you have not seen on camera tonight, but have done a valiant job of keeping our heads above water as a flood of returns came in here and gave us a surprising victory for Ronald Reagan tonight. I want to thank all of them on the behalf of those of us in front of the cameras, and thank those in front of the cameras for being such great colleagues down through all of these years. I want to say one more word about this fellow down here in the hole behind me who has been doing such a great job. Mark Harrington, stand up, will you, for a moment? The man, the producer of this anchor desk through all of these broadcasts. Thank you again, Mark. Thank you, everybody, for being with us on this election night. It's Walter Cronkite saying, for CBS News, good night.
This portion of election night was sponsored by McDonnell Douglas, builders of the DC-10. Our DC-10 flies 1,000,000 miles a day. By a company called TRW, where tomorrow is taking shape. And by General Motors, people building transportation to serve people.